Hello, and we are backstage, I think. It looks like we're backstage. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know if you can hear us and if we are coming in quite smoothly to your eardrums backstage. Welcome.
Yeah, please let me know that I'm not muted.
Welcome.
As you know, Steel likes to do every Saturday.
Every time. That's all I focus on.
Mute
That's all
me.
I focus on. I am going to get some additional things set up here, so you're going to see some things in different colors, and that's quite fine because they're about to change right now. So,
morning, Talos Ray. Morning, Nixie. Morning, Andrew Cullinane. Let's go. Blue Moon FC. What's going on?
Blue Moon.
Great to have you.
How you feeling?
Decato's in the chat. What's going on, Decato?
Decato. How you feeling?
We are backstage on a beautiful Saturday morning. Oh man, it is getting cool up here though, Steel.
Oh yeah, it's tried down here.
We're supposed to get some flakes next week, possibly.
Oh God, here you go.
Oh yeah, yep. Here we go. Oh, Nixie says we all sound good, so we're good.
Ooh, thank you, Nixie. I greatly appreciate that. I mean, but Chad, I mean, we're gonna get into a lot about us, what we got going on for our week, and why things for the actual layout haven't been changed and the busy week that we've had. Tell me about your week though, or not. You know, if you've had a bad week and you're just trying to get a little bit of an escape, I can completely understand that. If that is the case, again, that's for anybody out there. I want to send my love, energy, and hopefully today's show will help you get you rejuvenated, so that you'll feel better going into a Monday morning, have a better week, and hopefully you can just have some good gaming conversations today. So buckle up and just enjoy yourself. Sip some coffee, sip some water, whatever you're doing this morning. Get a run in, workout, whatever that may be. Maybe even some gaming in it, like I do from time to time. Like I'm playing Kakarot, right? Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, which is, because I'm so familiar with the story, it's one of those, Dragon Ball is one of those things that I can always go back to, depending. And this one is different enough in a way, and put you, at least for me, it makes me feel like I'm more so part of that journey than I was before in many of the other games. The way that they handle combat, with the always being able to teleport around, stuff like that. But yeah, so that's just
look at the gaming industry corporate world is represented in our chat, Steel. We got the one and only brother Psychonauts live from GameStop. What is going on?
Hey,
good morning to you. Shout out to GameStop.
Tell everybody at GameStop that we love them and that they need to tune in to Living Split Screen on a Saturday morning. You get the best energy here. We're live, raw, and uncut. There's nobody else that's gonna give you content at this energy level with the passion that we do over 3 hours
to open up your store.
Just to open it up.
You should put a whole email out to the entire corporate office and tell them that all the TVs at GameStop should be tuned in live to Living Split Screen every Saturday morning to get all those early morning gamers ready to rock and roll. Let's go.
And then once they get in here, tell them we're going to start the sub train, baby. Let's go.
Ramadan 202. What's going on?
What up, Rob? Again, I am changing some things in the layout, ladies and gentlemen. So you're going to see colors be off and things of that nature. Things changing on the fly. Again, we're not live. We're backstage. So, you know, hang out with us, chop it up, and get us ready. We're going to be live in about T-minus 8 minutes here or so.
I got to I wonder if I can. Can I unzoom myself?
Unzoom yourself?
Bro.
What are you trying to do?
Bruh. No, it won't let me do it.
I can unzoom you in the fucking. Why are you saying you feel like you're too close?
I look bald, man. I look bald. I'm looking at the live feed right now, and I look bald, man.
Let me pull you back.
I mean, it's part of my haircut, but you know, at the same time, I'm just.
That's all you got to do is say something, man. Say no, Steel. Why you got me all baldy, man?
I don't like to be just all forehead.
I got you, bro. You can see it on the fly as I'm doing it. You are no longer a baldy. Look at you, looking good over there now.
I gotta forward up here. Let's go.
You're looking good now, man. You're not a baldy no more.
There. Yeah, but I don't need to be that big either. Oh, okay. You readjusted. All right. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there we go. Now you got Voltron in the background. Hell yeah. You got Jetfire in the background. See.
There you
That's
go.
what
Get a
sells the
little
show.
bit of everything. Get a little bit of everything in there, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's looking good. Gonna get our upcoming games up here. We are in October, towards the end of October, so we get that set up there. Hi, y'all. Let me make sure this is looking good. Pull this up. Yep, that's looking good. Shout out to Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
As you all roll in here backstage, just a quick service reminder. Do love you always. If you hit that like button, we'll give you a little extra love. Right. So as you roll in here, hit that like button, share us out if you can. It does help us immensely.
Yes.
So thank you all. Appreciate you. Just a little service announcement there. We got to do that from time to time. Steele and I don't do the business side of things very well. But we are here. OCD Gamer, I see you dropping on in here. What's going on, OCD? We are backstage, as Steele just reminded everybody. Steele's getting some stuff set up. So we are backstage doing the pre-game show. That's how we do it around here sometimes, a lot of times. But Decado shared us out. Thank you, Decado. Appreciate you.
Appreciate that, Decado.
Eastside Vandal. What is going on? Happy Saturday morning to you, sir. Let's see here. Yeah, we got a lot going on this week. It's obviously not, but it's an after week from ABK acquisition going through. But we had Super Mario Brothers Wonder and Spider-Bug 2 released this week. Spider-Man 2.
Whoa. You're about some smoke this morning, Paul. What's going on, man? Like, you got high energy for some smoke this morning, man.
Man. Just got to throw it out there. We got a lot of defenders out there after what was done to the masterpiece of Starfield. Right?
Hey man, you can't say
give
those
some
things.
back.
The game's not a masterpiece, man.
Yeah, well, I know. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to love a game. I know.
No, man.
Unless all the sheep tell me that I can love a game, I'm not allowed to love a game. So
no, man, you can't. You're not allowed to like things. Stop trying to be like things.
Oh, man. Is that what it is?
Yeah, you can't have an opinion. You can't come from a different angle. Your perspective is just it's very sheep-like. You just believe that because you love Phil Spencer.
Oh, is that what it is? I love me some God Howard. I mean, again,
man.
You can call
you love a good old Phil Spencer.
You can call me a Bethesda fanboy. I'll agree with you.
No, man, you a Phil fanboy.
Oh, is that what it is?
It has to be, don't you think?
No. Am I getting the lines in my video now that I turn my light on or no?
No, not from what I'm seeing. I don't see any lines coming across the screen. Do let me know if you want me to adjust your for me, I'm not getting any lines. It looks perfectly normal. I'm not seeing any issues. You don't look distorted.
Yeah, no. This camera is being so weird, man. I still can't.
Yeah, for me, it's not doing anything.
Yeah, no, and I'm looking at YouTube and it doesn't look like it's doing it either. So it's only if I have a white screen up right in front of me, a bright screen in front of me. It's
do it now. See if it does it.
Let me move YouTube over.
Because I've seen it. Okay, yeah, it does. Yeah. It's doing the It's not super terrible, but it is noticeable.
But it is doing it.
It's noticeable. It's so weird.
Bro, it's so weird, man. I don't get it, man.
That's definitely a strange.
But if I have it off to the side, it doesn't do it either. See, so it's only when it's right in front of me. And I don't know why. Anyways, all right. What do we got going on here?
Let's see.
Jesse Darby, what's going on? Great to see you, Jesse. I know you're up my way. What's going on? Yeah, we are. Yeah, I know. I've lived here all my life, and we do get used to the cold and the snow and all that kind of stuff, but it still sucks, man. If fall could just stick around until spring, I'd be cool with it. But this year we're supposed to have a mild winter too. So we'll see. The Farmer's Almanac says we're going to have an extremely snowy year.
Oh, wow.
The high-tech the high-tech meteorologists these days are going against that and saying it is a super El Nino and we are going to be warm this year. So we're not going to get snow. Yeah. They're saying less snow this year. So we're going to find out. We're going to find out, man.
We're definitely going to find out.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
Hold on. Let me know if you guys can. It doesn't look like you can. Wanted to get some music set up for you guys in the background, maybe for a little bit. See if I can get that rocking and rolling for you, but there it goes. I'm actually gonna turn it down a little bit more. If I do that, it turns it off. All right. Let me know how the music sounds. If it's too loud, I am like moving. I'm just putting something on for the background. Shout out to the Relaxed Movement YouTube channel for the music. It's copyright free, so we should be good to go. But I do want to shout them out just in case.
Yeah, Decado. Oh, Doom Reaper. What's going on? Says join the hive mind. No, I'm not gonna join the hive mind. I'm too old for that shit. I play what I play, like what I like. It is what it is. Let's see here. Decado asked us about that new gacha game.
What?
Steel Duet Night Abyss.
Duet Night Abyss.
Yeah. I remember the trailer. It's a gacha game. So it is that whole anime gacha game side. And he said, Xbox needs to start looking at these. I think Xbox is looking at those because Phil has mentioned how much that he was disappointed that they missed out on Genshin Impact.
I think they're going to get Wuthering Waves, hopefully.
Yeah, I think we are.
Gotcha game.
Yeah, I think we're going to definitely see them move into that realm, and I think they'll probably try getting a hold of a couple of them. I know Duet Night is PC and mobile only to start out, but I think that we will see Xbox move into that realm for sure. And Phil understands, so he gets it.
Duet Night is definitely up my alley. So thank you for shouting that out. Because I didn't see that before. But yeah, I mean, it has gunplay. It mixes gunplay with melee combat. Again, yes, it has the anime waifu, like you were speaking to, the whole gotcha system. It looks like. I mean, it hasn't introduced it yet, from what I'm seeing in this gameplay. But I mean, the enemy designs are different from other games that I've seen, so that's a good thing. It looks like this third person standing itself out. Movement looks really crisp. It's definitely, again, it's something that's up my alley. Although they really played into the character designs by giving this lady tentacles. You never want to mix anime and tentacles together when you're trying to display your game, because people are really, I don't know, it worked for Baldur's Gate, so maybe you do whatever you want. You show bears about to ram somebody, do whatever you want, because that's what sells games.
Yep, exactly.
So
Nixie, listen.
What do you say?
Not him and Decado were having a conversation. Decado said too many pigeons holding themselves into a niche, which slamming the game instead of celebrating its release and talking about the good stuff. Obviously,
that's my
Spider-Man 2.
That's my
Spider-Man 2.
Problem.
Obviously, Nixie, you know what you're gonna get here. We don't play that. We talk about it, but right. To also again, as I said last night on Xbox Ultimate, unfortunately, in this community, right, the console warriors are the loudest in a lot of ways. And so what you are going to get is you are going to get tit for tat. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to sit here and say after what that circus on the blue side did to Starfield when it came out, that I'm going to sit here and try to blow up the green side of the circus for doing the exact same thing to Spider-Man 2. I'm not, it's tip. If you're going to be in that war, tit for tat is more than fair. Retaliation is more than fair. It sucks because those of us that don't swim in it and don't necessarily need to see all that nonsense are going to get it anyways. So, it is what it is. I'm not going to sit here and crucify the green side for doing it to Spider-Man 2 after what happened to Starfield. So again,
they're going to do it with everything.
It is what it is. But there are obviously legit bugs in Spider-Man 2, and that's
Absolutely.
undeniable. But the game looks great. The game scored a 91. So again, if the reviewers want to ignore it,
now, but yeah.
90, yeah. If the reviewers want to ignore all the bugs, and most of them did, I read a lot of reviews, and barely any of them. Like I said, maybe that's possible. Maybe again, I had the same experience with Cyberpunk. I wasn't experiencing. Me and Steel weren't experiencing those kinds of bugs, right? But we're gonna get into it. We're gonna talk about it. But no, we're not gonna. I'm not gonna slam it. I said spider bug just as a joke because that's what's going around in the community. But you all know me. I don't do that shit. I wasn't posting those bugs yesterday. I wasn't retweeting them. It's something to be aware of for sure. But all those bugs yesterday too. Nothing I would have stopped playing the game for. I could give two shits less about most bugs. Again, unless it's game breaking, unless I lose time, I don't care. Bugs have been a part of games forever. I could care less, man. Most of the bugs yesterday I was laughing at. So whatever.
Yeah, 1,000%. I mean, Nick says Pong console war being the loudest is subjective to the person that entertains that. This ain't war in the grand scheme of things. And I disagree with it being the loudest, being subjective. Mainly because it is extremely popularity driven, and I view this the same way that I view the whole Apple versus Android thing, right? And it's not Apple versus just Samsung, although it does become that in some ways, or has become that in some ways, which again I don't get that, but it's become more so Apple the brand versus everybody else. So, and if you don't have an Apple, again, I grew up around Apple, and I've also grown up with a generation that does believe, and this isn't like, these aren't people playing games or like joking with you, or people honestly believe once they see a green bubble pop up on their phone that you are a broke boy, that you should not be entertaining them because you do not have the right brand of phone. This is a real thing. This isn't make believe. Oh, I'm just in this. No, this is a reality because of a popularity that Apple has, because people believe in that ecosystem, right? So, and of course, things are always going to be subjective and be opinion based, but that doesn't take away from any of the legitimate criticisms or the legitimacy of the mass audience, right? What is the popular thing? The one thing that I do believe, and we're going to get in this because I think this is the angle that I more so want to approach the whole review thing from, is that because there was some other details that I listened to this week, some other YouTube videos talking about the gaming industry. Some people, it was one of the guys who made the original Fallout, I believe, made a video this week. He was talking about the gaming industry, how games were made, the kind of things that he had to deal with, why the process on making games has become even more stringent, even more obtuse, even more complicated. And one of the examples that he used, it was like, hey, I know how to, he knew how to design what the design of the game was, and he knew how to make something happen. And he was explaining that in that specific situation, he also had to go through multiple channels to get something done, and that created a more of a lengthy process versus buckling down with the set few of people that he needed to get it done, and they would have been able to get it done much sooner, just for the sake of business, because of how things were run or whatever the case. So again, there's a lot of moving pieces and a lot of moving factors. People are always going to have opinions and things that they like over other things, but that's why, at least for me, I always believe in more so you can have whatever your personal preference is. Why is that your personal preference? That's the question that I more so want to engage with people. That's the conversation I want to, when people try to start arguing with me about, oh, PlayStation, this, or this brand, this, I ask the question, and maybe it's just the salesmanship in me, where I start, and this is also why I kind of got out of sales for some time, because I do care too much, and I ask those probing questions, which is, I'm probably better set up for pre-sales, but it's like, why does that thing work as well for you as you're claiming it does? Why are you invested in that ecosystem? And a lot of times what you find out is that we are in a generation of technology that your investment into whatever ecosystem has been made already since the PlayStation 3. Whatever ecosystem you chose is probably the ecosystem that you're going to continuously invest in. Sure, we saw some transition in the PlayStation 4, Xbox One era, but even then, Phil has made this known. If there was a generation that you had to pick to win, it was definitely the last generation, right? Because that's when everything truly was like set in stone, digital. You really built out your library. You built out your backlog more so. That's what people mean when they say they got a backlog, right? They got games that they haven't played from even the past generation that they need to catch up on. So it's just moving pieces. So, but I do think it adds on to the conversation because there's a blatant bias, man. I mean, again, Pong's mentioned it. People are going to avoid certain parts of certain things just to save face in a lot of cases, right?
Or
and
just
make sure
protect their favorite thing, whatever that thing is. And again, it's not even PlayStation versus Xbox all the time, because we saw this with Jedi Survivor, and we're going to talk about
that's what I mean.
So,
yeah.
So if you like something nowadays, if you are a professional journalist and you like something or have a strong bias towards something, you are no longer in that profession asked to hide it or try to play neutral or put up the best, hey, I'm just going to write the facts and let everybody else decide. It's no longer that. Everybody is an editorial writer these days for the most part, and that's across. It's not just gaming, it's everywhere. It is what it is. It's where we're at, and you just got to realize it. But still, I'm going to talk about it because what we've been saying for a long time when it comes to single player games, and getting over FOMO, and so we're going to talk about it. But again, I'm not here to trash Spider-Man 2. It's got great reviews. A lot of people are loving the hell out of it. It looks gorgeous. I said that from the beginning. Spider-Man 2, that last trailer that they showed before launch, was the best one. Even me as a non-superhero guy, especially a non-Spider-Man guy, I've never been a Spider-Man fan at all. Even when I was reading comic books, I saw that trailer and I was like, damn, that looks freaking cool. So, but
ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Let's lock and load. Let's get ready to get this morning started for you guys. Everything seems to be set in stone. I saw somebody ask about the game that's on screen. This is My Hero Academia Rumble. It is a melee-based battle royale based off of My Hero, otherwise known as Boku no Hero Academia.
Ooh, you cut out there.
I'd probably cut out for you. It's not going to cut out for them. So, but yeah. So this game is it's free to play. I enjoyed playing it. It does play better on PC, at least feeling wise, combat wise, just timing and things like that. But other than that, it's free to play. If you have it on Xbox, I'd say try it out. At least give it a run. It got different classes. It's something for you can get into if you're feeling it. Nam Omar real quick says member for 3 months. Hey, shout out to the splitters out there rocking and rolling with us. He says, hit that like and share. Split game. Hey, shout out to the splitters, Brody. Appreciate you for sending that through. Decado says, yeah, is it fun? I think it's a lot of fun, especially as you get better and understand how to play the game. It becomes a lot of fun, especially solo. But at least, again, that's me. I have more of that competitive spirit. So there is that. So. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get the recording started for our audio listeners and get the intro popping. All right, we'll see you in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm probably cutting out for Palm, but I'm not cutting out for you. So let's get it rocking and rolling and shaking and baking this fine Saturday morning. By the way, I haven't had my coffee yet. So if you think I'm pumped up right now, wait till I get this vanilla bean caffeinated version that the wife is on the way with. So, ladies and gentlemen, first off, I got to ask you and our audio listeners, how are you doing this morning, evening, afternoon? When are you listening to this? Are you listening to this next to your kids? Well, I want to let you know right now, we're not the most kid-friendly channel, right? We like to give it live, raw, and uncut, which means we say some cuss words. We tell you how we feel. I mean, it's not like over the top or anything like you may see in some other spaces, but definitely something that you got to keep in mind. Are you watching it with your grandma? If you are, tell her, but put it on big screen. See how she feels about us. Maybe she might find us attractive, and she'll put us on her calendar. We'll get those made and get it sent to her, and we'll be her December edition, living split screen style.
What is this? We try to become the GILF channel? What is going on?
No, the DILF, man, the DILF channel.
The DILFs.
Yes, the DILF.
But we're talking about
you're selling yourself too old, man. Dang. Or maybe you're just listening to it on your own. You're doing some chores around the house. You're getting some gaming in, like I tend to do on a weekly basis. You get some gaming in and listen to some podcasts in the background. It's been really nice to do that in like Forza, for an example, which is typically the best one for me to do it because it's just like having the radio on in the car, right? You hear the motor going, got people chopping it up with you. It just feels really good. And I got some smoke to give Forza this week. Again, something else that I personally experience, just because I'm got to be the online dude. I got to be the multiplayer dude. I got to be the guy that experiences all the fucking dumb issues. But it's all right. We'll get into it. Along with who would have ever guessed that there could be bugs in Spider-Man? Right. That's part of the reason why I named the show today what I did. Right. That was the Sony's sticky web of quality, because it has become quite a sticky situation for what's been presented out there. Right. Especially in comparison to the previous games, just using Spider-Man as an example, they seemed so polished. And I know that there were some minor bugs and issues before that people have spoken about, like swinging around as a lamppost. You saw that. Some people were swinging around as a mailbox. But regardless, the game does look good. A lot of the things that I was personally asking for from the game, it looks like they did touch on making the city feel more alive, though I won't know how true that is until I get my hands on it. But it's time to get into the intros, right? I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere. Easiest place to type that in is probably going to be Google, just in case you don't want to go multiple places. But I frequent the streets of X, otherwise known as Twitter, and the Xbox ecosystem, just because it works so well in tandem with all the electronics that I currently use. And I'm still looking for a reason to invest in some of those other systems. But I have to introduce you guys to the most uncanny gentleman that I have met. My brother from another, the X-Men that is not Cyclops. Some refer to him as the encyclopedia of gaming. Shout out to Mav and the fun speculation fam on that side of things. Some like to make him feel like he is a GILF. That's probably why he hinted at that. But
wow.
I think he's a brother for me. We get some good gaming. We have some good conversation in. He's one of the only people that I could ever imagine to be able to have over 3 hours of content with, speaking and not get tired. Because we just give you that energy, man. I don't know how we do it, but we bring it on a week-to-week basis. And I'm talking about the one, the only Hong. So, what's going on, brother, man?
Good morning. That's right. We are back for another episode of Living Split Screen. Myself, my brother from another, Steel Rain. Love coming here every day. It has been a good week, Steel. Obviously, we have actually chatted this week outside of the DMs. We have been in live parties due to the fact that Diablo 4, Diabla, however you want to say it, is back. Season 2 kicked off, and everything that they talked about in the fireside chat, everything that they've been working towards, that they've been telling us after the absolute foobar that they had
Foobar.
with season 1 and what they did to drive people away from the game. Even though we still had a good time in season 1, we did grind it out in season 1 and finish the season pass, the battle pass, whatever you want to call it. Season 2, they have come back with vengeance. They have listened to everything that was asked for, everything that people seemingly said was wrong with season 1. They completely went and fixed and actually went up and beyond in some cases, in my opinion, as far as how that game's playing. So we have been playing a lot of Diablo 4 over the past half of the week here. It is amazing. It is a loot Christmas. This is on par. It's actually probably now at some points beyond even what the beta was when they were dropping legendaries. That's what you're getting now. And they are leaning into this heavily. It feels freaking fantastic. There is still some lag issues, especially when you're partied up, that we are coming across that they've got to iron out.
They've added more enemies on screen too. So
they have done that. The mobs are a lot now, but the loot factor, which is a big, obviously why we play these types of games, is about the loot, man. It's about getting that power fantasy going, and they nailed it. The amount, again, I'm to the point, well, now we're in tier 3, so I do pick up yellows again, but when we were in tier 2, it got to the point where I was skipping yellows and blues completely and just filling my backpack up with legendaries. The leveling system, the amount of experience that you are now gaining. I've now put in somewhere between 12 and 15 hours in season 2, somewhere in that neighborhood. Okay. And I'm already level 52. Okay. That's crazy compared to what we were doing, right? That is nowhere near the grind that we saw in season 1 to get up levels. It feels great. Loving Diablo 4, loving what they're doing with season 2. The whole vampire season of blood is really fitting for Halloween time. I mean, again, Diablo 4 overall is a game that is kind of Halloweenish anyways, just because it's dark horror fantasy. But the vampires, the focus on the vampires is really just gives you that fall feeling, that Halloween feeling, so that spooky season feeling. So this is great. We're having a great time doing it. So I'm going to be in Diablo 4 for sure. Prior to Diablo 4 season 2, it was Starfield. I was back in the Starfield mode, and I'm already missing it again, even though Diablo 4 is pulled me in and I'm loving it. I still I got to get me some Starfield. Still rocking and rolling on that, over 250 hours now, just having a blast in Starfield. It's my all-time favorite game now. I can say that with confidence. It is what it is. I don't care what anybody else says. I think it's a masterpiece, and it's freaking fantastic. Love.
Speaking of that, real quick, Pong. Rob the Don asked a good question. He says, "Hey, I got a question for chat, and I want to take this too. What makes a game quality?" This word has been thrown around a lot, and I know we're in our intros, right? But you were just speaking about Starfield being a masterpiece to you, right? Yeah. So what makes the game quality to you, or what makes a game quality?
It's gonna be game to game, what draws me in, and what, at the end of the day, games are, for me, about the entertainment and fun value. That is the ultimate quality marker for me, right? For some people, it's going to be graphics. For some people, it's going to be other things, right? But for me, it is how much fun am I having while playing this game? How much am I smiling? How much am I going, wow, whoa, look at that? Mm-hmm. That, to me, is a marker of quality outside of everything else. Again, for me, and I keep saying this because I only speak for myself, because that's all that matters. It's me in the game. That's it. Even if I'm playing multiplayer, it's still just me in the game.
Right.
And for me, bugs don't bother me like they bother other people, at least how people talk about them.
It's immersion break.
Right. And immersion is another word that's been now overused in this industry, I think. But anyways, it doesn't matter. For me as a gamer, I don't mind bugs. Bugs don't kill the game for me unless, again, I lose time. If they're game-breaking bugs and I lose time that I put into that game because of a game save bug or whatever the case, whatever happens, then we've got problems. So quality is going to be subjective to everybody else, right? There's people who think that quality is a Toyota car, right? There's other people at a different level in their life who would say that quality starts at Porsche, right? That's
a perspective thing.
Yeah. It is a perspective thing. But for me, quality is about how much entertainment and fun am I getting out of the game. Obviously, I would say that if the game is broken or if the game, it doesn't, if the game doesn't work properly, then sure, I obviously would come out and say it's not a quality game. But for the most part, I think people kind of really have to take a step back when you hear somebody saying quality or giving their opinions on the game and realize that it is for them personally. Too many people out here again are driven, right? But a lot of people out here are driven by the hive mind mentality, by the sheep, right? And that if the majority doesn't agree, then it can't be. Well, that's not true because it is individual. It is person by person, gamer by gamer on what they think is quality. So that's, to me,
that's true,
where I'm at with it. And again, we've now had the discussion too, and we're going to talk about with Spider-Man 2. People brought up the discussion of whether or not a $70 game needs to be long because Spider-Man 2 isn't that long considering other games.
Oh, I got an opinion.
But, yeah, great.
I got a strong opinion.
Great. Yeah, great. We're going to get into it, Steele. We're going to get into it. Yeah. We're going to get into it. But Diablo 4, you get back, is great. Starfield, still rocking and rolling on that. Played, obviously, Modern Warfare 3 beta last weekend with the family. Had a great time in that. They are selling you DLC. They're selling us DLC. It's $70. But guess what? If you're going to do that and you're going to convince everybody that
it's good, man.
It's great.
It's good.
It's great. Also did hop into a new Game Pass game this week, Like a Dragon, Ishin.
Okay.
Yep. I did hop into that for about an hour or so this week just to check it out. If you are a fan of Yakuza, if you like the action combat Yakuzas, you go hop into this game. It is set back in the day, so you are a samurai, so it is set back in that time frame in Japan, but it is Yakuza through and through. Like a Dragon, I guess, is what they call all of them now. But anyways, Yakuza, I will always know them as Yakuzas. It is really, really good. Because again, remember, this game is an older game that only came out in the East, never came to the West. They've remade it.
It's not super old though. I thought it was still newer.
No. Ishin originally came out only in the East. The story Ishin, the story of Ishin. You're right. Okay. So they've remade it and released it worldwide.
Oh, that's what I'm. Yeah, they remade it. Gotcha.
Yeah. But it is a great game. From what I played so far, like the hour I played in, it's a Yakuza game. It's just set in a different time period, but it's set up exactly the same way. Super dope. Again, I like those games, so it's my style. Again, I don't have time to put into it right now, but I want to check it out and see how it was, and it's great. So that's what I've been doing this week, Steele. That's what I've been doing.
That kind of tells me that I'm probably not going to end up playing it if it plays like the other one. So
yeah, it does. Yep.
Yeah. So there's that.
But the time period might dry in a little bit more too. So
I'll try it out for an hour. See how I feel about it. God Emperor Sofa King with the $5, man. Appreciate that. He says Spider-Man 2 story was phoned in my opinion. They basically took plots from the Amazing Spider-Man 2 and the OG Spider-Man, mashed it together and added Miles. See, Spider-Man is going to have a tough time with trying to reinvigorate himself because there have been other games and there are other stories that have kind of trudged this path. I will say, as much as I do agree that they did pull from those areas, even if you want to do Web of Shadows or any of the other Spider-Man games that I personally didn't have the time to play, or didn't play, I know the entire story about this game, right? For Spider-Man 2. I essentially know what happens. I know the big beats. I don't feel personally spoiled because when I actually play the game, I'm still going to feel different because I'm more so impacted by my actual experience with the game, how I feel in those moments. Like what Pong was mentioning, what makes games great. And for me, one of those is how does the game make me feel, which is why Starfield is my game of the year right now because of the way that the game made me feel. As much as it may be up and down, it was more up than it was down. But for Spider-Man, I think that Insomniac, we've never seen Spider-Man at this type of fidelity. And I think that that's more so the impressive thing than anything else, right? Although the other thing that we also like to see, because this is something that we complain about, is that when developers get IPs or publishers get IPs and they don't stay true to the original content, or they try to veer too far away. That's one of the biggest problems that people have with the MCU right now, a Marvel Cinematic Universe, is that some people feel like they've deviated too far from a lot of the OG stories. People wanted to see some of those things get brought to life. That's what appeals to us. And then you can sell that to other people. Like, of course, still add your own flavor, but add on top of that. It's part of the reason why the Venom movies, in my opinion, aren't that great. Outside of Tom Hardy, and I do like what they did with Venom overall, giving him that more comedic side, but still kind of serious. And I don't know if this game has that. I didn't see those bits of it. But that's something else that I want to see because Venom is also an extremely dynamic character. He's not just a bad guy. He's like Deadpool in many ways, right? It's just his obsession with Spider-Man that kind of drives that. I would say it's more so like a Goku Vegeta thing, that rivalry that they kind of have with each other. But it's going to be, I'm not going to say that they weren't genuine with their story. They didn't put any work in or any effort in. I think that they did, from what I know of the game. But again, it's all going to be perspective. I also can admit that I do have a affinity for superhero type games, like the Iron Man game that was Marvel this week, that we got more information for this week, that unfortunately, and I don't know if this is going to be an unfortunate thing, but it's unfortunate to me because it doesn't sound like they're going to use what EA had in Anthem and bring it to Iron Man. And what I mean by that is that the Iron Man game is going to be in the Unreal Engine, Unreal 5. Those Anthem mechanics are in Frostbite. How do you carry that over? Can you carry that over? Are you even considering that? I don't know if they are. I hope that they are, because that's going to be another one that I will play day one. And it's one of those that, like, I want it to be the best Iron Man game that it could be. But we'll get more into that because there is a lot more to talk about versus Spider-Man goes. But as far as like what considers a game quality, and then I'll get into, I've only played a couple games this week. UE5 is a dumpster fire. Again, it just depends on how you look at it. Oh, baby girl, thank you. I think UE5 has done well. It just needs more optimization. That's only going to come with time, unfortunately, because it is a newer engine, especially for this generation. I think the Coalition, thank you. I think the Coalition is probably going to be the first one to show you what a well-optimized game looks like. Thank you. Not right now. I appreciate it. Well, the wife is over here handing me white Reese's and whatnot.
Lucky you.
Oh,
got your Uber Eats
sure.
gone. Let's go.
Go Uber Eats, you stupid. Because I just ordered it and got it all sent in right now. But what qualifies a good game, right? Yeah. I do agree with Pong. A lot of it is subjective.
Yeah, of course.
It is extremely subjective. Some people were mentioning it in the chat. It's defined by the gameplay. It's defined by visuals. It's defined by I don't know, other things that you would probably consider storytelling, important.
But then you got a game like real quick, Steele. But we had a game like Vampire Survivors drop, right? I would say that's a quality game. Graphics aren't cutting edge, right? There's really no story, right, whatsoever, right? So that's why I say it's, for me, again, it's a fun factor. That's why I say that, because there are games out there that are just pure fun that I would still say are quality no matter what at the end of the day, because of how much I enjoyed it.
Yeah, so. I mean, and I'm going to have to lean back on I'm going to lean all the way on the fact that it is extremely subjective, because for me, a lot of people just using using Yakuza for an example. You guys, we were having that whole Yakuza conversation and how good they are, and I see other people talking about it and how good they are, and it's highly regarded, and it's coming to the West, and I try to jump in, right? Yeah. I know me as a gamer, I love combat. I know that I have been ruined by what I expect in combat because of the types of games that I've played, right? So that started early with Devil May Cry and has only gotten worse since then, especially when I have games like that are massive, that are MMOs, that have the type of combat that a game like Black Desert has, for an example, where it's extremely dynamic. There is the push and pull, there's rock, paper, scissors kind of gameplay going on. You have to get good at the game to be somewhat decent. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to have a very jaded experience. So when I jump into Yakuza and I start feeling that combat, some people might say, man, that's pretty good combat. For me, that's unbearable combat. I cannot deal with that. I cannot force myself to play through that game to get through that. But because of the cutscenes and everything else, I can still look at it, stand back and say, you know what? This is still a good game. Now, this is where I'm going to have to push back a little bit on you, Pong, because it can't be full fun factor. Because if I didn't have fun with it, but I can still say it's a great game or it's a good game, then that also adds the element of me being able to be, and again, maybe this is the value that I have because I know who I am as a gamer. I know what I like. I've played a lot of different games, and I can kind of say, hey, in comparison to this other game, it's not really for me, but it does offer all of these other things that people might like, so maybe you should try it, right? There is the storytelling element. There is the graphical side to it. It is the presentation of it. And again, for me, it's about how the game makes you feel while you're playing it. Right. That's why I'm so stringent about the whole, within the first hour to 3 hours of a game, whether or not whether this is something that is for you or something that you should give your time to. But go ahead, Paul.
No. I was just going to say, but I don't think you're really pushing back the way that you think you are against me, because be able to recognize that quality is subjective and that other people could enjoy a game. I don't think that means that it's just about the fun factor or the entertainment factor, because the simple fact is that we both can step back and recognize that other people are going to enjoy and have fun and be entertained by other things that maybe we won't be. Right. So I don't think your pushback is necessarily that on what I'm saying from your description of how you can do that, because we both have that ability. I have zero interest in Zelda, but I could still step away and not be a hater and say, obviously, there is a large group of gamers who absolutely believe Zelda is the greatest game of all time, depending on which one you're talking about. And that to them is quality. But just because it doesn't interest me doesn't mean that it's not quality at all. It's just that it's just not a game for me, interest wise. Right. So, excuse me. I think that's the difference. But anyways,
for sure. God Emperor says $2 Super Mario Wonder is really quality in my opinion. And again, I mean, yeah, that's fine. I don't like Mario, so I'm not ever going to agree with you. Right. Yeah. So I do think that Mario Kart's a quality game. Yeah, but I also think that it's a DLC that is.
But you can recognize, Steele, what you were just talking about. You can recognize that other people are going to think that Super Mario Brothers Wonder is a quality game. If this is the word that we're going with, quality game, that obviously Super Mario Brothers Wonder obviously hits all the right notes for
a lot of games can be quality.
Yeah.
Is the King Kong game quality? Can we largely agree
you know
that the
what?
King Kong game is not
I meant
quality?
to do that in my intro real quick. Side tangent here again. Here we go with one of our classic.
What year are we in, Paul?
Living split screens openings, intros here. But side note, by the way, chat, now that we got almost all our regulars back in here on a Saturday morning, shout out to all of you. Yeah, all of. Last week I said that new King Kong Skull Island game was something that I would pick up when it went on sale for $20. Okay, I was wrong. No, not even. Like I told Steele in the DMs after I saw the videos that were put out about this game.
That's embarrassing, bro.
Not even $5, people. Not even $5. I won't touch that game, even though I do like King Kong. I'm not going to touch that king ever. Okay, or that game ever. I'm not going to touch that king. Whoa, pause.
Whoa.
I'm not going to touch that game ever, even at any price, because I saw the videos. It also has now come out this week that they only had that game in development for a year.
Oh, that's why it looks shitty.
And it makes sense. Yeah. If you guys haven't seen it, it is now taking the crown over Gollum as the worst game of the year by far.
It's
by far. This literally looks like it could have run on the PS2. I know everybody likes to go, oh, that game could run on a 360 or a PS3. This game literally looks like it could be a PS2 game.
It should have been.
They only developed it for a year. This is not quality, okay, at all in that game. So, anyways, I had to get that out of the way.
No, that was just wild. And Gollum has a lot more quality than that game does. That's the crazy thing. But Gollum was also for a year of development. That's got to make sense. So it's better than Starfield. Whoa, you're going a little farther.
Wow,
that's definitely a deep.
Stop, OCD.
If that's how you feel, Paul, you can't judge people if that's how he feels.
It's an opinion. Go right ahead, but stop, OCD.
But what I've been into, so I want to start off with this. Forza Motorsport, Turn 10, Playground Games. I got a problem with y'all. I don't know if you need somebody to help out with the networking side of things, your server. I don't know what's going on, but I'm tired of playing these games and feel like I'm fucking wasting my time. It is such a terrible feeling to me. And it is even worse in Forza Motorsport when I get into an online lobby, and sure, people can say, well, you should just play offline, Steel. Sure, I could play offline, but I also don't, if I don't want to play on offline, what if I want to race against people? I enjoy that. I'm a multiplayer dude. There's a lot of adrenaline that gets pumping from that. It makes no sense for me to get into a room, because again, a lot of these cars I haven't used before, right? So I get into an online lobby that has 20 minutes before the race starts. Cool. Plenty of time. I get to practice in. I can feel out the car. I can, really get it set up the way I want. And maybe I get some extra time to grab some water. Maybe I do my qualifying run, get good placement. These things take about, you got a brand new car, for me at least, take about 10 to 15 minutes. Okay? The race starts in 20 minutes. So 15 minutes taken away, I got 5 minutes left for the race to start, right? I'll race around a bit, make sure I got the right tire pressure, I got the right gear setup that I like. Because again, game's early on, so there's not enough tunes out there for me to just go grab and just use, right? So I'm doing some work myself, right? And I'm just feeling out the game because I want to learn how the game kind of reacts to some of the changes I make. How does my car react to some of the changes I make? We get down to those last 30 seconds, boom, carries over. You get to the next loading screen, and using my fuel, tires, going through the different people, seeing what their setups are looking like, game crashes. Hard crash, too, by the way. Straight to the desktop. And it is me playing on PC. And you can say, well, still, you should be playing on console then. No, that's not the answer. And I dislike that. And I dislike that answer because it should work across the board, right? But anyway, so boom, game crashes. That I personally feel like, the one time I can kind of look over and say, you know what, it is what it is. Maybe I can just get into another lobby. What makes it worse, it makes me feel a certain way about it, is that I have to spend another 20 minutes for the lobby to start or for me to do that online race. And I don't want to do an open race. I want to do these these league races that they have set up. And then I get back in there, this one that has another 20 minutes because I can't join the race that I crashed out of. So again, I have to wait another 20 minutes for the race to start. So then I don't have to do any work to my car now. So now again, I'm just racing the track at this point. It doesn't really do much for me. Maybe qualify. Gives me about 15 minutes left about doing whatever. And sure, I could get up and walk around and yeah, I could do all those things, but I'm here I jumped on to play the game, right? I only got so much time. For then to race the start again, and then the game crashes mid-race. I'm talking 4th lap out of 7 type shit. Middle of the race. I get bumped into, hit the wall, game crashes. Do you know that I almost uninstalled this damn game? It said, you know what? This Forza isn't for me anymore. I was so frustrated by this because this is an hour of game time that I was expecting to have.
Yeah.
That was completely broken for me because of the game crashing. That's extremely unfortunate. And that does turn me off of it. And I am at a point
respecting your time.
And that is the exact point that I'm getting to. It's not. And it doesn't make me want to play that game. It makes me want to say, you know what? I'll hold off for some time and do these other things because obviously you don't respect it. And you can say, oh, well, still, you're supposed to expect these things. And how are you supposed to know that the game is going to? If you're going to make me wait to play, the game better fucking work. And that's my main point that I want to bring to the forefront. It is already bad enough that you have to level up every single car. Yes, they adjusted it and made it easier. You can get parts sooner. That's great. But because it's not restricted to manufacturer or more so set by manufacturer, I have to grind. Mm-hmm. And these races change. And because, again, I'm not going to take the answer of, oh, it's your fault. You want to play online and play multiplayer. Single player works just fine. Ha, ha, ha. That is not the point. And I hate when people fight me back with that. Oh, this is why we shouldn't do online with multiplayer games. No, this is what I like about it. I like being able to have competition with other people online because the AI guys, like I'm playing level 7, probably could bump it up to level 8, and it's not offering me enough challenge.
Use something else though.
And I get that, and that's even with me starting at the back of the pack.
Bro, that's stupid.
Again, that's and I get that, that's a me problem. But because that's a me problem, I want to go to this other side of the game that they are blatantly have put work into and have iterated to us. Hey, we just we added all these features, all these things are working. Oh, and don't get me started on the penalty system that lets people damn near flip your car over and they don't get a penalty. Oh, it's rubbing is racing. Oh, no. He rubbed me and flipped my car.
Right.
And he gets if he does get a penalty, it's a .20 violation. What? He wrecked me. How does that make sense? I thought the AI that you use to calculate that information is supposed to look back and see this information, see what happened. And it's just it's not making sense to me. So it's irritating. And right now, I'm not playing Forza again for a while. I'm good. I don't want to play Horizon. I don't want to play Motorsport. I don't want to play any of that shit. It can stay right where it's at. Now, if I do hop on and play, I probably will play some more single player. Work on leveling up some more cars. Because I do enjoy that element of it. The game feels good to play. But I also have other games to play.
Yeah.
So it's just unfortunate because it was a game that I was hoping to really keep more so in my rotation. And I have to move it out the rotation. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Now, it's more smoke. Lords of the Fallen. I don't care how great the game is playing on PC and PlayStation, but I swear to God, this is the fucking worst Souls game I've ever played.
Whoa.
I swear to God.
Is that possible?
I swear to God. Mainly because of the performance issues. And it's only that bad because you get put into moments where because it is the most beautifully trash game that I have played. Because I like the game. I enjoy it. But then the bad moments in Lords of the Fallen are so fucking egregious to me. So, give you an example. The game, when you die the first time you go to an Umbral world, basically you get a second chance to live. Ooh. But because the game's performance is ass on Xbox, and I have the game on Xbox, shout out to my brother, that invested, because again, it was one of those few Souls-like that offer co-op from the very beginning. Essentially, you can play the whole thing start to finish, never have to leave each other. It offered an element that we like, and it was something that I could play with the bro. And I was interested in it anyway. I was like, oh yeah, this game looks like it'll be pretty cool. What's egregious to me is when I get into combat or tense situations and the game gets choppy. Like choppy to the point where it feels like it's 15 frames. And I can't play a game that's not only difficult and punishing like Souls games are, but then also punishes you by making you not only fight the enemies, not only understand the game, but then I also have to fight against the game. The performance of the game. It's not enjoyable. It's not fun. Every time that I play it, it makes me feel like, and I run into those situations, it's like I have to sit back and ask myself questions. But I want to keep playing it with my bro, even though he's been having some of those issues too. It's been so bad, Pong, in some of our co-op sessions, where it literally gets down to like 5 frames.
Yeah.
Like it's literally stut. And it's like you can't do, and it's like micro pauses. Like 2-second micro pauses, matter of fact. Sometimes the game just freezes up and you're in the middle of a roll, but for whatever reason though, the AI is still active. It's still working. So the game's paused, but the AI is still working. Mm-hmm. I can still get hit. I can't dodge the attacks all of a sudden. Every time I do attack, he's like right on top of me again. Oh, come on, man. I am gonna beat it because I got it from a bro, and they do seem to be updating it. Yeah, but they said they were, and it just, for me at least, it is the worst game that I've played. Souls games that I played, and it's hard, and it's hard for me to say that because it's also a good Souls game, but because of the performance issues, and this is leagues beyond anything that Jedi Survivor had issue-wise.
Sure.
This is like literally on a level of like it's intolerable in a lot of ways. And no, Nick, to answer your question, I didn't buy it. My brother bought it. We home share, so it is what it is. We'll eat that cost. Because the game is not a bad game. What makes it a bad game is the performance. And the game is probably going to be a great game 6 months from now. But then that goes right back to my point, and this is a game that offers co-op, so not as straining on that point. They're fucking a lot of these single player, more so focused games, we need to wait on. We need to hold off. Fight your FOMO. You don't have to get it day one. But it is not acceptable for the game to have all these great marks and people just consistently looking over the issues that the Xbox still has. They're not talking about it on their Twitter. They're not talking about it on any other secret. People are saying the patch. What patch? I have one patch that's allowed me to all of a sudden, because the first issue that I had when I got in a co-op, I couldn't change it from quality to performance mode. It stayed in quality mode, and quality mode felt like it was playing at 20 frames.
Yeah.
So it didn't feel good. So, and other than that, to round off my week, because it just feels like I just had some unfortunate things.
You've been playing a lot of buggy stuff, man.
I feel like I've been in a lot of unfortunate situations, and then I got to step away and help my daughter real quick. The last thing that I'll get into here is, and I mentioned it pre-show, is Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. This was a game that I was holding off on for some time. I am a Dragon Ball fan, so there is that. I have played many of the Dragon Ball games. I've even imported games from back in the day. This game is actually leagues beyond what I thought it was going to be, right? Especially at a combat standpoint. Now, the open world combat is kind of whatever to me, because it does have that Eastern flair where it's like start stop, that I don't kind of like, right? I'd rather it be more so free flowing. It's not super bad like how it was in Tales of Arise, where it's that old school kind of back in the day Final Fantasy moments where it's like you run into an enemy or you're into a patch of grass and then it's like all of a sudden music starts. Dun, 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 dun. Like it's not like that. But it does have that element to it, right? It's quick. It's not like now you got to wait all day. But the combat feels amazing as far as like making you feel like you are a Saiyan or you're part of that universe. Being able to do the multiple shadow step or the dodge step, whatever you want to call it, is super dope to me because you can't do that in other games without wasting your stamina. And knowing that it's more so based on timing and they kind of use it as a parry mechanic too. It's super dope. I like the way that it makes. I like the way that it feels. The combat feels good too. I mean, I'm still figuring it out. I'm early on. I've only played it for a couple hours, but I'm really liking what I've played of it again. And it's Dragon Ball is one of those stories that'll never get old to me personally. And every time that I walk back through it, I feel like I see things. And from what I've heard, this game does kind of expand out things for the Dragon Ball universe. And so you can kind of progress your way. And they've kind of, I don't think they've made it all the way modern yet, as far as catching up with the story and whatnot. But I think they've caught up enough to a point to where game-wise, you'll end up having a lot of content to be able to really have some fun with. So I'm having a good time with that. That's probably going to be another one that's going to be in my main rotation. Again, I haven't played a Dragon Ball game since Xenoverse, and Xenoverse more so puts you in charge. And I think this combat is better than Xenoverse is, honestly. Yeah. I don't like Xenoverse being based off of the guard break mechanic or the stamina break mechanic. I don't like that. It's so weird to me in a fighting game. And it's probably because I do come from Tekken, where Dead or Alive and stuff. I feel like you could do combat in a way where you don't have to. If you're gonna juggle me, you can juggle me. But if I can prevent being juggled, sure. And I know people say that about, you can prevent your stamina being broken. Just get good at the game. I just feel like it comes across cheesy and it makes you play a certain way. Whereas this game feels a little bit more free, but it is a single player game. So I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, that's been mostly my week other than touching Warzone off and on because they had those Halloween events in there. I fought the Butcher. That was a really good time. Although I had another group that came in there, hated on us. And because I play with randos most of the time, hated on us and killed us before we could fully get the final kill on that Butcher. But is what it is. But that seems really cool too, man. Nighttime gameplay, Modern Warfare feeling better. And Modern Warfare 3 too. I mean, that last weekend that I was able to jump in. Yeah, I mean, to be frank, it does feel better than what we have right now. To be frank, this is probably the easiest $70 they're going to make. Unfortunately, it's literally a $70 map pack. $3,000
devs.
$70 map pack, and for them to revert all the things that they changed. Slide canceling is back. Weapons are back. Fast movements back. Maps are back. I mean, the only thing that you got to do now is bring the movement to Warzone. What?
Yep.
And I still don't know how they're going to do that, whether they're going to keep Warzone separate and so it still feels different, or whether they will transition it over. I don't know. I thought Warzone was going to be its own thing moving forward. So, and seeing how excited people are for the new combat mechanics, for the things that have come back, they may want to make that transition. So, but that's been my week so far, man. Bong, if you want to shout out to the chat real quick.
Yep.
Actually, let me help my daughter.
I'll share some breaking news too while everybody's away. Something that happened overnight that Steel probably doesn't have a lot of interest in, but I do. So we're gonna share it out. Jez posted about 3-4 hours ago, I guess it is, that we got new Final Fantasy 14 news. That's right, folks. Final Fantasy 14. If you don't remember, Phil being on stage with the new CEO of Square and shaking hands during their fan fest in Las Vegas. We're getting Final Fantasy 14 next year on Xbox. Finally, after all this time, it is finally coming. But they had some new updates last night from Final Fantasy 14. And of course, this is coming from Windows Central. Alexander Cope is actually the one who wrote the article, but Jez reposted it and talked about it. So, Final Fantasy 14 news, new melee DPS job, Viper, it's called. This was out of the Fan Fest in London, by the way. So when Dawn Trail, which is the new expansion that releases next year, comes out, you're going to get a new melee DPS job called Viper, which is uses two swords, dual swords that can turn into a staff, which sounds cool and awesome. They talked about some of the new areas that they're going to have, and new boss and dungeons called the Eliminator. They've got a new Alliance raid coming, Echoes of the Vandeal. They talked about the beta for Xbox, and that's why I'm bringing this up. So they're going to have an open beta test for there's going to be an open beta test for the Xbox version of Final Fantasy 14 in the middle of January 2024 and February 2024. So what do you mean to test it out? You got to test it, Steel.
The game's been out for I don't know how long, man.
What but not on Xbox, bro.
Oh my god!
You gotta test it on Xbox, bro. They gotta give everybody a taste.
It's a server test.
It's a server test. It is absolutely 1000% a server test. So cannot wait for this. I will be hopping. I've been waiting for this, Steel.
I'll jump into it with you. Yeah, I'll jump in.
Okay. All right, good. Because I've been waiting for this for a very long time.
I like the way that class sounds too.
And I know I've been talking about it nonstop, how many games that I'm passing up this year already, just due to the fact of games like Diablo and Starfield taking hundreds of my hours, taking me away from my normal grazing. Right?
Yes, why so serious?
But Final Fantasy 14, I have been waiting on for a long time. I wanted to jump into this MMO. I played Final Fantasy 11, right? Was the other one that was an MMO, the first one? Yep, 11. Played that on the PS2 where you had to buy the actual hard drive for the PS2 with the internet, with the old internet phone wire jack in it to be able to play it. I put hundreds of hours into that game. I did not hop into Final Fantasy 14 on PS4. And then I got back into the Xbox ecosystem, and of course it hasn't been here. So this is a big thing. I want to play this game. So I can't wait for the open beta test. I will be in there. Now Steele says he's going to hop in with me. So
yeah, I'll hop in.
I will have a partner. I played back in the day with randos. I don't care. I'm not that dude. So, you play randos, play with randos on your MMOs too. But I can't wait, man. So that's big news. So we're getting open beta January, February. Man, I'm excited for that one, man. I can't wait to see what they've done with Final Fantasy 14.
Hopefully they'll let you at least carry over some progression. Hopefully they'll let you carry over some progression, because again, it's a difficult time, but probably not. Final Fantasy 14, I've heard a lot of great things about. And why so serious? To your example, there is a sub to play Final Fantasy. It is free. I don't know how they're going to present it to Xbox. If it's the same way as it is right now, it's going to be free to play till about 60-70, I believe. And then you have to buy the expansions after you, or at least get the sub to get access to the rest of the content. So that is something to keep in mind. But the other thing too is the last time I played it, from what I heard, people said the first 100 hours of the game are kind of bland. So kind of take that as you will also, because there is a lot of dialogue in Final Fantasy 14. There is a lot of things to read. There's a lot of things to understand, but there's also a lot of content out there for Final Fantasy 14. So I think this time around, if we do end up jumping into it, Pong, I'm probably going to, other than the new class or whatever, because that definitely sounds something that's up my alley or something I'd be interested in, I might look at some walkthroughs or something to give me a baseline idea of where we need to go, how I need to approach things as a new player. So we're not trying to figure shit out like it's fucking a brand new game or something, right? So, and at least that's probably how I'm going to approach it. So I'm making the best use of my time because there's no telling what else is going to be out around then, right? So, what else we're going to be playing? Helldivers is coming,
bro. There's gonna be a million games. We're already stacked in 2024 with the early stuff we know. We're going to have a ton of games, and that's why it's always hard to jump into MMOs and anything big. But again, I've done it this year with Starfield, which is not an MMO, but again, it's taking up a similar amount of time as you would, or Diablo. Again, Diablo, I'm well over probably 150 hours now, somewhere in that neighborhood on Diablo. So, I don't have a problem putting time into those types of games. It's just that, yes, there's going to be so much to play, but I've been waiting on Final Fantasy 14. I'm hopping in. I can't wait. I really can't. So let's get this. Shout out to the chat because we got a lot of great people in here. The Hooded Canuck is in here. Why so serious? Of course, dropping on in here. Doom Reaper is in the house. What's going on, Doom? OCD Gamer, the one, the only. Nixie is up in here. What's going on, Nixie? We got MBG dropping in here. Shout out to you, MBG.
Let's get that sub train going, baby.
I hope things are going well over there, MBG. Let's see what else we got. We got God Emperor Sofa King in the house. What's going on, God Emperor? We got Froggy T White up in here. What's going on, Froggy? We got the one, the only, the amazing Lady Foxfire in the house. Thank you, Lady, for dropping on in here. Blue Moon FC, great to see you, brother. How you doing, man? Who else? We got Dip Down Anime dropping on by. Great to see you, Dip Down. As always, who else? We got M. Gene in the house. We got the one, the only Decado, of course, is here. We got Nam Omar dropping in as he usually does on a Saturday. Thank you, Nam. Who else? We got in here. Man, you guys have been talking. Talos Ray, what's going on, Talos? We got Visual Walkthrough. What's going on, Visual? Great to have you a part of our show today. Let me see here. We got the Country Gentleman in the house. What's going on, brother? Thank you so much for dropping in here. Ozzy Fan 80. I see you. What's going on, Ozzy Fan? Great to have you saying hi. Crispy Rambo is in the house. What's going on, Crispy? Rambo Sanchez, MTZ Gaming dropping on in here. And I see you, Sanchez. You coming in with all the smoke this morning and the slander. I see you having a good time. Who else? Wow. You guys have been talking. Holy cow. We got Rob the Don 202, of course, is in here. We got Oats in the house. What's going on, Oats?
You got some Oats?
We got some oats. Gotta have your morning oats. Jacob Novick, what is happening,
what up, Jacob?
Brother? What's going on? Jesse Darby's in the house. What's going on, Jesse? And I know that I saw 108 Dragons. Lemon dropped in here earlier. That's as far back as I can go in the chat right now. But I did see him dropping in here. Poison Maniac, what's going on? Eastside Vandal. Joe Dunmore. Joe Dunmore's in the house. Everybody, what's going on? Andrew Cullinane, I see you too. I remember you were in here too before. Yeah. What were you gonna say, Steel?
No, I don't know.
I thought you were gonna say something about 108.
No.
The Dragon's Den every Saturday afternoon.
I was gonna say, shout out to 108. I know work's been keeping you busy though. Life has been keeping you busy as well. Stay safe out there. I'm sending you much energy, much love, brother. And stay safe, man. For sure.
Yeah, absolutely. 1000%. All right, everybody. Let's get to the upcoming week of gaming. And we are, geez, oh man. We are coming into the last full week of October. And this is going to start on October the 23rd. So let's get down to business and see what we got in here. Hopefully there's no more King Kong games that I'm going to say I'm going to play and then look at the video and say, yeah, no, I'm not going to play that. All right. We starting off with a big PC release. This was supposed to be coming to Game Pass console. It is coming to PC Game Pass as well, but they've delayed the console versions of this game until next year, I believe. But this is a game that, again, you can say why, but Millions of people play it. I love City Builders and, of course, City Skylines 2, which is looking fantastic. Now, they did come out and say that there was going to be some performance issues when it first launches into PC, so be prepared for that. But they said they were working on them. They kind of just got it out of the way up front and said, look, you might run into some issues, but I am going to be checking this out on PC. I want to see what these cities look like on my PC. So I'm going to check this out.
They're going to look stupid.
Bro, they look great on console. The old City lines look great on console. I when I went on my City Skylines kind of playthrough earlier this year, I was posting screenshots, posting videos of fly-throughs of my city. These games are just cool. They're so much fun. I don't know. For me, it's just something, that loop of watching my city grow and watching the cars move in and just get popular, get that population going. Love it. So City Skylines 2 is a big one. And again, it coming into Game Pass is a huge W for Xbox for sure. Console version's coming later. But right now, PC, the 24th. And of course, the franchise that just never goes away. It just continues to roll on. I don't know how many this is now. I don't know how many years it's been, but Just Dance 24 is coming October the 24th, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and Switch. That's right. Get your dance on this week.
I thought you were going to co-op this with me and put it on the channel.
No.
Oh, okay.
Never again. Rhythm games and me. No. I'm your stereotypical white boy when it comes to dancing. So I could do the white boy dances, right? I used to hit the clubs back in the day. Don't get me wrong. I love music. I love music. I love music, and I love getting out on the dance floor back, at least when I was younger. But man, I ain't got no moves. Anyways, and then one of the biggest, I won't say the biggest, but one of the biggest cash grabs of all time, that is going to be attempted to be pulled off. This is a heist. Okay. This is a flat out heist by Konami. Metal Gear Solid, the Master Collection Volume 1 is dropping this week. I was excited for this when they originally announced it until they said, basically, we're not doing anything. We're just giving you the original versions with a little bit of up-res. Yeah, no, I'm not doing this. But I know a lot of people will go grab this just out of nostalgia. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC, October the 24th. Shout out to everybody who's hopping back into it. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to.
They should remake those games, man, from the ground up. The story's there. You don't have to do anything else.
The respect for those games should be there. Konami is not respecting these games in any way, shape, or form. So you know what? Screw Konami. I'm not buying it. And then we've got another Lord of the Rings game coming out. No hype. We've seen a couple trailers. It's Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. This is the one where you play as the dwarves in their kingdom, right? Coming to PlayStation 5 and PC. I don't see an Xbox release. Is that true?
No, it says Xbox Series X and S.
Coming next year. So they've delayed it. So it's coming October 24th, 2023 to PlayStation 5 and PC.
Okay.
But the Xbox Series console version is now delayed until 2024, at least according to Game Informer. Again, anybody in the chat that knows, let us know. But this is again, you'd have to go back and look at the trailer. I'm sure you would remember. Where did they show it at? I don't even remember. It was one of the shows during the spring or summer. I don't think it wasn't on Xbox stage. I know that. But yeah, I do remember seeing this. It was earlier show, I think, this year. Anyways, so if you're a Lords of the Rings fans, be on the lookout for this one. I'd probably wait and see how things shape up with this one. What we saw in the trailer wasn't very good. It's developed by a developer called Free Range Games, published by North Beach Games. We could have another Gollum situation on our hand, or we could have a surprise that nobody knew about, right? So again, shout out to Lord of the Rings. So let's see here. We've got Stray Souls coming October 25th to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Another horror game just in time for Halloween, everybody.
No, I'm good. I don't even like the cover art. If I saw this cover art on a game in the store, I'm not buying this.
I'm not playing it. No. Jukai Studio and published by Versus Evil. So go check that out. For all you horror fans. Battle Cakes coming to PC October 26th. It's exactly what you think it is. It is cupcakes that are fighting.
Yes.
Volcano Bean is the publisher and the developer, folks. So Battle Cakes is coming.
It's an adventure game.
Yeah. One of the biggest PC hits of the year. Some people are saying potentially up for game of the year in certain categories. One that I have not actually dove into yet on PC. I eventually want to try it because it's got some elements that I do love in games. But Dave the Diver is coming to Switch on October 26th. This has been a huge hit. The Diver. I don't know why we're doing the word thing today, Steele, but that's fine. The Diver it is. So Diver, tomato, whatever. Dave the Diver.
It's Diver.
Yeah, I know. It is coming out on Switch. And again, this is a game where you actually go fishing. So it's like a scuba game where you go fishing, and then you're also a cook and you cook meals.
So I can cook the fish.
Yeah. Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, bro.
Well, I mean, that's
bro.
intuitive. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, bro. But there's a lot more to it too. Supposedly the story is cool and stuff, and it looks fun as hell. I am gonna check it out at some point. But
I won't play it, but nice.
Yeah, no, you won't. But that's fine. All right, then we've got on October the 26th as well, Frog Detective. The entire mystery is launching on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Switch. Developed and published by Worm Club, and Super Hot Presents also helps them publish this as well. But Frog Detective, the entire mystery, a nice little indie game. Obviously, if you're one of those indies, hey, indie people, I like indie games. I just don't have time for them right now. But you got time? Go check out Frog Detective, the entire mystery. Then we've got. Oh, no wonder why. I was like, why did I hear about this? Ghostbusters, Rise of the Ghost Lord, coming out to PlayStation, VR2, and Quest. Developed by In Dreams. Sony Pictures VR published it, so it's coming to both the VR2 and the Quest. Ghostbusters in VR for all you VR fans out there. That's right. Then we got a game that's going to probably get a lot of hype. It is niche. It is in that runner genre. Ghost Runner 2. I tried to play the first Ghost Runner. I'm not going to beat my head.
It's not easy. Yeah, it's not easy.
Man. Nope. This one introduces a cyberpunk like motorcycle to it. It looks fantastic.
Looks dope,
the aesthetic. Again, this is another one of those games that aesthetically is everything I love, and I should be playing this game, but I'm not into Souls like runners. I just can't do it, man. I'm not going to sit there and run the same path over and over and over again until I can beat it. I'm just not. I think they've made
it more accessible though too.
We'll find out if they have Steel in any way, shape, or form.
I think they made the first one more accessible too.
Really?
Because they've updated. Yeah, they've updated it since.
Okay. Well, I'll wait and see what the
especially if you
like
haven't played since release.
Yeah, well, I'll wait and see what people are saying. If it is, maybe I'll give this one a go at some time because again, aesthetically, it's everything I love.
It's not going to be in Game Pass, so I can't convince you that you should spend money on it. I don't think you should spend money on it.
But if people come out and say, you know what, this game is more action now, and then it is just trying over and over and over and over and over again, then I'll be down for it. So we'll see.
That's fair.
Because that's how much I really wanted to get into the first one. I really did because it's so damn cool looking. But anyways, Ghost Runner 2, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PC, October the 26th. Then we also have Miniko's Night Market. That's right, Miniko's Night Market, and this one is coming to Game Pass, I believe. Steel, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. I was about to say PZ. Developed by Meowza Games and published, of course, by Humble Games. And yes, it is coming to Game Pass because that is part of the Humble Bundle Game Pass deal that they did that Xbox signed with Humble. So check out Miniko's Night Market, another nice little indie
Meat
game
Market.
Coming. No.
Oh, okay.
Miniko's Night Market,
not
Meat Market. We're not going there. Yeah, nice try. All right. World of Horror is coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and Switch. I wish this one was coming to Xbox. I might get this eventually on PC because it is there already. This, for people that don't know, you'd have to go back to like Mac days, black and white Mac graphics. This looks totally cool to me. I want to check this out. I've heard, again, when it's this style, horror doesn't bother me because let's be real, back then nothing was really scary. If you're going back to the black and white Mac days, the DOS days, I should say. But this game interests me. I've heard some cool things about this game. It is a role-playing game with horror elements to it. Go check out World of Horror. I think some of you out there might actually look at it and go, oh, damn, that does look kind of cool. It's going to be classic turn-based RPG, obviously, again, but it looks fantastic. So I'm going to check that out at some point. And then we got a big game dropping this week as well. Obviously, everybody's heard of it. It's going to be interesting, Steele, to see performance on this game. I don't know if you saw the PC minimum. Yeah. In their PC minimum spec sheet for Alan Wake 2 is, of course, the game that we're talking about here. Alan Wake 2. I love Alan Wake. I want to go back. I think the remaster is on sale on Xbox right now for like $10. They're giving a special right now so that everybody can go play the original if you haven't already, or if you want to go back and experience it. I want to play through that, and then I'll play Alan Wake 2 eventually, again, down the road. Not doing it now. But anyways, they launched the minimum spec sheet for PC this week. And in their minimum specs, they were already including DLSS and FSR Steel. So in their minimum specs, they were already saying, oh, this is with DLSS and FSR. And I think the minimum spec was a 2060, I think 20 series, if I was not mistaken. So we're going to wait and see what performance is like on the current gen consoles. This is going to be an interesting one, folks, because they're pushing. They're pushing a lot here. SSD also required. Will not work with an HDD, of course, is what they're claiming.
What it says. Yeah.
So Alan Wake 2, though, is going to be a big game. Some people behind this, the people that have gotten to see it, gotten the hands-on with it, potential game of the year candidate as well. So yeah, this is going to be a good one. I like Remedy games. Some people don't like Remedy games. I like Remedy games. So this is going to be a good one. Published by Epic, of course. Releasing October the 27th. Alan Wake 2. That story looks damn good, man. I really want to play that at some point. EA Sports UFC 5 coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series for all you UFC fans, October the 27th. That is dropping as well. And that is, sir, this upcoming week of games.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, looks like there's definitely a lot to play, a lot for you to get into, a lot for you to enjoy. If you were questioning what was coming out for you, definitely a lot to play. Blue Moons says he wants you to upgrade to still play at 30 FPS. Whoa. Maybe.
We'll see.
Blue Moon says Todd Howard says maybe you should upgrade your PC. Yeah, that was still that was a funny ass comment. I mean,
that's a total God Howard comment right there.
everybody's definitely different. And I mean,
yeah,
on the PC side of things, you can definitely dish out those types of answers. I mean, again, it's not a good answer, because again, optimization is still a thing. I mean, you should have your game work on multiple platforms, or if not, give strict limits. Hey, this is the exact expectation. If it doesn't meet this expectation, then you're going to get what you have. You can do that in gaming.
And Remedy games have been hit or miss through the years, right? Still,
yes, they have.
So
control has been known to be an issue.
Yeah.
Especially on PC. So
yep. And then they fixed it. And it was gorgeous. But
yeah, I still haven't played Control, so I don't know.
Control is a cool ass game. So that is a divisive game too. Either you hate it or you love it, right? So there really is no middle with Control. So
I've heard
it's one of those things. Some people think the story is ass, and some of us think I've played probably 20, 30 hours in Control. Maybe.
Oh wow, yeah, you put some time in.
Yeah, I put some time because I bought it when it was on sale, the big edition with everything. Obviously, I played it way after. But yeah, no, it. Some people think the story is just terrible, and then those of us that like that Remedy, it's kind of a Kojima thing, right? Sometimes That's Remedy fair. gets really weird with their stories, and some of us find that cool, and then other people say, "Oh, it's drivel, it's just nonsense." You guys all think it's just cool because it doesn't make any sense, but all these games are in the same universe too, right, Steele? So Control, they've confirmed that Control and Alan Wake and even Quantum Break are all within the same universe, right? So
it's really interesting. Yeah.
Interesting. It is interesting. So I like it.
Yeah, so I mean, there's definitely, if anything, there's definitely things out there for you to get into.
Decado has over 100 hours of control. Shout out to you, Decado.
Oh wow, shout out to you, Decado. Yeah, damn.
Yeah,
I haven't touched it at all. So it's another one of those that's on the back burner that I kind of ignored. But maybe I jump into it one day. Well, let's see, where do we begin here? I think one of the better places to start, because Boom had me on X Vlog this week, on Thursday, and we got into. Well, go ahead.
Real quick. I'm gonna check out for a second, and I'll be back. But real quick, shout out to Blind Giant 808 on the X. Now tweeted us out, Steele, and had a picture. He's got us on the big screen prior to him going to work and says, "Coffee and living split screen to start the day before I go to work. Steel Rain Punks will always have great conversations on the gaming industry. Also, my dog Rex is chilling, and he's got his German Shepherd in the picture as well."
That's such a beautiful dog.
That's awesome.
That's my dream. That's my dream dog. That's the dog I want.
Yeah, Germans. Yeah. Germans are really cool. But shout out to Blind Giant. Shout out to everybody who shares us out and does all that and hits the like button, all that kind of stuff. But Blind Giant, didn't see you in the chat when we shouted out the chats, but I saw you post on X, so I got to shout you out. So thank you for tuning in to us.
And that is why I try to make sure that we kind of address everybody. Even if you're not live in chat, lurking. I get people lurking. That's something that I do a lot. I like to lurk. I'm listening to content. I taking a lot of things in. So it's always dope to see people who will get tuned in, locked in, and just like the energy, like the content that we bring 100%. And the angles that we come from. So you said you got to step away for a sec?
Yeah, just for a second. Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay. So I'm going to start off with having this conversation. I'll pass it off to Pong when he gets back, because I do got to go to the bathroom. But I want to give my full opinion out real quick. I want to start off with the Phil Spencer interview that was had this week, and he was talking about the ABK deal finally closing. It was done through the Xbox official channel, so definitely check that out if you can. There's a lot of people out there who are definitely more so along the lines of, look, this is typical Phil, corporate Phil, coming out saying all the right things in all the right ways to all the right people and hitting all the right notes for certain ones to kind of try to drive the point home. So on Mr. Boomstick XL channel, shout out to Boom, X Vlog Live this week, Thursday, we talked that was mainly the crux of the show, but I wanted to make sure to bring it here to live a split screen also, because for me, Phil, and people can disagree, Phil is one of the best examples of what we should see in the gaming industry. As someone who has been through psychology, as someone that has had to be presenting in front of masses of people, it does take a certain art to be yourself and still represent your company in its best light, right? There's an art that is involved in that. I also don't think in any way, shape, or form, at least from what I've seen, that Phil has been ever disingenuous. So for me, the interview that he did this week, and he was talking about going to King and going to the Activision, Blizzard, getting in and seeing what they're working on and really making sure that they can, they have everything that they need to bring whatever vision to life, or see kind of what direction that they kind of need to go. I thought a lot of the information that he brought to the forefront was extremely powerful. One of the key standouts that he ended up making was really iterating the point that their focus is on expanding their platform. They're hitting the home run that Xbox is definitely looking at the industry differently. This wasn't just a phase where they weren't just saying these things to look good in front of the FTC. No, they want to give people access in many ways and give them as many options as possible, and still allow you to enjoy things the way that you did previously. Again, Game Pass is an option. You can still buy every single game that ever comes out on that service. You don't have to be part of Game Pass. That option has never been taken away, and I don't think is going to get taken away, because I think we're coming to a point where people are some people are understanding that at the end of the day, it's an option. For me, somebody that I pay monthly for Game Pass, as an example, and I don't think about it. There's a lot of your bills that you kind of go out, that you put out there, or a lot of things that you pay for on a monthly basis. Like for another example, I got a shave membership. I pay for it one time without a remember, and I've had it for 5 years, and I don't remember ever paying for it since. It's just kind of coming out of the account. I got blades coming in the mail, so it's just worked to my advantage. And because I do work it in part of the bills, it's not a major impact to me personally. And it also offers me a lot of value because of the multiple systems that I can jump in and out of, pulling it up on my phone, accessing the cloud. So in that interview, and again, I felt like the interview itself was okay. I feel like the setup could have been a little bit better, but I do think it was another prime opportunity for people to really understand who Phil is, not only as an individual, but also as a gamer. And if you don't want to hear that part of it, like, I get you, but I'm not the super negative person that has to see the bad and all of it and think that everybody's against us. This is our hobby. This is our passion. I have a guy in front of me that talks about gaming all the time. Anytime that I see him speak or get in front of people, he always references it back to a game that he's playing or something involved within the Xbox ecosystem, or it ties it back into Microsoft in a way that where it kind of differentiates itself, but also stands out. Well, it means the same thing, but it was extremely it's extremely unique to see somebody like him get the just due that he's kind of deserves. I feel like he does deserve it. He's been with Microsoft for quite some time, and been with Xbox essentially since its inception. So he's been able to see this grow, and for him to have such a vision to the point to where, hey, my main pitch is getting this everywhere, and is continuously doubling down on that. I think at what point do you sit back and ask yourself, well, when do you believe what he's saying? And the gaming industry is going in such a way where this isn't 10 years ago where you could kind of fight back a little bit and say, I don't know about this whole digital thing, where now, because it's so much in our face and everything is literally digital, like now, again, I'm going through classes or whatever, because I'm in the process of becoming a sales engineer, and just being able to have easy access to classes and whatnot online, especially, and from reputable places, like places that like matter on a digital standpoint is outstanding to me. To be able to access in between my classes and whatnot, I can pull out no matter where I'm at, whether I gotta stop class and then I go pick up the girls. I can pull it up on my phone while I'm sitting in the line to pick them up and pull up exactly where I left off in the game. There's just a lot of things that Xbox is kind of innovating on. That seems to be extreme. That is impressive and in at least aligned with me for where I think the future is going. Now, with the point that the point that I will make to a lot of what Xbox is doing, because the Phil Spencer interview, Pong, is what we're mainly speaking to here. And the main stick out for me is just seeing that the move into the digital future and seeing Xbox be on top of that pulse. I mean, is that something that you kind of agree with, Pong, from what you saw from that Phil interview? From what I recall, you did see that, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, I've watched the interview a couple times now.
What are some key takeaways from you? Yeah.
The key takeaways were, first of all, that Phil himself looked like the ABK weight of the regulatory process was finally off, and he was much more relaxed. He even said it in the interview. I'm just glad I'm not in a suit in the courtroom, right? So I think that weight of the ABK deal being off his shoulders was palpable throughout the interview. He was back to talking about what he wants to talk about, which is the future of Xbox, the future of the brand, and the games. And I think that he reiterated in this interview, again, the desire to get with ABK and King, or ABK and King, ABK, get with the teams and figure out what that future looks like, what those teams want to do, and to get this integration between these two giant companies into one started. And he was headed off to King right after that interview. He was hopping on a plane to go to Stockholm and visit with King. And then he said he was going to be going to California, visiting with Activision, and then on to Blizzard. So I think those takeaways, like when he talked about, because they asked him specifically about the IP, the older IP, and he reiterated again. And again, I know that there's a lot of people out there who this is a wait and see kind of deal. Like how
is he truly are they interested?
Yeah, is he truly interested? And just the simple facts to you, are they honestly going to be able to pull some of these teams off of COD, right? Are they actually going to be able to make that happen?
And why not?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's different ways, and we speculated on different ways that they could go about doing that, but he reiterated it. And I think that's an important point, because when Phil does this, you know, say what you want to say about Phil. If you don't believe him, that's fine. Again, has he done the CEO speak? Has he said things that haven't necessarily been 100% accurate, true? It's the role, and it is what it is. So I get you, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you, well, you got to believe Phil. No, you don't have to. Of course not. But I do in a lot of ways. I believe that he does want to find a way forward for some of these teams to break away from COD, or to grow out these teams and make multiple teams, right, of some of these studios where they can be working on something else outside of COD. And he said not only the Activision back catalog of IP that's sitting dormant, but he said even our own Xbox IP that we're sitting on. If they want to go work on that, I want to be able to make that happen. But the big thing for him was getting in front of these teams, meeting with the people. And when Phil says that, it's not, to me, just speak as far as, I'm saying I'm going to go meet with all these devs, but in fact, I'm just going to be meeting with the higher ups, and we're going to do all the high level stuff.
He actually mixed with people.
Yeah, Phil's mixing it up with the devs. Phil wants to get in front of these devs and let them know that this acquisition is everything that they talked about, that it is going to be a shift, you know, for them, but in a good way. That he wants to express that they are going to have the freedom to go to work, because he said in that interview too, how can we empower them to go do their jobs better? Right? That's our role, is to empower the developers to go do what they're passionate about, which is make games and be able to do it easier. It's not my job. Like Phil said, I have opinions. He's like, all right, of course I have opinions. I like certain things, but it's not about me. He goes, it's about what we can do to make their lives and their jobs easier. And I think that that's a huge part of all of this. So I just really like the confidence that he spoke about. I like that he was transparent about the Game Pass situation, about the ABK games coming to Game Pass. He got it out of the way right away in that interview and said, look, nothing's happening this year. Right. We're not dropping any games. We're not going to have any super secret drops of games from the Activision Blizzard acquisition this year. It's going to be next year before we start rolling that out. So he got that out of the way, because that was a big talking point. A lot of people speculating on what we were going to see, when we were going to see it. So the interview itself, it just was really cool to see Phil kind of back in a comfortable spot again. And obviously, now that they have announced the acquisition, their vision is much clearer of where they're going forward. And, you know, he talked about the mobile side, and that to reach 2-3 billion people, you can't do it these days without mobile. Mobile is going to be a big thing going forward. Their vision is now one of the major pieces that they believed that they needed for not the short term, but the 5, 10, 15, 20-year plan is now in place still. It's locked and loaded. Now the hard part of integrating this huge publisher that they just acquired into their into their system with underneath Xbox is actually starting. And I think that came through in this interview. Love this interview. There was a lot of good information here still.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick says Phil has these cycles ready to go fight real war for him. Matt Booty should have that same energy.
Seems like he's empowered all of them, but the results have been slightly above average. And just kind of to springboard off of that, I mean, everybody's going to have their opinion on how they feel and whatnot. I mean, I could say the same thing about Sony, in my personal opinion. I don't think God of War is as good as a game that people say. I'm also not going to play that game outside of if it was gifted to me. For an example, even if it comes to PC, I did try to play the first God of War on PC, and yeah, no, I'm not interested. I'm good. I don't need to play that game. No matter who says that it tries to convince me that I should play it, I'm not. And guess what? If I can't play the first game, I'm not going to play the second game. It's the same thing with Horizon Zero Dawn. I played 10 hours of that game multiple times, and third time I tried to go through with some mods, more so visual mods than anything, because that's what I do. And it still didn't hit for me. It got boring. It got bland. It got dry. It became uninspiring and not entertaining. But open world games, I think Valhalla is better than Zero Dawn to me personally, in my opinion. So it's just like, depending on how we're having a conversation. This is why I try to always go back to, you have to know who you are as a gamer and what you like. Not be so, because people say that all the time, oh, your guys' conversation are always community driven. You're always talking about you're talking about the drama that's happening in the community. These aren't realistic things, but these are real conversations that are happening, not just on X, Twitter. It's also happening in the YouTube comments. It's happening on Reddit. It's happening on Facebook. And there is multiple sides that you can approach this from and say that, hey, you may not like these things about this platform. I may not like these things about that platform, but that's why I ask, hey, Nix, the only bite back that I would give you is, why should I get a PlayStation then? You've been here on this show for long enough. I've asked multiple times to multiple people, convince me to why I should get a PlayStation then, and I never have anybody who's able to.
And if you have to ask it still, honestly,
then I don't. Then but that's my point.
Yeah,
that I'm getting to is, and if I have to ask, then it's already a mute point. Now, I'm asking you to convince me, and if I make it known that you are going to have a difficult time convincing me because I know what I like and I haven't invested, it's not a money thing for me, and I understand it is a money thing for most people, right? I get that. Shout out. We have to make choices. But time is a choice also. I also grew up as somebody who doesn't believe in owning things that you're not going to use. Go back to this all the time. I had a PlayStation 4. I had a potential to play a lot of the different games that people, I had the potential to play Last of Us 2. Did I? No. I sold my PlayStation because I wasn't playing it. Because that's not the games that I was playing. And I'm not going to give up whatever I'm playing in the moment because somebody else says, oh, you need to play this game or else. Right? Nick says, easy for many people, variety is like spice of life. It ain't just spice, but for a lot of people, it is.
Yeah.
But that's not true either, Nick, because Sony has also come out again and said that their software sales don't add up to their hardware sales. Something's not lining up still. These people aren't buying games. So you're going to tell you, how many copies of Spider-Man 2 going to sell? Chat, take a guess. How many copies do you think Spider-Man 2 is going to sell in its first month?
First month?
Spider-Man 2018, I think, sold 30 million after Miles Morales came out? Afterwards, 2 years later, 3 years later, how much do we think, guys? I mean, 10 million, 20 million first month. What do we think? Yeah, I can tell you whatever number. I mean, of course, I want you guys to give me an honest number, but I can tell you though, whatever number that you give me is not going to make sense or add up in comparison to how many people are on that platform or quote unquote have the hardware. So at what point do we ask what matters more? The company themselves have stated what matters more is that we have more people spending money on our software. That's what matters. Mm-hmm. They have also come out and raised the price of the new PlayStation 5, the updated version, the one that you could take where you have a removable disc. You made the digital version of your console $50 more expensive and added on an additional piece of hardware, CD drive, to make it $20 more expensive than the base PlayStation 5. And then you also put another add-on for a stand that came with the first PlayStation.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I think still this is just all when we get into these conversations. Gotta get your money from somewhere. Yeah, when we get into these conversations, it's all this is the crazy part, because for Nixie it is, PlayStation makes the games, and he said it in the chat that he wants to play, and that's all he cares about. That's what we all should care about. Mm-hmm. Right? Xbox makes the games that I want to play more so than PlayStation. I
want to play them too
currently. Right? PlayStation used to be diverse like Xbox. They no longer are as diverse as what Xbox offers me. That's just a simple fact. There's third parties that fill in the gaps. That's cool. Again, there's always been the third party stuff. Mm-hmm. But for me, that ecosystem doesn't offer me what it used to during the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, and even PlayStation 3 days. It just doesn't. PlayStation 4 era, it changed. That's a simple fact. The simple fact is that PlayStation, where it stands now, and again, I don't know why this always devolves into this, but it does. Xbox moved in a different direction. They decided to go after a bigger piece of the pie. You can agree with it. You can disagree with it. You can say, well, that's not a smart move. You can say that Game Pass is never going to work. You can say all that stuff. That's fine. Those are all discussions to be had. But obviously, Xbox and Microsoft believe in it. And they believe in the digital future of this ecosystem. And that's why they're investing in acquisitions the size of Activision Blizzard King. It's not just simple speak. It's not just a simple slogan. They are not investing $70 billion, the biggest purchase in Microsoft history. Well, right. I'm just saying the ABK deal. But. Yeah. But they're not investing that kind of money at the end of the day on a whim. They're not investing it on a slogan. They are legitimately going after the bigger piece of the pie. Of course, the 2-3 billion gamers in the world is something that, literally speaking, they probably will never get there. Okay. And they know that, but it's a goal. It's a goal that they set, meaning that we want the biggest piece of the pie possible. Mm-hmm. PlayStation woke up, and Jim said it in multiple interviews, realizing that the simple fact was that the console market, to continue to make $250 million games, single player games, mm-hmm. the console market wasn't enough. They started moving into the PC market. They went and created a mobile department to expand their own games into mobile at some point. Eventually, like I said, when they have their PC storefront, I believe their games are going day and date to PC.
Oh yeah, it's going to come.
Because they realize they are missing the money.
Why wait?
The console market is not. The gaming industry as a whole has grown so much to become the number one entertainment industry in the world, right? Mm-hmm. It's grown so much that people now realize these specific publishers, right? Sony mm-hmm. and Microsoft, or Xbox and PlayStation, have realized that the console market is such a small piece that they need to go get more. So they're both moving in that direction. It's just Xbox chose a different path. They chose to trailblaze first. Mm-hmm. And PlayStation decided to sit on their throne and reap the rewards of being number one in popularity, being number one in console sales. They reap those rewards for an entire generation. That's what they decided to do. Jim came in and said, we got to start moving in a new direction. So here's our games as a service. Here's our PC, all that kind of stuff. So at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, you got to play where you want to play. To me, the reason why
the reason why Xbox has a lot of love from this community, and the reason why somebody like Phil Spencer has a lot of love from this community, is because they are customer facing. You can say it's all fake. You can say you don't believe a word of it. You can say, oh, it doesn't matter. They've put themselves out there into the community. Mm-hmm. Unlike both Nintendo and PlayStation, who don't have a lot of customer facing people within their company. Some don't have any at all. They are out here amongst us. And of course, Phil being a gamer helps because he's relatable. Mm-hmm. And he can relate to us as gamers, and he speaks a lot of the same language we do, and he gets it and he understands it. Pure and simple. That was what they chose to do. It was intentional that they became more customer facing. Yeah. Donnie D was not a was not a gamer person. Okay. He didn't come off that way. All his interviews are legendary for being awful, especially during the launch of the Xbox One. Mm-hmm. When Phil took over, he obviously brought the philosophy of we need to be among the gamers and sell our brand, sell our way of thinking, our philosophy on how we're going to do this gaming thing to the people that matter, which is the gamers. And that does give you goodwill. Now, it can also backfire because you are so out front. You will take a lot of flack. You will hear a lot more flack than PlayStation does because they're not out here. So there is both sides of it, cuts both ways. But at the same time, they felt they needed to do that to drive the popularity of their brand forward. And again, it's been a rough road, no doubt about it. That was a sinking ship. We've been through this story a million times, but here we are now. When Phil does interviews, that's why I say Phil brings a certain energy to these interviews that you don't get everywhere else, right? Because he is genuinely, and I believe him, he is genuinely excited for the future of Xbox. He is genuinely excited to be playing these games that he happens to be in charge of as CEO of Microsoft Gaming. He is genuinely excited for what his teams are doing. Does that translate to mean that everything is going to be a hit? No, of course not. It doesn't. But it does mean that he has emotional invested interest in these games outside of just the business side, which is what Jim was all about. And that's okay. That's typically how you run a business.
Honestly, I mean, that has to be what PlayStation's about, really, at the end of the day, because PlayStation has allowed
PlayStation devs are just not their upper management all the time. I think Herman Holst is more of a gamer than Jim ever was. So,
well, I just mean as far as like what they believe is quality, the direction of that they're taking their games and whatnot,
different styles,
what they've done to this point, because they're not. Again, it does always get back to the business side of things, because I feel like it ends up needing to be talked about, because people could end up conflating things as if it's 15 years ago, right? Where people are like, oh, well, you know, sales, these sales though, they're not doing good on these sales though. What about those sales? You telling me about all these people who played the game in Game Pass? What is that? People who turned the game on? People who, what do they do? How do you know that people played these games? You say that, but then your achievement percentage, and it does fuck that up, which I do think that's something that Xbox needs to address. Hey, the achievement system only kicks on for X amount of people that have actually played X amount of time in the game. To help out with a lot of that would solve that issue, right? You have to get past 3 hours of the game before you get achievement recording or something like that, to help kind of counteract some of the blowback that you get from people saying that your numbers are conflated, right? There's other ways that you can fight it. Now, if you don't, maybe they don't see the value in that, or maybe they didn't think of that. I like to say, I like to think that I'm not the smartest person in the room, that I'm just a consumer bringing up things that are kind of obvious to me. But it is extremely obvious that things are moving in a different direction. And the main thing about the Phil Spencer interview that I want to kind of bring to the forefront is that even Phil knows who his competition is. I mean, and he said that they're not competition, and PlayStation has said that the Xbox is in competition, but then in that same breath, and goes right back to the doublespeak that everybody brings up. He then says in other interviews, when people say, oh, well, those other guys, he makes sure to point out, oh, you mean PlayStation. Like he also did in that interview when Jeff tried to say, oh, well, when these other guys are doing this, and Phil stopped him, was like, oh, no, you mean PlayStation. Because he understands, this is the thing that kills me about what's going on, and the overcritical nature of how people look at the interviews that Phil does and why they say that he's disingenuous.
Yeah.
It's mainly because, and I lost exactly where I wanted to go with that. That's unfortunate.
That's okay. Happens, bro.
Had it right there and it was completely gone. I'll put it, I'll dial it. I'll try to see if I can dial it in like this. Mainly because it is hard to believe that someone in Phil's position who has gotten the upgrades that he's gotten, that has pulled Xbox out of the position that they were. When you look at the cold hard facts, to go from 5 studios to go to over 40 studios, almost 50 that are like literally laid out in front of you, that is something that's difficult to believe. And it is also hard to grasp when you can say that Microsoft just threw more money at a problem that they have, and it's not fixing their internal problems. And again, I'm going to continue to reiterate this. Please go watch the Power On documentary. And also, if anything about this ABK deal, if it taught us anything, was that a lot of what we believed and the behind the scenes deals that were happening were true. There are issues in business that money can't solve. But there are a lot of times in business where relationships matter than money do. Because if it was just based on only on money, and the saying of you have to want to be bought to get bought didn't exist, then when Microsoft approached Nintendo would have sold. Because I can imagine that Microsoft would have offered them an amount of money that they would have been happy with. And none of them would have probably lost their jobs either. It would have just transitioned over. So if that's all that it was about, it's not if that's what it's all about, but obviously it's not that easy, right? Obviously, there are other things behind the scenes that do matter. You have to build up those relationships. You got to build up those bonds. You got to make a name for yourself. And Xbox had to make a name for itself. It was the new thing that came into the industry that had Halo, had some troubles with getting some other games to the table. But again, they were always working at a disadvantage because they were going against players who were already well established and been running in the market since the early 90s. To go from PC and then to go to console, to go to a console is two different forms of reality. At least it was then. It's hard, and it's definitely hard to grasp when you think about it, which is so why I think this day in gaming is so important. When you think about how games were then, when I talk about that difference between PCs and consoles, and then now how we are now, where literally everything is in tandem. I can play a game in the Xbox PC app, and because it's in the same ecosystem of Xbox, if Pong is on his Xbox Series console, that we still have access to each other, or maybe we're not, and this crossplay is an option. This is the world that we live in. So it makes sense that we start moving in more towards that digital direction, and that Xbox, at least in my eyes, from what I've seen, seems to have an understanding of what they're trying to accomplish. And again, it goes back to what I say. But it's much bigger in this form. You have to understand, for Microsoft at least, I think, or Xbox, you have to understand what your purpose is in this industry. Mm-hmm. And I do think that Phil knows that his purpose isn't to beat Sony. It's not why I'm here. That's not why I'm doing this. Matter of fact, every time that somebody brings that up, he always makes sure to iterate, I want to have gamers to be able to play and access games however they want. That's all. That's it. I'm not saying it's the end all to be all. I'm not saying that this is the ultimate answer. He's never said that. He just said that this is my goal. This is what I'm trying to get accomplished. This is the direction that we're going. And we are seeing success from this direction that we're going.
Yep.
When do you start believing it? That's going to be up to you. I do think that I can speak for me and Pong as people that kind of pay attention to the little things.
Yep.
And do kind of look at that look at it from that RTS view, pulling ourselves out, that if there's anybody that you had to pick to believe in and an ecosystem that kind of cater to your needs right now, it seems as though Xbox is doing what they need to for us as gamers. Now, my question to the audience, whoever's listening, what is Xbox doing for you?
Right.
If they're not doing enough, what is PlayStation doing for you?
Right.
If they're not doing enough, what is Nintendo doing? And if they're all three aren't doing anything,
right,
what can you get out of having a PC? Because I do think as we move into the future, the next 10 years, everybody having a PC in their home, I think is a lot more relevant than it's ever been before. But I do think in the next 10 years, it's going to be a default. You're going to have, a lot of companies already have this, where they have their default ass computer, work computer or whatever the case. And it's the same kind of Dell box or whatever the case. I do think we're going to have something like that. I don't know if it's going to come from Microsoft, but I do think that within the next 10 years, instead of a cable box, it's going to be a full on, if it's not built into your TV, you're going to have something like a cable box under your TV to access multiple things.
Yep.
To access a PC-like experience, because that's just default now. Whether you do it through Windows, Linux, Android, Apple, whatever, whoever decides to figure that technology out. And again, I think the first thing to do, it may not be a box, right? It may end up getting built into the TVs the way that TV technology is moving. Or is TV technology going to more so move on to more so the quality of how things look? But aren't we at the uncanny valley of that too?
Yep.
Where how much better can TVs get to us as humans, right? As just people. Like, again, going from a TCL to a Samsung OLED, yeah, I can see the difference. Do I care? Not as much as most people would. Or not even most, some people do, right? That's never been the main focus to me. I do still like having a good panel. I still want to have certain features, right? But that's not the main piece of the conversation, at least when I'm talking about this. So, the Phil interview was I thought was a kind of another doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down, however you want to see it, of what the vision is. Phil's confidence, like you mentioned, Pong, it's kind of the monkey off his back, where he doesn't have to worry about that as much, and he can progress forward knowing that. So I also heard people saying that Phil still needs his magnum opus.
Yeah.
What magnum opus does Phil need to still have? He literally, Xbox exists because of this man. And whoever, whether it was Mike Ybarra and whoever else was involved, but between Phil, Satya, and whoever else was involved behind the scenes that created Game Pass or created this vision for Xbox, it only exists because of them. Because if we wanted to leave it up to Microsoft, the Xbox division would not exist right now, and they would have turned it into something Windows-based.
Or they would have been third-party publisher only, right? So,
Or that.
Back. They would have gone back to that. Yeah. And Decado, it's gamers shouldn't care the platform. If you like the game, be happy. It was created and created for people who do like it.
I agree with that.
1,000%. That's what's stealing on. You got to go where the games you're going to play are going to be, period. Point.
Or where your friends are, because that's the other side of it.
Well, that is the other side. If you are big into that side, again, me as more of the single player guy, until I jumped into this community and I played more multiplayer than I ever have before with people that I know. But the fact is, even if you're a single player, it doesn't matter.
if whatever place, whatever ecosystem, that's why I've always switched back and forth about which one I bought out the gate. It was which one was offering me the most. And I've always said this. That's why, again, I get so upset with people who say there is fake neutrals out here. It's bullshit. Yes, I would consider myself sure. Do I have a preference? Do I have a preference? Sure. But again, if Xbox screwed up tomorrow and changed everything, I would have zero problem walking away.
Shout out, Shell, real
going
quick.
where I wanted to. Yeah.
Shout out to Hines Sales, but that Sales is a good example. And I know some people don't like her in the community, but shout out to her. I think she's all right people. I mean, not everybody's perfect. So, but I think I think that situation is a good example. She got locked out of her account, couldn't get access to customer service. Why? Because Microsoft doesn't have customer service anymore that you can contact. It's not like, again, it's not 10 to 15 years ago where that was one of my biggest, like, great things about Microsoft and Xbox. If I had an issue with anything, I could literally dial 1-800-MY-XBOX and get somebody on the line. And I would be able to get my issue fixed. I could talk to somebody. That doesn't exist now. So it's like, if I get locked out of my account, you goddamn right I'm gonna be fucking hot. You tell me I can't get access to something that I've been getting access to? Now, again, as somebody who's been in the tech field, who has been a tech specialist, who has dealt with people in their hardware, you do have to take your own responsibility and making sure you secure your account. Do the 2-factor, making sure you got a good number on there, do all the right things. If you have not done this yet, ladies and gentlemen, anybody that's listening, please, on all of your platforms that you have important information on, please, and I only say this because of what I experienced with Apple, and I can talk about it now because I don't work for them anymore. Please make sure that you have all your verification tied up in a nice little bow, because if you do not, you lose your phone, cannot get access to it. And it is the only way that you can verify your account is through your phone. You are going to be at mercy of the company. And it is very likely, one, it takes up to 14 days for you to get an answer on whether they can do anything about your account. Two, after that time, they still may need to get additional information from you. And if you don't remember all the security questions and all the other important information on your account, you will be locked out with no access, no hope to ever get back in. So please, make sure that you take care of these things. Make sure that you do your own justice for yourself. That's also going to be important as we move further into this digital era. Whether you like it or not, this is the move that we're going. Make sure that you're smarter than the average bear and just do your due diligence. Don't put yourself in a bad situation. But yeah, slight side tangent, but my fault, Paul.
Customer service announcement, PSA from Steel Rain, everybody.
No, it's I don't even know where I was going. Again, let's just get back to the Phil interview, really. The Phil, because I forgot exactly what I was doing. But the Phil interview itself was a good kind of breath of fresh air after the whole ABK thing is finally kind of done. Now, of course, we still got the FTC and stuff, but they're not going anywhere. But it's overall, it was a great interview for the Xbox podcast to get Phil in front of everybody and be able to finally real talk about what the ABK deal kind of meant and what his vision is. He's hinted at it, but he could never talk about it specifically. So to hear him talk about it specifically in this case was really awesome. And I think that that was the important part about this interview. And I'm sure he's going to have plenty more as he goes, and he's meeting with all the teams now. So I'm sure we'll hear more about that. We saw King posting all the pictures with him and Sarah Bond and everybody being there and kind of introducing themselves to King and kind of listening to the devs. And that was the other big thing, was him listening. He wanted to hear what the devs had to say in order to get an idea of what they can do going forward. And I think that was ultimately his goal by meeting with these teams initially. And I think that that's going to go a long ways to, at least for the devs themselves, who may have a lot of uncertainty. I've seen a lot of devs, and, you know, everybody's favorite reporter, Jason Schreier, said that, you know, he had spoken to some Activision Blizzard employees and they were happy that this was happening. But, you know, there's still going to be people who are on the fence. There's going to be people who honestly probably don't like that Microsoft acquired them. Right. And so Phil's job is to, you know, give them assurances and to try to, you know, show them that he believes in what they've been saying all along about this acquisition, and that these devs are going to have the freedom to continue to do what they do best, which is make games, and that he might actually be able to give them some more freedom to go back to some of the IP or create new IP going forward, instead of being locked into the never-ending cycle of Call of Duty per se on the Activision side, right? Or the World of Warcraft side, or the Overwatch side, whatever, that he's going to offer them opportunities. And I think that's a big, big deal for devs who want to spread their wings a little bit. So again, interview, I loved it. I did watch it a couple times. I thought there was some really good pieces of information in there. Game Pass, we'll see the big uptick next year as far as game content goes from the Activision Blizzard side. And next year will be the mark. I think they start early next year with that. I think we're going to see a direct, and they'll start rolling out these games in waves to Game Pass. But really, at this point, we got plenty to play, folks. We got plenty to play, 100% at the end of the day. So I think that's a good thing. Let's see here. We got any other good comments in here while Steele's away? Steele, you still away? I don't even have my live screen up. Yeah, you're still away. Look at that Iron Man. Look at that Iron Man pillow in his chair. Yeah. OCD, the FTC is wasting good taxpayer dollars. Absolutely, 100%. I believe that. Let's see. We got anybody in here? No worries. No worries.
Tim the Sorcerer says, still, I was late. What am I watching in the background? This is My Hero Academia Rumble. It's a free-to-play game.
Free to play. Battle Royale.
Well, where are you trying to get into, Pong? What's going on?
No, I wasn't trying to get anything. I was just trying to see if anybody had made any other comments in the chat. People liked your PSA about the two-factor stuff, so I saw people talking about that. You got to do that nowadays. Yeah. Nowadays.
Yeah, no, please. I just would hate. Again, if it were me, I'd be extremely hot about it, because it doesn't make sense. But you have to do you definitely got to do your due diligence, man. Because the world is crazy, and losing our information is not something that we want, especially with things being the way they are. So, but yeah, man, shout out to Phil for the interview. A lot of positive things happening from out of that. So,
yeah, and on the back of that too, Steele, we can kind of roll this in.
What you got?
A small topic too. Just on the back of that Phil interview, the marketing campaign for Xbox is ramping up again, which is good to see. We've got the Las Vegas Sphere, right? They took over the Sphere in Vegas, promoting the hell out of Xbox. It was really cool to see. The next day, PlayStation took it over with Spiderman 2. So it was back-to-back days that we had. Yeah, we had video games up on the Sphere, which was awesome. But I thought the Xbox one was super, super cool how they did it. And that was awesome to see. But this is something that we've talked about plenty of times, Steele, their marketing and all that kind of stuff. And it felt like the ABK deal slowed down everything. And obviously last year, 2022, not much to market after the delays. They kind of really went quiet on that front. There wasn't a whole lot of big push. Then obviously this year we got some push with Redfall, which we all know how that turned out. It is what it is, but we did get some push there. But then obviously everybody was scratching their heads. Oh, where's the Starfield marketing? Well, as we try to tell everybody, Starfield doesn't need 3 months of marketing. Starfield creates its own kind of black hole that just draws in all the
Bethesda
attention.
does.
So yeah, Bethesda does overall. All their games do, but we knew Starfield would be the same, and that's exactly what happened. We got 30 days of nonstop Starfield, obviously through the launch, and we saw a lot more commercials, we saw a lot more push, but now Xbox in general is starting their holiday season marketing, and obviously after the ABK deal being announced and it going out worldwide through not just gaming news outlets, but people who aren't even in the gaming space would have seen these things that they've been watching business channels, investor channels, that kind of stuff, market channels. That's how big this deal was. So now what do? You back that up with a new marketing campaign. And they launched their first trailer this week, a live action trailer coming back to Power Your Dreams. This is something that they started off the series consoles with. Power Your Dreams. We haven't heard a whole lot of that lately, but they brought it back with this live action trailer. And I know some people, I don't care about this nonsense. Give me the games. Show me the games. Show me the games. Show me the games.
It's, again, I mean, if that's your angle, I mean, that's unfortunate.
Fine. It's fine. I get it. But it's fine still. There's some people who don't give a shit about ads, right? They don't know. So I get it, right? But really, this trailer, if you haven't watched it, and I'll give you a brief synopsis for those that may not have seen it yet or just don't care. It's a girl stuck after obviously what is been a hard day or a long day at work or wherever she was at. She's in the back of a taxi. It's raining. It's pouring outside like New York City or some big city like that. And she's got a look on her face like we all get those days where it's just been a long day where we just want to get home, and she's stuck in traffic. She gets out of the taxi, runs in the rain to her apartment complex, gets in the apartment complex, gets to the elevator, and she pushes the button on the elevator. And while she gets into the elevator, her phone buzzes and she pulls out her phone. And this is a big point that I liked about this commercial. She picks up her phone, and there's an Xbox app message from one of her friends saying want to play or something like that. I didn't look exactly, but it's like want to play. She gets a smile on her face. All of a sudden the elevator's lights start flashing. She pushes against the back wall, and she's all of a sudden into the game world. And the first game world she steps into is Starfield, right? And then it just kind of goes from there. They show off Hellblade II with her walking next to Senua, and Senua's talking to her. And then they go into Forza, right? There's a scene where she jumps on the ceiling and cars race underneath her in Forza. Then, she winds up getting to her apartment, and all of a sudden it's one of the dudes from Cyberpunk are in her apartment, and they got mantis blades, and they cut up I don't know, was it actually V? I couldn't tell if it was the old school V. Okay, so it was the male V, right?
Yes.
And he's got mantis blades, and he cuts a pineapple like on her counter, right, with his mantis blades, and then she looks over and she sees herself as a younger girl, probably in her teens, playing Black Ops. Right. And the girl looks over at herself and smiles at her adult self. Right. And then she eventually jumps on the couch, sits down, and turns on the Xbox Series X, and it powers up, and she's at her home screen. And there's Alan Wake 2. There's an Alan Wake 2 title along with Starfield and I think Party Animals was up there too. Starfield, Cyberpunk. It's your home screen. This hit me in the feels. These, again, advertising is what it is. It's a part of big business. But when you do it right and you touch on certain memories, it can get to me, especially the older I get, the more nostalgic I get. I talk about that all the time. I'm a nostalgia freak. It does hit home. And there's a lot of different points here, Steele. And I wanted to get your opinions because I haven't heard your opinions on this. We talked in the DMs a little bit, but I wanted to get your opinions on this too. But for me, this is a throwback to the Xbox 360 advertising days when they did a lot of this live action stuff. I thought it was fantastic how it was done. The point that I made about her pulling out her phone and seeing that notification from one of her friends saying want to play, that encapsulates the community that we always talk about that's been around Xbox, that Xbox really put a lot of money and time and effort into from the OG Xbox on to create that atmosphere. That's why they became known as the dude bro shooter box, right?
Mhm.
Because it was about the multiplayer. It was about getting with your friends, grouping up, doing that kind of stuff. And now it's so integrated that it's kind of second nature to all of us. But
Mhm.
when that popped up, Steel, what was funny was when I watched that, I was at work on my PC, and I've told the story a couple times already, but I was at work on my PC, and I've got my Xbox app on my work PC, right? I've got it on there. And I was working, and I had Mav pop up, a notification from Xbox pop up from Mav inviting me to a party. And it was just second nature, that connectivity that Xbox, and not that they're the only ones that do this, but this was what they built their platform on with Xbox Live. It popped up on my screen, and I just went in my Xbox app and messaged him and said, "Hey, still at work, be home later, but Diablo, want to play Diablo?" And he said, "Absolutely." And that was exactly what this commercial was about. That connectivity is something that Xbox has promoted and continues to promote to this day. Also, the fact that she had a long day. It was obviously a long day at work or whatever else happened to her. But gaming is that escape. Gaming is therapeutic. The fact that she could get a message from her friend as she was getting in her elevator to go up to her apartment saying, "Want to play," could change her whole day. And I think that everybody in this chat, I think Steel, all of us that are gamers like that can attest to that is exactly what happens, right? You can have the worst day possible. Steel and I've talked about it, just podcasting too. Podcasting does this for me too. It's therapeutic. But that gaming is that space, and it can change your entire day. You could have one of the worst days possible, but if you find a moment to sit down and game, whether it's single player or a friend hits you up and says, "Do you want to play?" all of a sudden you're gone into a whole different world when you power on on your console, and all of a sudden you're talking to your friends, and you're all of a sudden the rest of the day is forgotten, and it's about the gaming, and you're in a happy place. And I think that that's what really this commercial hit on. Obviously, going back to her memories as a kid playing Black Ops on Xbox, those touchstone moments in our lives as gamers where we have those memories. Not everybody in the world has those type of memories because not everybody is a gamer.
That's true.
But for us, we have a lot of memories. I've got some of the best memories with my kiddo was playing games with him, right? I've talked about that before. Sure, there's plenty of other moments, right? Watching him grow up into an adult that certainly come to mind. But man, gaming, because it was such a big part of him and I, that always is going to be there till the day I leave this earth. It's going to be there, right? And so I think that this commercial really hit home for me. But Steel, for you, some of the same feelings, something different that you picked up on this. Where are you at that kind of showed us some of the roadmap by having Hellblade 2 in there, right? That's saying, hey, it's coming pretty soon. I mean, we're looking a little bit in the future, but it's coming pretty soon. But then they had, a third party title like Alan Wake 2 on her home screen, kind of promoting, hey, we've got a lot of games. We got a lot from different places. Starfield, obviously a big thing. What was it for you, Steel, that this commercial brought?
The commercial definitely brought a lot of those old memories, man. It brought those feels out. Mainly because there's a reason why I always iterate on the point of me being a multiplayer gamer, right? I noticed this as something really early on, outside of, playing games on the PlayStation 2 and playing Final Fantasy, playing Tekken, those couch co-op moments. Well, I'm couch co-op. You got buddies over, you got family over, but you're sitting on the couch together, you're playing games together, most of the time against each other, but those interactive moments, right? And what the commercial did for me, and it's just something that I always go back to because it's a core memory to my gaming history, but it's also just something that's extremely special to me, is that when I was on PC and I played Rainbow Six for the first time in 2000, in the year 2001. This is before Halo. It probably was more so 99. Again, I'm playing this. I'm literally playing. I was way too young to be supposed to be playing this damn game. I was born in 92, guys. Like, just to give you perspective, in 2000, I was 8 years old. Like, in 99, I was 7 years old. Like, you know, and I remember my experiences with Windows 95, right? I remember that. So 3-4 years old, which is crazy to think about. It's just how we've progressed. But I've been playing online games since that point, because PC has had that before consoles ever did, because it was easier. Of course it was easier to do. The technology was already there. Still expensive because you had to pay for the service and whatnot. But that interactivity of community, of getting on with people and just playing with people that weren't in your living room anymore, and then building that out to those moments of Xbox releasing Halo, and then going into Halo 2, and then Call of Duty, and building up your friend group, literally Gears, building up your friend group literally based off these random people that you're meeting online. Some of them you end up meeting in real life, because you end up finding out that they live in your area or whatnot. But we were in these games, and not only, you know, some people use it for escape, but for me, I find it as a genuine hobby, as a passion. And when you find other people that align with that, have the same form of skill sets, have the same form of passion, even if they don't have the skill sets, but they bring value to your life. They make you excited about what you're doing in that moment. It's the same thing that I got in anything else that I did extracurricular in my life, right? Whether that was football, whether that was going out with friends, whether that was partying, whether that was there's a list of different things. But there is, to your point, Palm, there is no better moment than having that long day and, you know, getting a message on, whether it's no matter what social media or, and especially if you still have gaming as one of your main hobbies because it's something that you care about.
Yep.
Getting that message saying, yo, we're trying to play.
Yep.
I mean, again, like we literally, I've made entire console decisions, and this is not even actively thinking about it, but the biggest reasons I transitioned from Xbox 360 to the Xbox One and why they were able to keep me, I mean, of course, it was the advertising and whatnot, but Gears of War, Halo, these multiplayer games built up COD, built up such a community for me on that platform that I had friends that was bringing forward with me, right? I had people that I was bringing forward with me that I still have on my friends list, and we don't talk. And so a lot of these people I don't talk to today, right? But every time that I see them on my friends list, it's like, damn, man, it's cool that he's still online, man. I'm glad he's still gaming. I'm glad he's still we may not have talked since COD 4, but damn, might not have talked since the OG Modern Warfare 2, right? But I see him playing, and I see them playing COD, and it's like, yeah, that's what's up, man. Good to see that he's still seems like he's still that same guy, right? You're getting to party with him now. It's just that trailer, along with a lot of the trailers that seemingly Xbox has been releasing recently, have definitely been more so akin to that 360 era of plugging on those strings, making you really feel something. Those Gears of War days. There's still nothing like that Mad World trailer, and I do think that for the coalition, if they really do understand Gears and want to take it back to that grit, you need to find something akin to a Mad World to really put people on notice that we're doing something special, right? Making people feel something. And again, that is a strategy that does work in consumers, playing, you know, getting into the emotion, pulling the heartstrings. That's a very marketable thing to do. For me, it works. I understand if a lot of people feel like it doesn't. It makes sense. Again, we're here for different reasons. You enjoy this hobby maybe differently than I do. But to me, it seems like, I mean, I don't see this from many other people. Nintendo doesn't really do that for me. None of the Mario games do that for me. Sonic, anytime that I see Sonic, it doesn't have to be the greatest game. Like this most recent Sonic game, apparently it has some issues. But no matter what, every time that I see it, I smile because that's something, that's a character that I can relate to, that I've loved since I was a child. So going back to the Game Gear. So they just seem to be engaged, and they do seem to be more on the money as far as the marketing side of things, at least compared to previous years, right? Because that was one of their most difficult things they didn't seem to understand was, hey, when you release these games, you need to make sure that you continue to put them on the forefront. And they still struggle with some of that, but at least because they started doing it with Halo, especially when Halo wasn't going as well. When they released these seasons or whatnot, they'd have these live action moments or these commercials to kind of pull you back in and say, oh, remember Halo? Oh, you remember this? Oh, so I liked it. I enjoyed it, and yeah, I mean, again, it worked for me, and I think it's something moving in the right direction. So
yeah,
not
I 100% agree, man. Again, I love to see this. I want to see a continuation of this. I think that now, again, that they have one of the biggest pieces that they needed or that they believed that they needed for their vision to the future. Steel, you come off the ABK acquisition, and now it's full go. It is a full court press now, because we saw their internal numbers of what they want to hit Game Pass, right? 50 million, 100 million, etc. We saw those numbers. We saw where they want to be by 2030. You now have acquired, which you believe is the biggest missing piece to that puzzle. There's going to be more, but this one was probably, and I say probably because nothing's for sure, but the $70 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard King was probably the biggest one you are going to make to meet that vision that you have. Mm-hmm. Now, Microsoft Corp is all in. So now the pressure's on. So now you got to put everything you got into it. That means content. That means the customer service side, getting out in front, being public. That means the marketing side. Everything now is at 100. You are at full speed, right? You have to be, because there's no holding back now. You have made a commitment. Microsoft Corporation, Satya, the board has made a commitment to your goals, your vision, what you believe the future of Xbox is going to be. And that means in totality, across console, across cloud, across PC, across mobile. So now it is all in. You've pushed all your chips in. Mm-hmm. So now there's no holding back. So you got to bring out every little bit that you possibly can to make that a reality. And I think that's what we're starting to see here. And I expect it to be consistent. I expect this. There's no more, hey, we don't have enough studios. Hey, we don't have enough content. Hey, we can't get our roadmap together. Hey, this happened, that happened. Sorry, guys. There's no more of that. You now have everything that you said you needed. Again, not saying they're done, but I'm saying that the majority, you have everything that you need. So now you got to go prove it, right? Now you got to go and actually do it. And I think that that's on all sides, all phases. I think we're going to see this ramp up, Steel. And I think this is, like I said, going to be nonstop. This is going to be a continuous thing that we see from them. We're going to see commercials. We're going to see more directs out of them to push their games. We're going to see all of this stuff from now and into the future until they either succeed or they fail. And I think that that's where Xbox is now at within Microsoft Corp. They've got the complete backing. It's over. They're moving. That's it.
You know what's going to end up happening, Pong, especially with this deal being over now? That, again, I know people brought this up, and I think it is going to end up happening a lot sooner than later. Next year, because that's when it was kind of hinted at. Phil said that same thing. That's when they're expecting to release the Activision games into Game Pass in 2024. If they release Modern Warfare 3 next year on Game Pass, I think that's going to instantly jump the subscriber numbers up by quite a bit.
Sure.
Because there's going to be a lot of people who may be behind, which there's guys, I don't know if you know this or not. there were people playing Xbox 360 when you were playing the Xbox One.
Right.
Almost throughout the entire generation.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who are playing Xbox One still while you're playing on your Xbox Series console, PlayStation 5. Same thing for the PlayStation consoles. I don't want to leave that out. There are still those people. Matter of fact, they are still the majority in most cases. So if you give people an option to get this brand new game that maybe they've pulled away from, give them some form of value, and it'd be crazy to think that Microsoft doesn't give you something, especially with Call of Duty having the battle pass and whatnot. What if they give you an additional $5 a month for your battle pass? So you can not only earn the battle pass through playing the game, but then maybe you can get a skin a month. Yep. Just by being part of Game Pass. If they're able to incorporate something like that, what? Because I saw people, like, I've been hearing people like feeling really down about the subscriber numbers and saying that, oh, Activision and Blizzard is not going to help enhance those subscriber numbers. I think that that 50 million mark that they were going for, I think that's going to get blown out of the frame. I think once things really kind of settle off, maybe going into Christmas of next year, beginning in 2025, we might see 75 million people in Game Pass. Mm. Especially with the type of games that are coming in. Hellblade makes its mark. Maybe a Gears of War gets teased next year. Yeah, it would be about that time, if anything, right? Maybe you have some different things in development that we know are going to be coming to Game Pass, and Lord knows what's coming out of the East. And then you got Final Fantasy that's coming this same year in the 2024 also, which is going to also if Xbox is also able to, hey, you can get to level 100 type of thing as long as you're part of Game Pass. Maybe you get the first DLC or something like that. As long as you're part of Game, they won't even need COD to be in there at that point.
Right.
It would just be another enhancement. So
that's
it just sounds like things are really compounding on top of each other. Pause. So yeah, what were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say I agree with you. I mean, again, it's going to be a total package deal. There's obviously a big piece on the board when you acquire an ABK, right? And they're obviously banking on the fact that this is going to draw people in, right? That they're going to convert a certain amount of PC players, of console players, and eventually mobile players to come in, because I do believe they're going to introduce a mobile Game Pass. I do believe.
Oh, they have to, because COD Mobile, their COD Warzone Mobile is going to be.
Yeah, so I believe they are going to introduce something like that down the road when they get their mobile store up and running, which is supposedly next year, according to Tom Warren. So I think that there is a certain conversion rate, but it's going to be the total package. It is now up to them. They have the talent, they have the studios, they have the IP. Now they got to put it all together, get consistent drops of content from their first parties, continue to push where you can with third-party content coming into Game Pass. And yes, those numbers will rise, Steele. There is no question. Once people do associate ABK games, right, and King to some degree,
that's gonna be up to Xbox too.
Mobile is different, right, but ABK specifically, when it comes to Call of Duty, Overwatch, Diablo, all their big, World of Warcraft eventually, once they associate that with Xbox and they realize, like you said, either you're getting those games in Game Pass or you're getting benefits through Game Pass on a game that you're already playing anyways, you are going to convert people into Game Pass. And I think that this is the accelerator, as Phil called it, towards those numbers. And I think if all their other pieces start doing what they can do, right, like with Bethesda, with Starfield, etc., that's all going to give a package deal that is undeniable to a greater pool of people. And that greater pool of people is then going to translate into those Game Pass numbers, right? That's where that's where we're going to see where this is going to go. And I do believe that this is going to make a mark. And when Call of Duties do start dropping into Game Pass, it will be a big point for sure. 100.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and speaking of transitions and things moving into the future, guess who else is moving to the future?
Oh,
Pete Hines. Oh, good old Pete Hines, man. I saw
Edie.
I saw people talking about this week too,
Yeah.
and more so on the negative side of things. Again,
Sure.
maybe it's just me being an optimist, same way that I was with Jim Ryan. Maybe I just see things differently. I don't necessarily think that. Although there is some information out there to kind of hint at some bad blood maybe being there, some disagreements, maybe not bad blood, but some disagreements.
Disagreements.
Especially at this point in your career that maybe you want to move on. Again, I've made the point before that as a creative, sometimes you want to create. And if you feel as though your creativity is being hampered in any way,
right,
you might want to move on.
Or your job in general when it comes to Pete Hines, right?
Yeah,
he wasn't really a developer. He was head of publishing and stuff. So
Right,
it's more his
right.
job, right? Yeah.
Right. But that's what maybe he wanted to lead the creativity of the publishing side of things. Maybe he wanted the creativity to be part of every ecosystem, not just Xbox, you know. And
yeah,
I don't think that necessarily Pete left on bad terms. Again,
Phil graciously thanked him in his interview, by the way, too.
He did.
Yep.
Which is, again, that's a commonality for Phil at this point.
Yes.
He's never going to make anybody. He's going to give the most honors to anybody, to his counterparts. So nice guy, Phil, in that way for sure. But Pete Hines, the head of publishing at Bethesda, is retiring after 24 years, and this is coming from The Verge. Excuse me. This was written by Emma Roth. Is retiring after 24 years at the gaming company. In a post on X, formerly known as Twitter, Hines announced that his time at Bethesda had come to an end. Heist. We're going on a heist? We're going to steal some stuff? No.
Yep.
Sorry. Hines first joined Bethesda in 1999 as a senior vice president of global marketing, and communications, becoming a well-known figure at the company and the face of Fallout. So if he's been there since 99, again, he's been there definitely over a couple of decades, and that's a long time to be anywhere. I mean, that is definitely old school mentality as far as being with a company and literally kind of retiring with them. I'm pretty sure he got a pretty nice package when he left. Bethesda has seen some major shifts over the past couple of years. Microsoft completed its acquisition of Skyrim in 2021. Completed its acquisition of the Skyrim developer, not of Skyrim. And that happened in August. Bethesda released the space exploration RPG Starfield following the rocky launch of Redfall. And he does go into a little bit of details here on his actual Twitter post. But the main thing, takeaway from his post was, this is certainly not a goodbye by any means, Hines says. My love for Bethesda and its people has never wavered, and I would never stop being part of this incredible community. We have grown. Bethesda also commented on Hines' departure on X. Pete's public presence was only a small part of his role at Bethesda, although the way he represented us carried over into the values he nurtured here: authenticity, integrity, and passion. Bethesda writes, his contributions have been integral in building Bethesda and its family of studios into the world-class organization that it is today. Mm-hmm. Hines notes that his decision to retire did not come easily or quickly, adding that he feels like the time is right following the launch of Starfield. The point that I made to Pong in the background was that this is not a young man's game, and maybe he doesn't want to approach this industry from a
you mean
very
this is
public
a young man's game.
I mean, that's what I meant.
Yes.
It's not an old man's game.
Yes,
there you go.
correct. Yes.
It is a young man's game. That's what I said to Pong was in the background. It is a young man's game. Maybe he couldn't deal with the a lot of the drama. Again, I think Redfall might have exposed a lot of that, and he may have had some additional blowback from Microsoft, maybe, or additional add-ons because he was under Microsoft, and maybe that added on to it. There could be a lot of that. We've seen a lot of people trying to harm devs and threatening devs, and people of certain of different paths and pedigrees in the gaming sphere for their dislikes. And I think he may, especially being at the head of publishing, I think he may want to be at a more of like a consultative role, right? He might be able to sit back a little bit more, not be under pressure, maybe work for himself, have some of that time. Again, I mean, you were just acquired by Microsoft, and Microsoft did just acquire Activision Blizzard. Maybe along with your severance package, you got a nice deal and you cash in some of those stocks where you just want to sit back and hang out for a bit, right? That could be possible. But again, with him saying that this is not the end, that does tell me that he still wants to be part of something. I don't know. I mean, again, he says it's not the end of his time with Bethesda or whatever the case, or still having that access to that team. But what capacity do you think that he is going to end up contributing into the gaming space, if he does stay involved? Does he go to PlayStation? Is he the new head of PlayStation? He's going to take over for Jim Ryan?
No.
Hines takes over for Jim Ryan. No?
No. Pete's a cranky man. There's no doubt about it. I'm not saying that in any hurtful manner. Some people just have an abrasiveness about them, and Pete does have that. Mm-hmm. I think it was highlighted during the acquisition from the emails that we saw, the leaked emails that we saw, when he was upset that, Phil in an interview had talked about the exclusivity of Bethesda titles, and he was saying, well, they could have given us the heads up. What do we think? Todd's going to be going on a media tour, for Starfield, and then these questions are going to be asked, blah, blah, blah. We saw all that. We saw his Twitter responses to people, so he's just one of those dudes. He's been in the game for a long time. He was Todd's right-hand man. Again, when the acquisition went through, one of the first interviews with Major Nelson, it was Phil, Todd, Major Nelson, and Pete Hines, right? Pete was a big face for Bethesda. And he handled, the publishing for some of the biggest games ever in the games industry. So that is invaluable. And to lose him is certainly a loss overall, right? But still, I've been trying to point this out. I want to believe Pete up front. I want to believe that people, but we've seen it many times where people say certain things. Shinji Mikami, obviously, when he left Tango, said he was retiring, and then it comes out that he's come out recently after his NDA was over and said, I got one more game in me, right? Which is cool. Shinji's earned it. Okay. Pete's earned this. If this is retirement, I want to believe it's retirement. I want to believe that he wants to go spend some time with his family after a long development process with Starfield and a big launch that, as you said, Steele, this is a young man's game. Maybe the years finally are starting to weigh on Pete a little bit, and he wants to step away. He wants to go spend time with the family. He wants to go, they rescue Pete and his family, rescue dogs as well. So he wants to go do all that kind of stuff that he hasn't been able to do. Just to game, right? Just to sit back and be a gamer and enjoy games. That's cool. These acquisitions that Xbox has made have been of established developers, right? They have been of developers who've been around for a long time. When an acquisition like that happens to these companies, there's a windfall of money to a lot of the higher ups, especially, right? And even some of the devs who may have, options or whatever the case may be, or have a vested interest within the company. They're going to get a windfall of money that allows freedom that you might not have had when these studios were and these publishers were on their own.
Exactly.
Because there was always a risk, right? There was always a risk of every game. Every game was, meaningful to the company financially. Now that's all gone. And for you and your family, you have a chance to go do what you want to do, right? With less risk. I'm taken care of now. So now I can go do what I really want to do. Maybe that's Pete's situation. I should bring up too. I think I saw Decado in the chat bring it up, and I was going to bring it up during this. Will Shen, however you pronounce his name. The lead designer on Starfield for the missions for the story, for the story missions and that kind of stuff. Big part of Bethesda as well. He now left to go do something different, right? He left to go join what is the studio's name again? I just had it, and of course, again, my brain goes everywhere but where it should be. But he left to go to something Wicked Games. And something Wicked Games has been snapping up a lot of talented developers. But that's because he just got a windfall, right? He probably had options in the company. He's been with the company for like 15, 20 years. He goes back to Fallout 3. So the lead quest designer also left. But that's because he can go do something different.
Yeah, the game is done. He doesn't have to do Starfield 2. The game's done.
No, he doesn't have to do it. And again, Bethesda is known as one of the rare developers that has a core team. We talked about this in the lead up to Starfield Steel of how confident I was in Bethesda, in Todd, in his team, because his core team has been together since like Fallout 3. Like they know each other, they know how to build games. But if somebody has all along just in the back of their skull said, God, I really love Bethesda, but I really want to go do something different. Now's the time you go do it. And that's why we have seen people leaving, not because people are so upset that Microsoft has acquired the company they work for, but more so because they now have the freedom to go do so. And when you acquire Sony, PlayStation has been acquiring newer studios, right? Studios that are just building up, maybe have one game underneath their belt, right? Maybe have 2 games underneath their belt, but just newer studios in general. Those people generally aren't going to leave because they don't have that long history in the same place. So generally they're going to stick around, right? So I want to believe, Pete, that it's just retirement. Do I think there could have been added to his already, hey, I'm been doing this for 25 years, kind of want to break? Could there have been an added factor of him not being happy with some of the way things went down with the acquisition and how it was handled? Sure. Do I also believe, Seal, what you were talking about with the Redfall launch and the lead up to Starfield and the stuff that was going on social media and just in general, the whole kind of hubbub around those games? Do I think that maybe that added a little bit more of a push to him too? Sure, of course. All that could be possible. But I'm just going to take him at his face value. I'm going to think that Pete just wanted to step away, take a break. Does that mean his gaming career is over? Not necessarily. Maybe we don't ever hear from Pete again, right? Maybe we only see Pete in interviews when people go and ask him for an interview about his time at Bethesda, and he's just happily retired and just living his life. Cool. You earned it, Pete. Again, nothing but best of luck. But do I think that we could see him pop up again in a year or two down the road? Sure, I do. I could see him definitely going to someplace established. Again, he's going to be an asset no matter where he goes. His experience is invaluable. What he did with Bethesda is a proven track record. There will be people who will either give him a position and give him a lot of money to come in and help them, like a PlayStation, Nintendo, whoever, big, EA, Ubisoft, name it. There will be people that give them that. But he also could take the advisor route too, Steele, where he just comes in and is an advisor to companies and get paid big bucks too. And he doesn't have to have that commitment.
That's what I was saying.
That one contract. Yeah, he could be an advisor, consultant, right? A lot of people do that as well late in their careers, right? Where they've got the expertise. They don't necessarily want to take a full-time position, but you bring them in on a contract to come in, look at what you got going on, point out some things where you can change, where you can improve, some things that you're doing very well to keep doing. Yeah, I could see Pete doing that as well. I just, you don't know the hearts of men. You never will. Yeah, right. Never. That's this famous saying. You won't know the hearts of men. So we won't know, but we'll find out. But again, best of luck to Pete. He was a big, obviously part of my favorite developer in Bethesda. He helped launch and publish some of the biggest games in the gaming industry history. Hats off to Pete, man. You earned it. Go kick back, go relax, go do what you're going to do. Chill out with your family, your dogs, play some games just to be a gamer. have fun, man. I'm all for it. Shen, I'll add to this. Will Shen is a bigger loss right now for Bethesda because he crafted a lot of the story that was in Fallout 3, Fallout 4, obviously Elder Scrolls, Oblivion, Skyrim. He crafted a lot of that stuff. Actually, I don't even know if he was there for Oblivion yet. He might not have been there for Oblivion. Forgive me on that one, but Skyrim, obviously. That lead quest designer position, somebody who managed the entire questing team that built like main parts of those games, and why a lot of people have been talking. Steel, you talked about some of the side quests, the faction quests and that kind of stuff. Some of your favorite quests that you've played. It's a big loss because he's the brains in a lot of ways behind some of that. Now, they obviously have lots of talent there at Bethesda. They got a lot of replacement type people that are going to be able to walk in and do the same thing and hopefully not skip a beat. But Will is a big loss. But shout out to Will, again, going to do what he wants to do. Something Wicked Games. This is a studio to keep your eyes on. We brought it up here when we originally saw their game Weird Song. We brought that up. Watch out because they've hired former Bethesda people, former BioWare, some of the classic BioWare, Obsidian people. They're bringing in big names for this game. And this game is going to be a dark fantasy, almost horror-like RPG. I can't wait to see what they do, but hats off to Will too. Again, he's given me some of my favorite memories in games with his quests. Hats off to him. Glad he gets to go do what he wants to do. He wants to try something new at a new place. Power to you. So yeah. As my dogs are barking, sorry if you guys can hear that. They're going.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, much respect to Pete. Hopefully he has best wishes to him. Hopefully everything goes well. Let's see. I've got some exciting news this week. It is something that I've been talking about, and I haven't gone back to it yet. I still need to finish my third playthrough. And really get back into it. I feel like I'm not a real fan sometimes, man. Damn it. It's just good different games that are out, and it's still a very memorable game. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's going to be Armored Core 6. And what I want to bring up here is the fact that it almost sold 3 million copies, ladies and gentlemen. This is the day that I never thought I would see. Hold on, let me preach to y'all for a second. This was a game that me and Pong definitely brought here and talked about and said, hey, we don't know, because this game has traditionally been something that has been very difficult for people to get into. Traditionally, it hadn't sold well. Again, we did the research on it, and I believe the highest one, I think, didn't even break 700K in sales.
Yeah, numbers are fuzzy from back then, especially since it was so heavy in the East. We didn't get real numbers, right? So, but we know Armored Core 5 sold right around 500,000 total.
Right. So it wasn't highly anticipated for this game to come to release, especially in the quality that it had outside of, because we got Elden Ring and the quality of Elden Ring, and now we're probably going to get choppy here because the connection is turning into complete dog water, but that's fine. We'll be okay. But because of those factors, me and Pong we're going to be hopeful if the game even hit over 1 million, right? Especially since Armored Core kind of came out of nowhere for FromSoft after Elden Ring, especially not hearing anything about DLC for Elden Ring, which has been rumored for quite some time. And I think the rumor now is that we may get that a DLC announcement at the Game Awards, which would be kind of on brand, because I think that's the first time that we saw Elden Ring. So to bring out the DLC at the Game Awards would be really cool. I think that would be also a perfect time for people to, if you haven't jumped into Elden Ring, for you to jump in, because you'll be on break, probably Christmas, right around that time. End of November, Christmas. So you'll have plenty of time to jump in. They'll have a huge influx of players. I know I'll be jumping back in. I'm even considering getting the game on PC just because of how many mods that the game has now. But I would only do that if my brother ends up getting his PC back. But seeing Armored Core 6 as high up as I am on the game. It's one of the greatest. It's definitely one of the best mech games that I've ever played. The feelings that I get while playing it. Actually, I actually did end up putting it down because one of the bosses I was fighting was just being extremely annoying. And again, I'm not trying to do a lot of the cheesy things that people are doing. I'm testing out builds. I'm kind of at that point, third playthrough in. I think you kind of earn your right to kind of be versatile in many ways. And I got caught up doing online stuff and making emblems, and it's just really special to me because this opens the door and I think it lets other developers know that a mech game can be successful. Now, is 3 million copies successful to you? Maybe I don't know, especially when you saw Elden Ring do 15 in its first 3 months. Again, for this game to be much more niche and to reach the audience that it has, that's what I'm proud of, man. Armor Core, especially a modern day Armor Core, is gonna be something I can constantly go back to. They're starting to drop Gundam mods in there now. That's been super dope to see. Like full on, like they're changing the weapons now. They got some of the armor pieces looking like exactly how you would expect, and that's also really cool to see, right? It still doesn't break the game in many ways, although they are also dropping other things to enhance the combat of the game. I saw there was this more melee focused attack where it did like multiple kicks in a row. I thought that was interesting. You could just walk up on an enemy and your melee attack would be, and it's not your sword, but you could literally walk up on an enemy on like how you would push them or whatever.
Right.
You can walk up to them and just kick them like 10 times real quick, like a flurry of kicks,
like a kung fu, master,
like Chun-Li type, type. Yeah, just like that. So that's it's dope to see. It's cool to see modders, because I think this is something that people have been waiting for too, on the modding stand front, because there's not many mech games that look the way that Armor Core does, and also has really good gameplay. So shout out to Armor Core, man. I mean, how are you feeling about the 2.8 million copies apparently sold worldwide at $60, Pong? $60.
It's what we predicted, Steel. We both said when we were conversating about this that this could outsell all the other ones combined. It had a chance to do that. And again, the bar isn't that high, but it doesn't matter. The fact is that this could kick off more mech games. They took a chance. This could kick off more mech games. We still have traditional mech games like Mech Warrior, which continues to pump out games. They're just putting out another one, Steel, standalone. But Mech Warrior has been around for a long time, but that's a slower pace. That's a plotting mech game. We don't have action mech games like we used to get back in the day, more so. And because it is niche and because they didn't sell a whole lot. Obviously Phil's wanted them, but the licensing is all screwed up, according to him, that it's a mess, because back then they wrote licensing contracts on napkins. Sometimes like it was stupid how they did deals back in the day, which has made an absolute complete cluster of a lot of these IP out there. So again, overall, Armor Core 6 coming from Software at the peak of their, I don't know if this will be their ultimate peak. I still think From Software can continue to get better, and they're going to have games down the road that are even bigger than Elden Ring potentially. From Software, though, is right now at its peak as a developer in popularity and mind share about what people think of their game. So when Armor Core 6 was announced, that's why Steele and I said this is going to do numbers as far as comparatively speaking to their older Armor Core games. And it's done that. And I think that opens up the opportunity for more action-based mech games to start to come out, and from maybe some places that we might be surprised about. Now, is it going to change the industry? No. Is this an Elden Ring moment? No, it's not. No. But the fact that nearly 3 million people, or probably 3 million at this point, have gone out and played Armor Core 6. And the overall thought about Armor Core 6 is that it is From Software quality content. This is a good to great game from them. Even people who don't necessarily normally play mech games but play Souls games have jumped into Armored Core 6 and found something that they do like about the game because it's set up in a similar fashion. So that right there says that this game is going to continue to sell. As this game will have legs. It won't have giant legs. We're not talking Hogwarts. We're not talking Elden Ring here. But we were talking about for this type of genre, for this type of game, it is going to have legs, is going to continue to sell. And I think we're going to get DLC, which will give it another bump. I think we are going to, again, have the potential that some other places look at this and go, you know what, we could make a pretty damn cool action mech game. Let's go for it. We've always kind of wanted to jump into that realm. And that's what I'm excited about, Steel. And I want to get back to Armored Core 6 again. I had put it down when I got really frustrated with the one boss that everybody knows. I forget his name, but I did put it down, but then I had other things I needed to play too, Baldur's Gate 3, etc. But I'm going to go back to all the Armored Core 6 because I love mech games. I liked Armored Core back in the day, and it's freaking awesome, especially on PC because that's where I'm playing it. It looks spectacular. It's so much fun to play. So, happy for From Software, happy for mech games in general here with this, with these numbers coming out for sure.
Absolutely. Let's see what else we got going on here. Apparently Monster Hunter Now, the mobile game, got 10 million downloads. So shout out to Monster Hunter. That's kind of cool to see for those who are interested in that. So I think this is going to be a good conversation for you, Paul. Maybe it's a just do for you and your perspective, but it has to do with Starfield. I mean, we mentioned a lot of the different people involved with Starfield. Shout out to Pete Hines again. Yeah, but how about those sales, man?
Yeah,
Starfield first month.
How about them sales, Steel? How about
first month, huh?
How about another narrative yet again dying on the vine?
No way.
Not that it matters. The circus carries around skeletons as if they're still alive over and over and over and over again. So it's never going to stop. But proof yet again that a lot of people out here make up what they're talking about, don't know what they're talking about. And we might get another topic in on this too.
Okay.
Or just assume that they know better than everybody else. And it's just all crazy talk. Starfield, number 1 in sales for September out of all games, number 7 overall in 2023, without being on PlayStation, without being on Switch. Yes, Xbox gamers still buy games. Yes, PC gamers still love Bethesda games, no matter what's being talked about. And yes, PC gamers, even though they can have PC Game Pass, will still buy games as well. All of these narratives dying on the vine. It doesn't matter. Starfield did exactly what it needed to do. Sure, there was a lot of discourse around it. Sure, not everybody loves the game. All of that. But this game came out and blew everything else out of the water, including some very big multi-plat titles in September, including Mortal Kombat 1. And we know how big Mortal Kombat is. We know how Mortal Kombat has sold through the years. It is the biggest fighting franchise sales-wise going and has been. And it still beat that out, even though that is on everything, including the Switch. Now, that version is not pretty, but it doesn't matter. It's still there. It's still available. There's still plenty of, there's still plenty of Switch players who love Mortal Kombat, right? So, I mean, this is exactly what we knew would happen. Again, there's no denying the power of Bethesda. Let's continue to point out too, Steel. This is a new IP. This is not an established franchise. This is something new from Bethesda. So it doesn't have, I love Skyrim, so this is the next Elder Scrolls, I've got to play it factor. No, sure. Is there some, I'm a fan of Bethesda, super fan?
Of course.
And I got to play it, right? Yeah, sure. There's some of that, but this is a new IP and they went in a different direction. And that's why the discourse is out there. They tried some new things because of the scope. They went in different directions than their other games did. And they still found success at the end of the day. And this is a game that's not going away, Steel. This is not a game, a single player game that disappears after everybody's done with it. This is a game that will continue to evolve for the next year, 2 years, 5 years, maybe even potentially 10 years down the road. We already got data miners out here still posting that they found proof in their data that eventually we might be able to build actual star bases.
I seen that. Yeah, that's good. That's
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So this game is going to continue to evolve. It's going to get DLC. It's going to get mods. It's going to get bumps time and time again. More and more people are putting Star Wars mods in. This is before the the actual mod, the official modding package comes out from Bethesda. That happens next year. People are already going to work on this game. This game is going to continue to evolve, continue to be talked about. Starfield 2 years from now is going to be a different game. Starfield 5 years from now is going to be a different game. You're going to have options to play Starfield in ways that you never imagined before. When this is all said and done, these are the types of games they make. And it's purposeful. Bethesda, that's why when people dismiss it and say, oh, yeah, but it's the modding community. The modding community fixes everything Bethesda breaks. The modding community does all this. That's purposeful. So you can't take that away from them. They build their games this way for a reason. They use Creation Engine for a reason.
Yep.
So that is a credit to them that they have embraced the modding community. That is a credit to Bethesda that they build their games. Every other developer could build their games this way. Insomniac could have certainly put developer tools out there for the community to work with, right? And to make their own creations. Now the modding community does it on their own anyways, but Insomniac doesn't have official tools out there. That's just people passionate about their game. But Bethesda embraces that. So that is actually a feature of their game that you have to give them credit for. So September, crushed it. Do I expect it to stay? Of course not. I know how this rolls. It's not going to stay. Plus, there's too many games this year. There's so many factors here. But of course, it's not going to stay number one, right? I don't see it staying number one. But the fact is, number 7 overall in 2023, out the gate, less than 30 days in September. That's impressive with a new IP. No matter what you want to say, no matter how you want to slice it and dice it, it's impressive. And I'm happy for the team over there. And again, more and more people will continue to discover Starfield and fall in love with it. And more people will discover it and say it's not for me. That's cool too. But they did what they needed to do. It's the game that Xbox needed still. It is going to be continuously a game that people do jump into Game Pass when they first are new to the ecosystem. And it will be one of those games that maybe they never played on PC. So they will hop into the Xbox ecosystem for the first time. And it'll be one of the first games they download to check out. So it's exactly what Xbox bought ZeniMax, a part of the reason why they bought ZeniMax. And it worked. That's all I got to say. What you think?
No, I mean, I don't know, man. It just, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it.
What?
I am baffled.
You're baffled by how this happened or what?
I'm baffled by all of it because I thought people said that Starfield was just a bad game. I thought it was trash. I thought we didn't know what it was. I thought the load screens made the game a 6. I thought that this was their worst game that they've ever released. That's what I heard, at least.
Those are opinions, and those are fine. Sure. Those are opinions.
I mean, but they said people are going to forget about Starfield in a month, Paul.
Oh, of course, man.
There's no way that people can think about Starfield when they're playing Spider-Man right now.
Well, those certain people that I'm sure that's the case, right? Those people that are playing Spider-Man 2, it's the latest and greatest. I'm sure they are not thinking about Starfield.
But Pong,
but those aren't the only people out here in the world.
I could play Spider-Man 10 times versus you playing Starfield, right?
Yeah, you could.
Come on, like what are you doing? Like you don't see the enjoyable experience that I can have 100%ing the game 10 times versus you exploring your 1,000 planets.
I'm playing different though, Steel. So you could technically go into New Game Plus which they do have 10 levels of New Game Plus in Starfield, where you actually do get new armor and stuff too. I think it's 10.
Yes.
Yes.
For the Starborn armor, yeah.
Yeah, for the Starborn armor. Yeah.
Got Emperor for the 199. Says, funny enough, Starfield was a system seller.
That too.
Sure.
That too.
Yeah.
No, it was up. Xbox sales they had their highest. I think I posted that in there too, Steel. And this is where'd it go? Hold on. I know I posted it in here for us because that was a factor. There it is. This is by way of Matt Piscatella. Who, again, if you don't follow Matt Piscatella and you're interested in the business side of gaming, he's been around for a long time in the gaming industry. He handles all the business side. He analyzes the sales charts and stuff. Puts out good information, factual information. He doesn't throw a whole lot of his own opinions on stuff. He just puts it out there for everybody. Benji Sales picked up on it though and said via Matt Piscatella, September 2023 was the best September month for an Xbox console in dollar sales since 2014, and the best September since 2016 in terms of unit sales overall.
Okay.
So it definitely did push numbers. I think they were up 178% in the UK, I think it was, in console sales, which again, those numbers are going to be low. So 178% is all relative, but it does show a bump in the console sales, which again, take it or leave it, right? But all the places that this game could be played, it did move consoles. It did move consoles into in a meaningful way. So for sure.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, so again, this is definitely another one of those situations where you got to kind of look at the situation that's available to you, right? Whether you believe the 10 million players to be true, over 10 million players to be true. I think were we able to confirm whether those were sales numbers or not? I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I know they've definitely sold well over 3 million, for sure. I don't know if it's been more than that.
They're way over that because there's again, we don't get these numbers. Again, it's all speculation, it's all guessing, but there are some people who watch Steam numbers and can calculate, and they estimate right around anywhere between 5 and 7 million on Steam. They believe were sold right away, first month. So, I mean, yeah, I can imagine that we are getting close to, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 to 10 total sold outside. Again, it all depends how you look at it because they had the upgrade pack, all that kind of stuff. But, let's put it this way, Steel. And this is a fun fact.
Okay.
This is a fun fact that also came out via Matt Piscatella. Bethesda has never had a game debut at number 1 for the first month in sales.
That's a good perspective.
Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Oblivion, Skyrim never hit number 1 in the month they launched. That's pretty damn impressive, bro.
Damn, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Damn. I don't know. I mean, if you look at that at face value, can you really question too much about what's going on? It's just the only perspective that I could truly give people is that Starfield is my game of the year.
Yep.
As somebody who is not traditionally a Bethesda fan, who definitely, I've played some of their previous titles. I couldn't really get into them. To jump into this game and to have the memorable experiences that I had with it. And of course I had some issues, but the game is definitely an 8 out of 10 for me. Sure. So is it the most perfect game? No, it's not a 10 out of 10. And people might question.
You should go right for IGN.
How do you make a game that is an 8 out of 10 to you your game of the year? It should be a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 should be your game of the year. And I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. I hate saying that. I'm here to tell you that it's because it's my fucking opinion. It's because that's how I felt when I played it. Felt good. I enjoyed my experiences with it. It should help demonstrate to me why people like Bethesda type games. Now, I do want to offer some clarity and add that was it as impactful as Mass Effect was? No, it wasn't. Matter of fact, I think the main story of Starfield is the weakest thing in that game. The weakest.
That's
at least the way that it's presented.
And that's the opposite of a lot of people too, right? A lot of people said that the main story is their favorite part of the game. So
it's in comparison to the faction stuff and everything else that you could do in that game. The main story is literally the weakest, and I mean the weakest in a way that it's not even like I don't even think it's. I think it's a disservice to the game.
Wow.
To me,
I'll be interested to see once I start it and get into it.
A matter of fact, the main story would like solidified like really put the nail in the coffin for me that I don't want to play New Game Plus, along with everything that I was losing. And I understand that like New Game Plus is more so for you. It's not about the things that you have in the game anymore. It's just about you continuously hitting New Game Plus after that point. At least the way that I've understood it. Because again, yeah, you're going to have those different experiences, but it's not so vast to the point, at least from what I've seen, that you'll want to spend 300 hours in every playthrough. It's more so just progressing through it.
Sure.
So, I mean, Starfield is a good game. It's good to see that it's been hitting those numbers. It's becoming more impressive. The only unfortunate thing for me is that I know that this game is going to be better a year from now. I know the game's going to be better 8 years from now. The game that I played today is not going to be the game that it is 8 years from now. And that is going to be a very special experience for anybody. That waits to play this game.
Sure.
But Nixie asked in the chat, Steel, mod-free Starfield is game of the year? I didn't have mods in my game outside of visual mods. Outfits. I didn't have any other mods in the game. Starfield doesn't need mods to be a good game. Like, okay, I might go on a little rant here. I do feel like a lot of it's just fucking disingenuous as hell. The load screens in the game are not that fucking bad. One, I want to put that blatantly to anybody that's out there that think that they are. And I just want to tell you, if there's load screens at any other game that you play, I don't want to hear your opinion anymore. Because that literally, it doesn't make it such a bad experience that it doesn't make it immersive enough. No. It actually, and it's not like you're waiting too long for these load screens either. It's 2 seconds. So you don't have 2 seconds? That's a problem? So how many times do these games need to release these types of games from Bethesda for you to understand how their games work? I'm not the Bethesda fan, and you want to hear from me how the games work? You want me to explain to you why there may need to be load screens? Why the game is presented the way that it is? Why it's not No Man's Sky? I feel actually, since I've played Starfield, I feel more comfortable about going to No Man's Sky because I'm not looking for that in No Man's Sky anymore because I got it from Starfield. Right? Now, will I play No Man's Sky? No, because that's not what I was looking for. And the comparisons that are made to that game are also, again, we talked about this, are also extremely disingenuous because it's not the same types of games. They don't play similar to each other. There are things that they take from one another, just like any other game has in the last 30 years that you've been gaming. I could say that, and I'm always going to go back to this because I was so far on the ledge
with this statement regarding Halo and the way that the industry was going with battle royales and other first-person shooters, we have literally gotten clones. The battle royale genre is literally a clone of Halo's gameplay. And again, people love that shit now. Oh, because it's in Fortnite and it's in third person, it's the greatest thing that you've ever experienced. Kids love this shit. Fortnite is this generation's Halo. And it fucking plays, it's the same fucking mechanics. You have shields, you can recover your shields, you can shoot people. Oh man, I wonder who did that. I wonder who fucking complained about that shit for 20 years. It said that Halo needed to be more like Call of Duty. And then when it became more like Call of Duty, it was a fucking problem. So Starfield can't take some elements from scanning a planet or two? Or 1,000? Can't take some elements of procedural generation and mining from other games? By not being, that's not the central focus of the fucking game. It's a fucking RPG. Oh, but I forget that that's also thrown in question because nobody knows what an RPG is anymore. And I blame the industry for that because nobody has fucking said what it is. Everything's an RPG. No Man's Sky is a fucking RPG. No, it's not. It's a space exploration game that has no central, get to the middle of the universe. Wow, how great. Oh, these just people. You got to unlock your audio deck so you can hear people better. What? It's just, Starfield didn't need to be the end-all be-all, and I don't think that it was pitched to be the end-all be-all. I do think that it's unfortunate that this game had to be the standout for Xbox to prove to people why they should get a system or not. Because I don't think Starfield proves you why you should have a system. It's impressive to me. I don't know if it's impressive to anybody else. I will continue to ask what other games do the same thing. No, and what I mean by the same thing is, you know that room that you have at New Atlantis? Go drop some stuff off there. Go on an adventure for 100 hours. Never return to that room until after that 100 hours. And watch that thing that you placed in that room still be in the exact same location. If the idea of that is not impressive to you, then maybe you don't understand the principle of what their games can do. And I'm not saying it's the end all to be all. It's not perfect. The AI is ass in a lot of ways. The same way the AI is ass in Spider-Man. The AI was ass in Spider-Man 2018. It had its moments. I'm playing on Spectacular, and the AI is ass. I am somebody that shit takes me out of the experience. How the things around me are behaving. How my combat engagements are behaving. This is why I like to play PvP, because at least I know the fucking person is going to be reactive to me. There have been too many single player games where that's not the case. Or it's so over the top in difficulty where it's not difficult, it's punishing. Purposely punishing. It's not difficulty anymore, it's just hard to be hard. And there is that perfect balance there, and I think Starfield strikes a lot of that well too. The survival aspects, you could choose your difficulty. Starfield is a game of the generation. Why? Because what other game does what they do? Anybody? So just because it has load screens in it, it can't be a game of the generation. When it's already been proven, they sold 4K and we still haven't got 4K native yet.
They've been doing that since the Xbox One X. PlayStation nor Xbox consistently hit 4K. But they put 8K on that box, though. But you're worried about load screens. I feel like priorities are fucked up in the gaming space overall. We want so much graphical fidelity. We sacrifice the details in the games that we're playing, in these works of art that we're playing, the things that really matter that can take somebody out of the experience because you built up all these surrounding things. And then the player's disengaged because the world don't act right. That's unfortunate. Nick says, shout out to the skilled devs doing wizardry masking load screens. Yeah. Hey, Nix, real quick. Can Spider-Man do the same things that Starfield does? And would it ever be able to at the fidelity that it's at? Or the gameplay style that it has?
Yeah, a whole different game.
Yeah, it would turn into a whole different game then.
That's what people always conflate.
Like we're talking about different styles of games are conflating everything. That is not how game design works, and I'm not a game developer. I care about the industry though. So I do a little bit of research to make sure that I'm listening to game devs and other people who do create works of art in this space on how games can be made. And I'm glad that Spider-Man can hide load screens.
Well, they're not.
When games have been doing that in creative ways, quote unquote, since the 360 generation, if not longer.
The dev claims it's not a load screen at all, anywhere. So.
Okay, and maybe it works seamless, but there's other games who are working seamless too.
Oh, yeah.
That same way.
Of course. Of course. There always has been. There always has been.
More things are possible because we do have SSDs in our console. And maybe it's not, sure, you can say it's not a load screen. That's impressive. But even if it did, would it make the game worse? I don't think so.
Not to a lot of people, Steel. We go through these cycles all the time, Steel, where something new comes out and it's the latest and greatest thing, right? And people act like what was previously there, they never enjoyed. Right? That's why I said from the beginning, when people started complaining about the load screens, I'm like, how long you guys all been playing video games? Now, all of a sudden, because of the buzzword, immersion has become the thing in a lot of ways to say about your game. Now, every previous game that ever had a loading screen was never immersive to you. Really? Like I said, how long you been playing video games for? Again,
I know, Nick. I know.
If you honestly feel like that a loading screen ruins the entire experience of your game, well, I can't fight you if that's honestly deep down your opinion, your problem, right? Yes. If that's your preference, and if that's changed everything about how you play video games, and you can never look at another video game again, like Steele said, that has a loading screen. Okay, I can't fight you on that. I'm not here to change your mind. But the reality is, the vast majority of people complaining about loading screens have been playing video games for long enough to have played lots. In fact, the majority of video games prior to SSDs had loading screens. And you're telling me
3-minute loading screen.
Right. And you're telling me that all of those experiences that you had were awful, that you never played a good video game because they had loading screens. That I will call you out and call you a freaking liar to your face. You're bullshitting me. And you're saying it just to downplay another game. Again, these types of experiences are great. It's awesome that technology is moving forward and we're having things like more seamless gameplay, that's cool as hell. That's great.
Yeah,
But to
that's
act
amazing.
like this has never
Yeah.
been done before, or to act like that every other game you ever played that didn't have that is now suddenly terrible, is wrong. And to say that every game in 2023, no matter the size, scope, no matter what mechanics they have going on, no matter how they design the game, should also be loading screen free, is disingenuous 1000% completely. It's a great goal to have. I'm sure if Todd and his team could have gotten the Creation Engine 2 to be absolutely seamless and not have loading screens, they would have loved to have done that. But to sit there and say that the game is, that's one of your major problems with it, is that it has loading screens that are, as Steele said, relatively speaking to a lot of loading screens in games, shorter than a lot because of the SSD, because of how fast it can load assets.
Literally 2 seconds.
Bro, come on, man. Again, then like Steele said, I don't ever want to see you playing another game that has a loading screen ever. You better be out here saying, nope, this game's got loading screens, not going to play it.
And it's not about whether you like loading screens or not.
No.
The point is understanding the concept of the game. And
Right.
when you say that, oh, other games don't do this, or other games have this, why doesn't this one? You're conflating games where that doesn't make sense. And again, I have to ask the question, tell me what game.
Right.
And then we have to talk about scope.
Right.
Because what is the game doing? Open world games are very different from.
And then you have to talk about the number of systems within that
15
game. You have
hour
to talk about the mechanics within that game. You have to talk about how they all interact. You have to compare apples to apples in these types of technical opinions. And again, none of us are devs here, right? So we only have baseline knowledge of what it takes, but you have to compare apples to apples. Again, that's like saying, why doesn't Super Mario Brothers Wonder allow me to drop items everywhere that stay there and never disappear? Like, that's just dumb, because that's not the game it is. Spider-Man's not the game that Starfield is. And again, like Steele's pointed out, like I pointed out, like Bethesda is truly in a different realm, because they're the only ones who make a game like Starfield with the scope involved, with all the different systems at play and mechanics. Again, maybe somebody out there can point me to some obscure PC game that uses the same systems and mechanics that Starfield does to the degree that they do. And okay, but off the top of my head, there are games that use combinations of them. There are games that have tried to do a lot of what Bethesda games do, but that's why Bethesda games are special and always will be. And if a loading screen ruins that for you, okay, doesn't ruin it for me.
You know what ruins games for me? You know what ruins some games for me?
Yeah.
The length of them.
Sure.
What a transition.
Mm-hmm.
You know why that ruins things for me? Because it sucks. You want me to spend X amount of dollars
right.
for a game that is 8 hours long. And again, when it comes to the timing of games, because that's the other thing that we got this week too, is that it is rumored, and people have since clarified, and there's been some different numbers. On average, I probably would say it takes about 15 hours to beat Spiderman.
Mm-hmm.
And this brought up, again, this is something that always gets put in rotation, about the length of games. Oh, well, not every game needs to be 100 hours. Not every game needs to be this length. Not every game. And that's cool. I get that. But is it not enough? Or is it so much to ask that Spider-Man, at least I'm just using that as an example, looks at its closest piece of inspiration, aka Batman, and say that, hey, how could we keep people playing for longer if they wanted to? It's an option. About letting people kind of live in your game for a bit, right? Making them feel like they got some additional value, even if it may not be. And what I mean by that is adding like something like a horde type mode, or in some form of arena that you could practice in, like some of the older Spider-Man games used to do, like the old Spider-Man game, Spider-Man 2 game on PlayStation 2, I believe that was. Sounds about right. I think I might have played it on GameCube, but like that one, it had little things that you could do after the game. So it just kind of enhanced the experience to maybe draw it out a little bit more. But like the Arkham games traditionally, what you could do is after you beat the game, you can go into like these combat trials, and you could do like a unlimited amount of time where you could just see like a survival kind of mode where you could just see how long you could go, how many waves that you could beat, how many combos that you can get off, what's your longest combo string, kind of constantly competing against yourself. And I thought that was extremely cool, like especially in Arkham City and in Arkham Knight, because not only could you maybe take a break from playing the main game and go into these combat trials or these survival type modes and practice your moves, but it gave some form of challenge to the game too. It gave some form of that inflated time to the game, right? So if the game is only going to be, because I don't think Arkham City wasn't long and Arkham Knight weren't long games either, but because you had other things that you could do, like race at the Batmobile and stuff, all that stuff was really cool. It was additionals. And I'm not saying that you got to give Spider-Man, he doesn't need a spider car or anything like that, but I do think that you should at least add some form of combat trials. You didn't do that in your first game. You gave DLC, but there wasn't like, you had combat trials like within the actual game itself. But I mean those like survival type modes where you give people additional options to continue playing that game, or even if they do move on, they won't delete the game because they enjoyed those survival modes so much where it's like, oh man, but maybe I'm having a bad day and I just want to jump in and beat up some fools, dodging, and doing all kinds of crazy stuff and just trying to be the best Spider-Man that you could be. I think that would have been really fun to see. And it's upsetting to me. Well, not necessarily upsetting, but it's disappointing to me that they didn't incorporate something like that and may not incorporate something like that, especially when there's other games that are like it you can tell the inspiration is very deep in comparison to the Batman games, especially with this Spider-Man seemingly being more gritty, right? All the notes of Venom that I wanted them to hit with him being a true villain and being mature, they're seemingly moving that direction, but also not adding the additional value of what we've seen out of that more of that arcade style type gameplay, right? So to hear that the game is about 15 hours long, more if you like, maybe a little bit more if you end up platinuming it if you're on PlayStation.
Completionist. Yeah.
But like Eastside Vandal just hinted at, you used to do the Arkham challenges all the time. And that's what I mean. Give me more Spidey challenges. Give me some more things that I could do to, again, and it can feel, some people may feel like that just, it inflates the world. But these are just additional things. They're things that the dev has put in place to either help you build your skill as you're playing, or as something just an add-on, and you could do it's wave-based. It's not new. And I just would have loved to see something like that in there, especially with not having the co-op there. So, yeah, man, I do think that this has solidified to me too that I do hold value in time in how long a game is. I do hold some form of a value there. Is it as deep of some of the as some folks have made it, where 15 hours doesn't equal to 70 hours? I don't know if it's necessarily there, but I also have found that every time that somebody has put a time on a game, like for an example, Guardians of the Galaxy, people said that was an extremely short game, and I almost quadrupled the time that most people said that they spent on that game. I also played on the harder difficulty, but I wasn't dying a lot. I was just in the flow of the game. So it's like I've come to find myself also taking a lot longer. If people say that this game's 15 hours, I know it's probably going to be about a 35, 40-hour game for me, and that's before completion. The Spider-Man 2018, people said was a short game, but it took me over 50 hours to 100% that game. So it's like that I don't think is a bad value to me, especially for a game that is linear. You can't just like make this your own thing and goes all these different branching paths and has multiple endings. I would like for it to have those things, but I'm also a Souls fan and I'm kind of used to that. So I kind of look at the game for what it is at face value and then kind of go and then move from there. But I am glad that I'm waiting because again, Spider-Man 2018, if it did anything, especially with the DLC releasing after that, it just proved to me that I can wait. If you ever throw in question whether you should get the game day one, then maybe you should wait. And yeah, people have beat Spider-Man in a day. 8 hours. Beat it. If that's your experience, you felt like you didn't get the value out of it, maybe you should have did some more research. I don't know. But I can't put a solid time or say, games need to be this long because there are so many different things that can be of value to somebody. I know for me, I do look at it the dollar per hour kind of thing. I would personally want the game to have at least 40 hours of content if you want me to spend $70 on it. At least. I don't think the games have to be 100 hours. But a well-paced game that's about 40 hours long, that's value to me. But that also, but I can't say that that's my mark and stand on that cliff. Because sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. There's anime games that I've played that lasted a lot longer than that. Devil May Cry games are never that long. What makes it that long is you playing through the game again. Now you have Dante's Devil Trigger. Now you can get Virgil and get his Devil Trigger. Maybe you can play all these different characters and enhance your combat ability. And the thing that Devil May Cry does is give you those combat trials, is give you those survival modes, give you reasons to get better at the game. That's what I wanted out of Spider-Man. And hopefully they add that in future DLC. And I do think that does lessen the value, for me at least, and I couldn't justify buying a console for just this game. Especially if you played to Miles Morales in Spider-Man 2018 already. From what I've seen, at least. What do you think, Pong? I mean, what is your value for timing on games, and do you have a number that is like myself, where it's like if I had to give a number, maybe, but again, I know you're probably more like me, where it's just like value is it's dependent on so many different things, where it's like you could kind of go up and down on that.
So it's all subjective still. It's always going to be, value will always be subjective to the individual consumer. Pure and simple, no matter what we're talking about. It doesn't matter what type of product we're talking about. It doesn't matter anything. There are people who feel that movies are overpriced these days, and there's people who believe that they're priced great and that they enjoy their experience there for a couple hours or 3 hours or whatever it might winds up being. Games will always be subjective. Subjectively, games give us more entertainment value than any other form of media.
I think so. Yeah.
Which is why it's growing, right? Why it's exploded is because people are figuring that out. That interactivity with the game itself and the time that you can spend in these worlds are much greater, dollar per minute, dollar per hour spent than anywhere else, right? But again, it's still going to be subjective at the end of the day to that person. There are people who are diehard Spider-Man fans who absolutely freak out about everything Spider-Man, who would honestly probably say they would pay $150 for this game, right?
Yeah, probably.
That's what it is, man. I don't have a problem with it. I think the developers, look, we've talked about the missed opportunities with Spider-Man 2 in the past. You just brought up some more, Steel, that I hadn't even thought about really, as far as what they could have added to the game, added value to the game. But that's that obviously was not a part of the development time,
which is
and it was
unfortunate.
not
That's
right.
That's super unfortunate.
And the financing, right? The resources that were put into this game did not allow them to do that kind of stuff, or maybe they never intended or wanted to do it. Maybe it was stuff that got cut very early on.
I don't think they wanted to do it
because they don't. Again, so the game is what the game is at the end of the day, and you have to decide for yourself where that value is and what it means. And this goes to the wider, bigger subject deal that we talk about, that nowadays in 2023, and this is kind of part of the bug conversation and all that kind of stuff that's surrounding Spider-Man 2, etc., Starfield, all of it. It's a wider discussion to have, and it's one that we've had many, 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 many times here, Steele, and we almost do it on a weekly basis to some degree when we talk about know who you are as a gamer,
like it, yeah,
and make decisions based upon that. But also, we are long past the point of developers not taking advantage of the fact that they can update their game. And a little update right here. There's some news coming out this morning, Steele, about Spider-Man 2.
Oh, what's happening now?
The bugs. Digital Foundry put out a video this morning, and they are stating, and now Digital Foundry is not the gods, okay? But let's just say that they are. That's their business, is the technical side.
Right.
They are saying that the bugs in Spider-Man 2 are related to the day one patch. They have now tested out the day one patch.
Wow.
And they said that prior to the version that they review, right? The review copies, the one that all these reviewers didn't mention any of these bugs in, right? Performs better than the day one patch does. They are saying they are now coming across problems in the game from the day one patch. So we don't, again, they're not gods. They're not the be all end all, but that's what they're stating in their video this morning. So if that's true, that brings up a whole nother issue, right? So I just want to give everybody kind of the update on that. That's why supposedly none of the reviewers talked about the bugs, because they didn't see these bugs, but the day one patch is introducing more problems into the game. Okay. So we'll see if that comes to fruition, if that's something that maybe Insomniac does address publicly and says, hey, we've done our own internal testing. We found the same thing with our day one patch. Sorry about that. We're going to fix this. But the facts are that we're long past the point where developers are not going to take advantage of this digital age, and even more so as we go forward, to put out, and this is developers, this is studios, publishers, all the way up to the top. And usually these decisions come from the top, right? Because it's a money issue, it's a time issue. These games have to get out the door. We're long past the point where these games aren't going to come out buggy. That's why we're so shocked when a game like Hi-Fi Rush comes out, even though it's a smaller game and it's, basically bug-free for most people's experience, right? It's a polished game. That's why we put so much emphasis. Super Mario Brothers Wonder supposedly is absolutely polished. People aren't having any issues. That's why we have this surprise when a game comes out. Dead Island 2 this year, of all games, was pretty much bug-free comparatively speaking to everything else. So we're long past the point. We can sit here and talk about it. We'll criticize. We'll say this game should not have been released. This game should have been delayed longer. Where the hell is the patch, etc. But as a consumer, the ECP that Steele has coined, right? Nowadays, if you are going to take that ECP approach, then you have to be real with yourself, and you have to understand that if you can get over your FOMO, if you value the game experience more so than the potential of being spoiled, because I know that's a lot of people's point. Well, I don't want to be spoiled, so that's why I get games day one, single player games day one, because I don't want to be spoiled. I don't want that experience being ruined. Well, if your gameplay experience is more valuable than possibly getting spoiled, having the story spoiled for you, then you have to stop buying games day one, and you have to hold off, because if you wait 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, in the case of Jedi Survivor, and then pick up that single player game, you will play better and you will pay less. Okay. Because you will probably get that game on sale, and your overall experience will be a lot better than the day ones. And that's sad to say, right? I don't like saying that. I don't like saying we shouldn't be able to buy the games down one, but it's been a fact. It's been going on for a long time. We thought maybe it would get better. No, as these games get more expensive,
at least 15
as they put more development time into these games, the more likely these games come out with bugs. Now we could say, well, they should put more money and time into QA. They should put more money, making sure the games, you're right. They should, but companies spending 100 million, 150 million, 200, $250 million on a AAA home run game, first party title. Again, they're going to push that game out the door eventually. And a lot of more time is going into the development process, not the QA process. So we have to come as consumers, as gamers, right? As somebody who's buying a product, you have to start factoring that in. I think even more so than how much time, again, for me, at least personally, time or size of a game does not dictate the value I get out of that game. My fun factor, what we went back to, what we started talking the show about, quality, what we define as quality, my fun factor, my entertainment value is more dependent upon the game and what I experience in the game than it is about how long I'm in that game. Right. So that's just me. That's where I would rate it. Right now. Do I like big games? Yeah, I like big games. Obviously Starfield, 250 hours, haven't touched main quest line, haven't touched the factions. Okay.
Right.
I like big games, but those big games have to be enjoyable. Valhalla was enjoyable for the first 60, 70 hours. I think I had it in Valhalla, had a great time in it. I don't begrudge buying that game. I had a great time with that game, took tons of screenshots. One of the first current gen games that I took really so many screenshots. I had a freaking fantastic time. I'll eventually probably go back to it. But eventually it got to the point where I was like, oh, okay, I've had enough of Valhalla now, right? I've just had enough. I'm stepping away from Valhalla. Starfield, still haven't hit that point. So again, it's going to vary game to game. But a smaller game that comes out like a Spiderman, and I use Spiderman just because it's most relevant right now, Spiderman 2, to the talking point. Let's say this was, I'm trying to think of a recent short game that I've played that's newer. I'm trying to think of anything that I've really jumped into. I can't think of one off.
That's been shorter?
I've got plenty of games in my past that I've done. Obviously, back in the 360. Listen, let's put it this way. Xbox 360, PS3 generation, right?
Okay.
Some of the GOATs. BioShock, shorter game. You go back, play BioShock. You can run through BioShock in about 20 hours. Right? 15 hours.
Yeah, that sounds,
maybe even less. Maybe some people probably finish that in 8-10 hours. I don't know. I like to explore more. So like Steel, general playthroughs don't really count towards me because I wind up going everywhere and doing other things. But Xbox 360, PS3 games, big AAA games, generally speaking, outside of your big RPGs, were shorter experiences. I didn't have a problem paying $60. I never thought to myself back then $60 was overpriced for the game, even though the experiences were shorter. I never thought that. Last of Us was a shorter game. The first one, if you played through it,
was it?
And didn't explore. Yeah, The Last of Us 1. Yeah, you could walk through that game if you weren't going everywhere and sightseeing. Steel.
Yeah, I didn't play
that. Was a very narrative driven game. So yeah, no, I never had a problem with that. Again, value is going to be in the eye, but I think nowadays. Specifically when it comes to performance issues, when it comes to bugs, when it comes to games being broken, quote unquote, is more value. The value you get out of that game will be better down the road, no matter what, especially single player games. Again, multiplayer, Steel and I always separate the multiplayer games because multiplayer games, even if they don't come out perfect, they generally have their highest player counts, which is a main factor of multiplayer games. You're going to get your most experience during the initial launch process. Now we've seen Battlefield 2042 have another resurgence, Steel, this past week, hitting all-time numbers because they finally have gotten the word out that it's in a good spot and people are coming back. But for the most part, you're going to get your peak multiplayer experience in the early days of a game. And if you wait, you might lose any play time with that game. And maybe that's okay to you. Maybe you're like, hey, that game was never worth it anyways. So be it. That's fun, cool. Yeah. That's cool. But yeah, for single player experiences, this is just a bigger talking point that whether you value time, whether you value performance, whether it's a combination, whatever it is that drives you in single player games, really sit and think if you need to play that game day one. Really sit and think because we're seeing more and more not less and less. We're seeing more and more games come out and be better down the road than they are day one because these publishers are pushing them out. So I think that's where I'm at with this deal. It's all in the value of the eye of the beholder, I should say. It's all in the eye of the beholder as a consumer, what you're looking for in the game. But time frame wise doesn't really dictate to me whether or not I buy a game. Now, if a game came out and said it was an hour long and they were going to charge me $70, I might go, okay. But a 9, 10, 15-hour experience in a game, nah. If the game is entertaining and provides me all that entertainment throughout that entire 8, 9, 10, 15-hour experience, then no, I'd say I would say it was still worth it, even if it was a full price $70 game for sure.
Okay. I mean, and again, the key word here is always going to be the fact of the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. What is worth it to you? Yeah. What is value to you? Yeah. Everybody has a different value. There's not a general answer that I can give you because of how it is tailored. And if I did give you an answer, like in a direct answer and said, hey, no, this is what I find of value, I would still have to admit that this is based off of my personal preference, still my personal opinion, which again kind of makes a lot of ways, I feel like the conversation itself is null and void. Because you can't, once you start having the conversation, if you're not willing to understand that you're about to talk in circles, you might as well not even talk. Because you may end up in a situation where you're frustrated or upset, somebody doesn't understand that your perspective that you didn't need to walk yourself into. You have to understand the basis of that point, and everybody's going to have a different value set, man. Again, I think Battlefield not having, to your point, Pong, not having single player is of value to me. But I've been playing Battlefield and paying full price for it since it's existed. And it didn't have single player. It only had an online component or an offline where you're playing against AI or where you're playing against bots. So it's like, it just depends, man. I think Spider-Man is worth it. There's a lot of quality there.
Yeah. Well, obviously it got a 90 or whatever. 90. I
don't think any game's worth $70. I think they're worth $60. But again, I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, I mean, as a consumer too, you should always not want to pay more than you have to. Obviously, that's why the argument these people put out there, I'd pay $100. Well, why? Yeah, if push comes to shove and all games go to $100, I will buy less. I will buy less, but certainly if Starfield had come out $100, would I be lying to you if I said I wouldn't have bought it? No, yeah, I'd be lying to you. But as a consumer, should you ever praise that and go, yeah, keep pumping up the prices, they're worth it? No, you should not. As a consumer, you should never do that, right? And again, when the quality comes out and it sucks, you should speak up about it. And if this does come out to be a fact that the day one patch is screwing up Spider-Man 2, then there should be criticism for Insomniac, because that means they didn't do the testing they needed to do on that patch, and it broke the game more. Not that it's completely broken. That's unplayable. Of course not. People are enjoying that frick out of this game. That's great. All the Spider-Man fans out there, I'm happy for all of you. Absolutely. I'm happy for Insomniac that they got the reviews, because I love Insomniac. I think they're one of the greatest developers out there right now. But the facts are, if that criticism should be there as a consumer, no matter what, if you are a fan or not, and people love to use the sports analogy to say the console war stuff is okay because look in sports, different fan bases fight each other. Sure. But you know what else sports fans do? They criticize the frick out of their teams. They are calling for coaches to be fired. They are calling for GMs to be fired. They are in uproar when their team drafts a certain player and it's not the player they want. They are constantly criticizing their home team. Constantly. It is nonstop. Trust me, I've played fantasy football for nearly 30 years. It is nonstop what happens. And that's even heightened it even more. So yeah, there should be that criticism when things aren't right. For a product that you bought, you shouldn't defend it till the day you die, despite glaring obvious problems. Again, I criticized Starfield. I gave it my list of criticisms that I have for it. I could sit here and list them off. I would have no problem. I wouldn't sit here and shut myself and be like, yeah, nope, Starfield's perfect. Starfield's 10 out of 10 masterpiece, and it's perfect. No, it may be a masterpiece to me, but it has issues and it has things I would love to see Bethesda change. I have zero problem doing that, but there's others out here who are disingenuous that will never say a bad word about anything, their favorite platform, their favorite game, their favorite developer, their favorite publisher does. They will never say a bad word, and they will obviously ignore the truth about certain things. And again, I don't like that. I think you should be able to criticize what you do love. Period.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the point, right? I don't agree with that either. It's just like somebody telling you that after you've put a certain amount of time in the game that you've wasted time and that you shouldn't have a genuine opinion because you've played the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Gogo just knows my Robotech. Yes, Gogo. I'm a huge Robotech fan. I grew up. Robotech was one of my first anime that, as a kid, I ever watched. Robotech will always be one of my favorite all-time series, and I have a lot of Robotech stuff left that I have not sold off. I've got a lot of Robotech stuff that's packed away. So yeah, that happens to be one of them. But otherwise, that's Jetfire. I don't ever know which way to point. That's Jetfire. Not Robotech, but that was Transformers just ripping off Robotech, which was fine by me because it was cool as shit.
Pawn criticizing is part of the game from Nick's spamming negativity just out of pure joy is weird behavior. Life weird. Needs to be reevaluated.
Correct. Absolutely. You know, Nick's, that's where I stand. The just constant negativity to downplay something is stupid, and coming at people who you have no interaction with, are completely strangers to you, even in a public platform, that are saying good things about something or is saying they're enjoying something and going into that post and posting something negative and being personal with them. That is also weirdo behavior to me. Beyond weirdo.
Yeah. I mean, and we live on the internet, and that's the other thing too. It's like, if you say things on the internet, you're allowed to be criticized. Right. It's just the weird behavior in between that's kind of like, well, I don't know if, and maybe you're in a bad position, right? Maybe you just need to take some stress out, and you need to get online and call people out of their name and to just help yourself feel good that day.
Nope.
I want to let you know,
poison.
That's not good. Poison. You should probably pull yourself off of the internet. Handle what you got going on within yourself. I mean, like, guys, like, there's a reason I'm not active, like, I'm not like overly active like that, or just constantly trying to argue with people, because my time isn't built like that. And I don't have the energy or the wherewithal to sit there and argue with people on the internet all day, because I know people purposely say things to try to draw you out, or to try to make it seem like they're trying to embarrass you, or try to paint themselves to be a certain character. This isn't new to me, but because I know these things, I could definitely be more active, and you can definitely have a presence without being that guy. You can also be very consistent, but it's also up to you also should be in a community or have people around you that call you out on your inconsistencies. Say, yo, Pong, yo, Steel, yo, you said this, and this, and now you're saying this and this and this. Like, kind of connect the dots for me. Why did you change your opinion on that? Because as people, you should be able to change your opinion if you have valid information to change your opinion. But you have to explain why. Okay, this is my thought. Do you still support that? No? Okay, well, kick rocks. Appreciate your time. And if you do, then let's sit back down. And I think that's what's special about here, because it is such an open platform. And I don't care how many people think that Nick's is a pony, or anybody else is a bot, or because I only say Nick's because I see that get pointed out more frequently than not. That doesn't necessarily, I don't necessarily care about those things, because what's more important is the conversation. And there are points that get brought in that are part of the conversation that I do want to address.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a platform. Yeah. Genuinely speaking, you know what I'm saying? So it's not just about my own personal opinion all the time. I openly admit that I'm not always coming from what me wants. Because again, there's reasons why the whole ECP is a thing, educated consumer perspective, and then also RTS, because I like looking at it from that standpoint. It's easy for me to be like, again, I do it all the time with anything. It's like, oh, let's jump back into Redfall as an example here. No, I'm good. I'm not trying to jump back into Redfall. Like, let's play some Diablo.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I jumped back into Redfall because we wanted to give it another chance, and we had a great time with it. We're going to go back to it. But yeah, still,
exactly.
Again, it all comes down to just know who you are as a gamer. Don't follow the sheep, man. Don't follow the sheep. If you look at a game and go, if you look at Spider-Man 2 and go, I don't think I want to play that. And then you just look online and everybody's posting about it. And you're like, oh, okay, I better play this so I can be a part of the conversation.
Then do it. Yeah.
That's fine, but it is something within you that's driving you to do that. Just be who you are. That's really what it is at the end of the day as a gamer. Be who you are. Enjoy what you enjoy. Everybody else be damned.
Stop trying to fit in, man.
There are games that were rated 4s and 5s back in the day that I played and loved the hell out of. So who the hell cares? I freely will talk about them too. Two Worlds. Go look up the 2 World scores. Love that game. Mav loved that game back in the day. Even though him and I didn't know each other, we basically liked the same shit. It's crazy. But 2 Worlds was a game that was critically panned. Terrible. Loved it because it was a Obsidian ripoff, or not Obsidian, Oblivion ripoff, and I loved it. I loved every minute in it, even though it was broken in a lot of ways. So just be who you are as a gamer. And just stand on your hill, as Steele always says. Don't be swayed just because you have a bunch of people coming after you. That doesn't make your opinion wrong at all. It doesn't make how you feel wrong ever. So anyways, good talk.
And now when are you worried about Hellblade?
Worried about Hellblade? Hell no.
Yeah, you worried about Hellblade? You haven't seen any combat yet, man.
Oh man, you know what? Hellblade 2 is going to be what it is. Again, I still think that I would love to see more combat in Hellblade 2. I'd love to see more melee based combat in Hellblade 2. But if it winds up coming out and Ninja Theory didn't do more combat, they just refined it, that's okay too. That's the game Ninja Theory wanted to make. Again, I'm not the biggest. Hellblade 1 was cool. I still have not finished. I'm almost finished with it. But again, I told you all the story. I have to take breaks with Hellblade. I haven't been back to it in a long time. But when I do play it, I wind up taking breaks from it just because of the voices in her head. They do mess with me because I play with, headphones on, because you almost have to with that game to get the full experience. So I have to take breaks because they do start messing with me. If Ninja Theory comes out with Hellblade, but it's number 2, so it's a much bigger world, but it's a lot of the same types of experiences, I'm not going to take it away from them. These people are trying to once again dictate what a developer does with their creation prior to it even launching, and saying, "Oh, we have to see combat. If it doesn't have a ton of sword hand-to-hand combat, it's definitely not going to be a home run. It's definitely not going to be a AAA banger. It's not going to be a 90 medic." Bullshit. Ninja Theory's basis for Hellblade and Hellblade 2 is still Senua. It's still the mental stuff that is happening to her. That is still going to be the primary focus. Now, it might have shifted to a bigger world, but that doesn't mean all of a sudden she's going to become God of War. Okay. She's not going to become Kratos all of a sudden. Okay.
No,
that's not
but
what these games are about. So no, I'm not worried about it.
But they did make sure to mention early on in their dev cycle that they are working on the combat.
Yes, they did. Yes.
The lead role who plays Senua, who was a dev for their team, got training from sword teachers, I guess, combat teachers.
Yeah.
Whatever they're described. I'm pretty sure this actually she got her swordsmanship skills refined. I guess that's the best way to say it. And Jesse B, this is My Hero Academia playing in the background. This is the most y'all have asked about what gameplay is this. I like that. I like that. It's free to play. I say go check it out and see if you can have some fun with it. I mean, I like it, but I also like My Hero Academia. I haven't watched it in a while though. Need to catch up. I just don't watch fucking TV like that, man. Like just even anime, like I just don't like. It's crazy. I feel like I'm like playing Dragon Ball Kakarot. It's like I'm watching TV at the same time again, and playing the game. I think that's the other reason why I like it, because it's been a while. Anyway, they've already said that they were going to work on the combat, and I'm on the kind of the opposite side of the fence, but I'm not worried about the combat because I actually enjoyed the combat in the first game. I felt like it was a good balance of the mystique and combat kind of mixed in, and I was like always on the edge of my seat anyway. And I do want there to be more to the combat. Now, I hope it's not like God of War, because I think they have a better game that could use in comparison in Heavenly Sword.
Sure.
Which is a work of theirs too.
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure they have an idea of a different way that maybe they could take it. And again, the reason why Hellblade didn't have as much in it, they didn't have the fucking budget.
No.
You can tell that a lot of their budget went to the fucking how the game looked. Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the combat was light because they didn't have the money.
They were an indie studio. With how many people made Hellblade? 40?
Literally, I think it was less than that.
Yeah,
it was like less than 40 people.
Yeah.
And now they have a studio of almost over 200 people, I believe.
Right, correct.
And they have a new studio that has an in-house fucking CGI. I mean,
motion capture.
Excuse me.
Yep. State of the art
motion
capture.
It got built specifically for them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see a reason to not have any faith or think that this game is in trouble. They came out with another demonstration this week showing the graphical side of the game, how they've transitioned it over, the work that has been put into that. And is that everything for the game to me? No, because I like the entirety of Hellblade. Hellblade was a badass experience to me that I almost towards the end, in some moments, I felt like I would maybe need to put the controller down if I didn't go the right direction, because something was going to pop out or whatever the case, because I was just that immersed in the experience. And like Pong said, it is definitely one of those where you put the headphones on and you just play, just experience, just be in that world, be in the moment. And the way that it plays with you mentally, but also gets you to pay attention to kind of what's going on within that realm. It's very unique. The story is going to be more so. I think in the second game is also going to be more refined to where it's completely understandable up front. I will say that about Hellblade. For some people, it may be kind of wishy-washy in between. There is a lot going on. But I don't have any reason to believe that because we haven't seen combat yet that I should be worried. Ninja Theory has a history, has a pedigree, and there's other teams that have had some of this too. But they haven't regressed. They have worked with what they had and progressed. So no, I don't have any worries.
No.
I'm excited for Hellblade 2. I think it's going to be an extremely impressive game. I think once we get hands-on, people are going to be even more impressed than they were originally. Again, by that time, I'm pretty sure FSR 3.0 might end up being out. Again, these are software-based things. That's the key thing about the AMD technology that it is in the consoles, is that a lot of it can be updated on the software side of things to bring out that fidelity and also bring those gameplay elements that we would expect. So I'm excited for it. Shout out to Ninja Theory. Can't wait to see more from them. If anything, the most recent video of theirs gave me even more faith about the depth that they're going to make sure that this is going to be an impactful game. So.
Oh yeah, the level of details too. We talk about this all the time, and you talk about it all the time. The detail in games is where you'd like to see the increase. They're going for both in this. I'm not expecting a performance mode. I'll just say that right now. I think this is going to be a 30 frames game on current console because of how much detail they're putting into the game. Like they are would I love to see more gameplay? Would I like to see more behind the scenes on the actual dev work, on the graphics and that kind of stuff, what they do in game instead of just the mocap stuff and the costume stuff? Yes, but the costumes alone, when they did that video, that was 2 videos ago or whatever, where they showed how they were hand stitching the costumes and handcrafting the actual leather work and the metal work going into
transferring over to the game.
Right. And how how they're transferring that into the game in the details. And we saw that in that trailer, both trailers. We saw the work, because if you look at the materials, my God, there's a lot of games that do good material work, but my God, this is going to be on another level. I think this will set the bar. I've said that from long ago, 3 years ago with Boom. When we first started talking about Hellblade, I said that Ninja Theory would set the bar graphically as to what can be done on the Series X and actually in video games in general. I think they're going to set the bar with this game for that detail. And I expect nothing short of greatness when it comes to that, period. I really don't. The amount of effort and the actual focus that they have on those aspects within this game is really what's going to set it apart. And I think that's where we're going to be, on top of obviously Senua, the psychological stuff, the voices, which a lot of games never touch like this. And again, when you wear headphones in the first Hellblade, it's a different atmosphere. You are entering a different world. Like Steele said, if you want to use immersive to describe a game, Hellblade would be at the top of that list.
One of the best examples, yeah.
Because it literally, with the sound work that they do, really closes you out from the rest of the world. Yeah. So
it's definitely some of the best.
Different. Yeah. Yep. We're gonna set the bar.
Oh, and just in case anybody wants to really see me jump out on a ledge, because Nick was saying that putting God of War in the conversation, it shouldn't be even in the same realm. Want to hear a hot take?
What?
You can clip it. You can clip this. Anybody in the chat, you can clip this if you want.
Yep.
Hellblade is a better game than God of War 2018.
Wow. I knew you were going there. I knew you were going in there.
Hellblade in its totality is a better game than God of War 2018. You don't have to believe me. I'm just telling you my truth, how I feel. I've beaten Hellblade to completion from start to finish and enjoyed every moment. The puzzles weren't overly challenging to me. There was some frustration there. Yeah, and it is a completely different style of game, but it is still third person, over the shoulder. It is the same camera. Yeah, they play differently.
Yeah, but you want to know why, Steel? Because the focus is different. So Hellblade hits a different way for you. Because God of War is in the action side of things, you have very specific love for certain types of action, and God of War does not meet that. Whereas Hellblade is, I would not say in that.
I wasn't expecting for it to be
genre.
Yeah, that.
Right. So it impacted you differently because you went into that game. Yes, you had different expectations for Hellblade, and it exceeded those expectations in different ways, right? Yeah. So that's where it is. And Nick's is absolutely correct. They're two different games, of course.
Yeah, of course.
That's what I was saying in the beginning. Nixie was that people suddenly, the way they talk about Hellblade 2, they're expecting like this God of War action game out of Senua, which I don't believe. And I think that's an unrealistic expectation, even with them stating that they did work to train the actors on combat. I still think it's unrealistic to suddenly think that Ninja Theory is going to go from what they had in Hellblade 1 and that whole experience and then change it up to a more action God of War like game. Like, I think that people setting themselves up, if they truly think all of a sudden we're going to get this game full of melee combat, sword-based combat, like hand-to-hand, nonstop, let's go, let's beat up. That's not what this game's going to be. It's not. It might have more of those moments.
Yeah, and exactly
that. Yeah, it's not going to be that.
And exactly, Beer Baron. He said lots of games are better than God of War 2018. Sure. God of War got high reviews because it's a sad dad sim. No, I think it's a quality game. I'm not saying that by any means is the game bad or whatever the case. They said, well, if the games are different, why compare? I'm genuinely lost. What do you mean? What do you? I'm confused about what you're lost by. The games are different as far as like the approach and the style that they're going for. But if I needed to make more, that would be a better comparison than comparing Spider-Man to God of War, as an example. I think it would be a better comparison than trying to. I mean, there's no other games that you can. What other action game you want to? Devil May Cry is not God of War. I mean, there's a lot of games that are different and completely styles from each other. They do have similarities. I'm not saying it has to just be combat, but the way that the storytelling is being done, the single camera focus, Halo has some of that too. You can compare things and they don't have to be exact comparisons to say, because I'm not using them as unilateral comparisons to each other. I'm just using it as more so, at least for me, as an example, because again, when you take the similarities of both and my experience from them, that's why I'm saying that Hellblade was a better game. God of War, again, will reiterate, is a third-person over-the-shoulder game. Hellblade is a third-person over-the-shoulder game. Now, story-wise, and what you were able to do in those games are different, but the way that you approach the worlds are very similar. One treats it more of on a mental level. The other treats it more of on an action level. You are the God of War. Hellblade, you are somebody that has something else going on. It's not just, as you later find out, it's not just something mental going on. There's something else. Or is it all mental? We don't know. There's a lot of other elements that are in play. Hellblade also doesn't focus, well, because there's nothing else previous to it, it doesn't focus on combat. It's a game in its own right. Whereas God of War previously always had a focus on combat. That's what the game was about, and being over the top. 2018 pulled that back a lot. And as much as that combat may be enjoyable for some, and I've seen combat for God of War, but I don't need to play the game for 40 hours for the combat to finally be where it needs to be. At least in my perspective. Nick says, I don't know, I don't compare games unless it's the same genre and budget. I mean, again, there's enough similarities there for me to make an honest comparison about how the game styles are, how the games are, how they're presented to you. And that's all that I was speaking to.
Yeah.
If I had to make a comparison, because you can't make many comparisons that are going to be more direct. Hellblade kept me engaged. God of War 2018 didn't. But again, I've also been upfront with people with saying that even the previous God of Wars they weren't my most played games or games that I even dedicated time to or beat. And I had access to those games. I've even went back to them through emulation, and I put a couple hours into them and then I put them down. So it's not like that character anyway speaks to me at that level. And that's crazy to me because that would be, although I did like that comeback from that time. So,
you got clipped
there's
already,
that.
Steel, by the way.
Appreciate that.
Dip down post.
There you go. There you go. Appreciate that dip down. Hellblade's a better game than God of War, man. Fight me. Hit me in the DMs. Tell me how wrong I am and argue. Hold on. I would do this. Let me do this.
What are you gonna do?
Let me go ahead and mute that conversation. I'm gonna stand on that hill and I'm gonna die by it. Let's see who else brings that up in conversation. But anyway, yeah. I wanted to stand on that line.
Yeah.
South Bowl says Dante's Inferno is better than God of War. I tried to play Dante's Inferno. I mean, that was interesting. I kind of think they're along the same echelon. Those games are extremely similar, especially the older God of War, the original trilogy.
Yeah, I would still choose the old. I would. Dante's Inferno is excellent
It's special.
game, underrated game. It is. The atmosphere and what they did, but
It's different
Jaffe's original God of War, I would still probably choose over it. But Dante's Inferno was damn good, and you can still go play. It's backwards compatible, but
and Dante's Inferno actually aged pretty well.
It holds up. Yeah, it holds up
aged pretty
too.
well.
Yeah. But obviously they're
pretty fucking similar.
They're pretty close. Yeah, they're pretty close, man. They're pretty close.
You could be like, oh yeah, I just play God of War, and you transfer over. You're like, oh, this game feels about same.
Yeah, really like Dante's
over the
Inferno.
top.
I'm sad they never got another one. That is a game that deserves another one too. To take that nowadays, you could do something cool with that IP. You really could play into that. So even if they just remade it from the ground up again.
Oh yeah, just the original game. It made it for today's era, updated the graphics and everything.
Yeah.
I think that game would stand out, and it would be mature. So,
yep.
Yeah, it was a great God of War. Like, yeah, see,
yeah.
But yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll start winding things down here. Unless there was something else that you wanted to get into, Pong, on the back end. Anything? Whoa, were you muted? You are muted.
Thank you.
There you go.
I always do that. Anyways, there was one
Xbox avatars always have the wildest takes. So I'm an avatar now?
Yeah, you're an avatar. You're an avatar.
Nice.
You straight up are an avatar. One more thing I wanted to bring up real quick.
I'm blue.
Steel. To finish this off, because I'm getting hungry and got things to do. I'm sure you got things to do too. But I love how much conversation we've been having. But I wanted to bring this one up too, because there's been so much conversation about acquisitions and the consolidation of the industry. Obviously, the ABK deal, the main focus of everything, right? There's been so much talk about this, and Steele and I had we've had many conversations here and other places about this topic, and our take is we look at it that this industry is dynamic, is growing, and that ebb and flow in any industry is going to be expansion and contraction, right? It's going to happen. In the case when an industry is healthy, not to say that there's no problems, but the pandemic changed things too for the industry, and now we're seeing kind of a regression on that. But overall, the industry itself is still seeing record profits in a lot of areas, still seeing growth in a lot of areas. And our take has always been that acquisitions during a time of health, when you have two companies that want, or you have a company that wants to be acquired, finding a partner to do so, there's nothing wrong with that. And generally speaking, and that we don't believe that we're even close to a dire situation in which acquisitions have consolidated the industry to a point that, we're at the whims of one or two companies. We're not even close to that. Right. So that's always been our take, that it's been healthy. And we had another big leader in this industry do an interview this week. Somebody who doesn't do a whole lot of interviews did an interview this week, and they asked him about this, because this was Doug Bowser, head of Nintendo.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
He did an interview with Inverse this week. And of course, they talked to him about, everything else. They talked about Nintendo and, Switch 2. They tried to get him on Switch 2. And of course, he wouldn't comment and all that kind of stuff. But in that conversation, they asked him about his relationship, Nintendo's relationship with Microsoft and Xbox, because obviously it came out that Xbox had Nintendo on their list, right? The whole conversations behind the scenes and through email with Phil and everybody talking about how Nintendo would be a great get, blah, blah, blah. And so everybody was kind of curious about this. Well, Inverse asked Doug Bowser, head of Nintendo, and he had this to say. It's real short. I'm just going to read it. But I thought it was cool to see another, like I said, big leader, head of Nintendo, right? Okay, coming out and talking about this stuff. and sharing our perspective as well. And it's just good to see other side, because we hear a lot of loud noise from certain people and certain groups that want to say that acquisitions and consolidation is horrible. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. We're headed to the grave of the industry because of what Xbox is doing. So Doug said, quote, "We have a great relationship with Microsoft. We consider them to be partners in many, many ways. And you only have to look at Nintendo Switch to see that partnership. Obviously, Minecraft is on Nintendo Switch, and we brought Banjo-Kazooie to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So we're looking forward to that partnership continuing. And obviously, they have a deal for Call of Duty right now with Microsoft. So he goes on to say, as far as consolidation in an industry goes, I've been a part of this industry for 16 plus years now. One thing that's been constant is the acquisitions of studios. But the other constant is the fact that new studios are popping up every single year. Incredibly creative studios are making content from indie sized to AAA sized games. So as consolidation happens on an equal basis, we're seeing these new studios, which really just speaks to the dynamic nature of the industry overall. In the end, that bodes well for the player." Bravo, Doug Bowser. Bravo. Not buying in to the dystopian future belief that some people have, that the ABK deal signals the beginning of the end of the industry, that this is now going to wind up being one or two companies controlling everything. And that's what happens. Doug Bowser, once again, reiterating that this is a dynamic industry, that even as developers are acquired or publishers are acquired, other ones are sprouting up and starting anew. Right. And the process continues. This is healthy relationship. This is renewable right now. We're in a renewable state within this industry. Not to say that it's perfect. Of course it's not. But at the end of the day, people keep popping up with new studios and making more games out of the blue. And that speaks volumes right now to where it stands, that our favorite hobby is health-wise. And I don't see an end to it anytime soon. So I don't see the dystopian future. So any thoughts on that there quote from Mr. Bowser there, Steele?
No, I just feel even more and more confident every time that somebody comes out and iterates things that we've kind of been hitting on the door on, right? It's just like it's like your defining moment, right? You got professionals saying that, hey, I don't necessarily believe in that. I don't see it this way. And again, that could just be me choosing to want to see it that way. But again, there's nothing currently still defining where we are in this industry or what the possibilities are going to end up in. And Activision Blizzard is not it's a defining moment in gaming, but it's not a defining moment for the end of gaming. So
no, not at all. Not at all. And we've spoken before. Sean Layden doesn't like acquisitions. He's on the other side. He thinks that they're bad. He thinks that consolidation right now is bad. Sean Layden's come out and say that. But then, we talked about it probably a year and a half ago. Jack Tretton, former head of PlayStation, has the same viewpoint that Bowser does and shares what we share, that this industry is too dynamic, that consolidation, acquisitions, are not a problem because they open up more opportunities for people. That was Jack's point when he talked about the ABK deal specifically, was that, it's a big publisher. It's the biggest third-party publisher in the world is being acquired. But that opens up a big hole where a lot of people are going to fill it. And one of those could wind up being the next ABK. That's how healthy this industry is. That's how much potential there is in this industry. And so there are different ways. And like I've always said, you can argue the dystopian future. You can argue the utopian future, but we all know in real life, it always probably will fall somewhere in the middle. It will never be as bad as people think it is going to be. It will never be as good as people think it will be. It will be somewhere in the middle. And that still means that this industry grows and is in a healthy spot at the end of the day. So we're going to find out. But I just thought that was a cool quote from Doug that came out of that interview. Because again, he doesn't do a whole lot of interviews. He's not out there a whole lot, but reiterating that they have a great relationship with Microsoft still. They consider them partners, and that acquisitions right now in this industry are not a bad thing. So, hey, just wanted to bring that up, Steele, to end the show. Yeah, I know, Nam. Pause. I know. Big holes filling. I know. We say that a lot. Terminology nowadays that once was very innocent has been turned into a perverse version by social media. Almost everything you say nowadays almost could have a pause if you took it a different way, which is crazy to me. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this has been an amazing episode, and Steele's going to get into this day in gaming, I'm sure. And then we're going to get our outros, but I just wanted to say lots of good conversations. Again, I'm of course I'm biased here because obviously this is my show with Steele, right? We share this show. This is something we started together. But out of all the shows I do, I got to say that the conversations that come through in the chat on a Saturday morning here with us while we're talking are some of the best conversations. We have such a good mix of people that show up in this show that drives conversation, really good, intelligent, honest conversation, not the nonsense all the time. Sure, every time we have fun and people in the chat will have fun and get a little slanderous. But overall, our conversation here out of all the shows I do is some of the best that I ever see. And I appreciate you all for coming in and joining with us in what we're talking about. And even sometimes you guys go off on your own side conversations in the chat. And I love to see that too, where you guys are having a totally different topic conversation. But thank you all for joining us today, for sure. So Steele, are you ready?
Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get into our This Day in Gaming segment. While I also low-key try to figure out how to get into my account. Because shout out to Google. It's a different account, but anyway, no less. Steele, Paul said this is his show. Oh my God. It is. He's the money man. He's the reason why this thing goes, man. I put it all on Paul. No. But let's get into This Day in Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, where we go back 30 years in gaming history, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less, because gaming is art, should be treated as such, and to also kind of remind us where we came from, because I do think that we are in a very special moment today, although we do deal with bugs and other little things because of the scope of games. I still think it's cool to reminisce and just to see where we came from. So let's get into it. Today we are starting in 1986, and it started in Japan on the Famicom Disk System with Pro Wrestling 1987. Shout out to Pro Wrestling. You are muted.
That's fine. Pro Wrestling. I love
Pro Wrestling. Shout out to it.
Yeah, shout out.
Then in 92 in Japan on Game Boy, you had Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. Okay. Why did it have to be 6?
Because it's very specific. Very specific. I have no
idea.
Yeah,
way before my time for sure. Then in 94 on the Super Nintendo, you had Demon's Crest. Shout out to Demon's Crest, I guess.
Yep.
Then in 98.
I remember that box from back in the day. I
Okay.
do remember that cover. I can't remember if I ever touched it, but I do remember that box for sure. Yep.
Then in 98, on the PlayStation, you had Metal Gear Solid. Shout out to Metal Gear.
One of the goats. PlayStation 1. Just one of the goats, man. I still remember the day we bought it, brought it home, and played the hell out of it, man.
I think the next 2 games were better than that game, but I guess you'll tell me.
But that's where I always go back to the original being better than any sequel when I have to pick and choose, right? Because it's what started it all, and that experience, that game was so different from other things that we had ever gotten up to that point. Steele, it was mind blowing when we popped that thing in. It really was.
Hey, yo, God Emperor Sofa King with the 10 living split screen memberships. Are we getting that chain started at the end of
Here we
the
go.
show? Shout out
Sub
to all the
train
new
is rolling.
members.
Stretch goal for the last 5 minutes. Let's get to 20. Let's get to 20 so we don't have to do any advertising here on Living Split Screen. We are going to sell you some coffee in the future, but that's just to bring the energy. That's not about actually making us any money. But man, the subscription train keeps us in the green, keeps the lights on, folks. Steele and I can make rent for the month. We
That is
love
true.
it. So let's
That is
do
true.
it. If you get subbed, don't be afraid to gift one back. That's what we're talking about.
There we go. Give one, you'll give another. Yeah, there you go. Everybody get in there. Get everybody on the sub train. We need 1,000 Living Split Screen members by the end of the year.
Oh,
Let's go.
no.
Let's go.
Jokes, people. Jokes. Reforged jokes. Let's go.
Oh, snap. Shout out to, I do greatly appreciate you, God Emperor Sofa King.
Yeah,
that is
no,
amazing and a
it's-
beautiful thing to see.
It's huge.
Never
Sofa King.
expected,
It
but
is.
always
It's
appreciated
awesome.
for sure.
Yes, absolutely. No, we won't be
Right.
introducing advertising. Don't worry.
No, but we might sell coffee. No, for sure. I think we're the perfect place to do it. To be quite frank, I will say this: we get more memberships, the more coffee we can sell. We might get a deal with Ghost, man. So more members, more Ghost drinks we could sell. But then I think these next two games were definitely these are standouts for me, at least for sure. So 2000, you had PC with Command and Conquer Red Alert 2 on PC. Shout out to
Freaking
Command and Conquer. Amazing game.
absolutely amazing. The
Fine
live
RTS
action, the live action cutscenes, Steel. I understand that people look at them and say, "My God, how did you guys ever put up with this cheese?" I get
It was great back then.
but it is. I
was
want it
amazing
to
back
come
then.
back. Steel. I
was
want
amazing.
live action actors. I know CGI motion capture has changed everything. It's so damn good now. It's unbelievable. But I would love for a game to come out and do live action. Just it's so damn funny and it's so damn good. Just because it fits the game, man. It fits the game. Anyway, sorry. I just every time
it does.
every time Command and Conquer comes up, especially Red Alert series, I gotta point it out because I loved it. I loved nonstop. It's so good. Oh god. Anyways,
Now,
continue.
this next game is probably one of
Yes.
the games that I've had the most memories with. Is probably the greatest Lord of the Rings game that I've ever played. In 2002, PlayStation 2 released The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. Amazing fucking game.
Excellent fucking game.
They could
Yes.
remake this game from the fucking ground floor.
No,
and I would pay-
instead we get Gollum.
$70 for what the fuck, man.
Yes, I would pay for it too, Steel. I would pay for it. absolutely.
$70.
The kid
I'd
will
pay
play
$70
These
for it,
Lord of
for
the
sure.
Ring games. Love these Lord of the Ring games. They were all just awesome. Man, yep, absolutely 1000%.
Amazing fucking game. Then in 2003, PlayStation 2 released Castlevania Lament of Innocence.
Castlevania.
I want like
Castlevania.
I want like a hack and slash Castlevania, man. Like one that, or maybe like or in the vein of like a Dante's Inferno, like that, maybe in that kind of style.
I mean, technically speaking, you can go play them right now because they're backwards compatible. But I want an up to date one.
Really? Are
for
there
sure.
some that were like that?
Um,
I never played any Castlevania game other
What?
than the like older ones,
What?
like the platform, like the side scroller ones. That's the only Castlevanias I really jumped
Wait,
into.
wait. We gotta talk about this for a second. So you never tried the 3D ones?
No, I never really knew that there
Okay.
were 3D Castlevania games until
Or
more
Lords
recent.
of Shadow? Lords of Shadow.
I never knew
If
about
you
that.
want a God of War like experience, right? Go play Lords of Shadow 1 and 2. Freaking amazing,
Really?
bro. Yes.
What system did they come out on?
Xbox
Is that-
360.
Really?
It's backwards compatible. Yeah, you can go play them. I own them. Yeah.
I'm trying to fucking play that shit on PC.
Yeah.
The emulation going.
Yeah. Lords of
Really?
Shadow. Yeah. Go watch the videos. People hated it because everybody wanted 2D Castlevania, right? People hated it, and the Castlevania fans were like, well, some, I won't say all, were in uproar over it. But yeah, you go play Lords of Shadow, man. That's why I've always said that they should bring it back now because I think they could do an incredible job with it. It'd be totally cool.
Oh, and they do have it on PC.
Yeah, there you go.
Lords of Shadow CD keys, $7 actually.
There you go.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, damn.
Stealing his old games playing that he has never touched before. So yeah.
They have a digital bundle, Lord of Shadows 2. They got that on PC also.
There you go.
Damn, yeah, I never knew about this game.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew there was Castle, but I never had a reason to look into it. That's the thing.
Right. That's why I've said it. Every time a Castlevania comes up and I say that they should go redo those, they should bring them back and do them nowadays because they were really damn cool. I mean, I like Castlevania 2D games. I do.
We gotta get signed in, ladies and gentlemen.
Anymore. I don't do platformers anymore, but yeah, absolutely.
Get signed in.
Yeah.
If it's on Steam too for that deal, because it looks like I can get both games for $15.
There you go.
Top of the line version. So I might fuck around and do that.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
If anybody's interested in that stream, in a stream of that, let me know. I might do a stream or something of that. Depending on what's going on this evening, I know we're gonna get some more gaming in. Maybe if you end up on, may jump into some Diablo or something. But we do need to level. I'm interested in leveling up my character this time around. Just to see what's would make do. But damn, that was interesting. I wasn't expecting for that conversation to go that way. All right. Well, then I can get it on PC. Man, it's just like my heart. I'd probably get some mods in there too. Oh man, this is about to be an awesome experience. That's good combat in it too, right? You said it's like of that. Huh. You're muted, by the way.
Never mind. I do it unconsciously. I do it unconsciously. I don't even realize I'm doing it. But yeah, go watch some gameplay and see but yeah, it's God of War. If you go watch it, Steel, because it was during that time when God of War was big, right? So they took Castlevania in that direction. So yeah, I mean, there's there's quick time events in there mixed in on some things. If I remember correctly, I can't remember, but the combat is God of War like action, the old God of War. Yeah.
Does it really play into the vampire elements and everything too?
Yeah. No, who was it? Lydia Master. Shout out to you, Lydia Master. Says Lords of the Shadow is awesome. Story is deep. Yeah, yeah, it's really well done. Like I said, the Castlevania fans, the hardcore Castlevania fans, weren't happy, and the game didn't do well. That's why they stopped making them because everybody wanted 2D Castlevania. But now you go back and look at them and go, they were onto something. And that's why I said they should bring them back. Somebody should pick up the Castlevania IP and start making current day stuff. Like it would be so dope, man. Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Well, interesting. Damn. Then in 2003, on the Game Boy Advance, you got Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Brothers 3. What a name.
Why?
Then in 2003, PlayStation 2 and Xbox released Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Was this the 3D one? I don't think so.
Turtle time. Let's go.
Was this a 3D one?
I don't remember.
Because it was a 3D turtle game. Was that on Xbox or was it on a 360?
Don't remember.
I might have to do a little stream or something because since it's an older game too, I might play the Castlevania games on stream for you guys. I think that'll be kind of cool. You guys can see me play, go through them. And I'm pretty sure they'll have difficulty options too. So I'll play on the harder difficulty.
No, this was a brawler Steel too. Side-scrolling brawler as well. But they redid the graphics almost kind of cell shaded almost in a way. Because that started becoming big too. Yeah. So yeah. So heavier shadows and stuff. Yeah, that's what it is. I just looked it up to make sure. Cool.
Then in 2004 in Japan, you had on PlayStation 2, you had Ace Combat 5, The Unsung War.
Ace Combat, man. Pop in the Top Gun soundtrack or the Iron Eagle soundtrack. I always do that. I'm so cheesy like that, but it's so damn cool. I love Ace Combat. Always.
It's good shit. Good shit. Yeah. And then in 2004 in Japan on PlayStation 2, you had Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, Oogie's Revenge.
Shout out to Nightmare Before Christmas, though, one of my favorite.
Shout out to Tim Burton.
Shout out to Tim Burton too. Absolutely.
Then in 2008 on the DS, you had Castlevania Order of the Ecclesia. Hopefully I said that right. Then in 2008 on the DS, you had Disney Fairies Tinkerbell.
What?
Shout out to Tinkerbell. Then in 2008 on the Xbox 360, you had Fable 2. And this is actually, I think this was the first game. Yeah, I think this is the game that I played with my wife.
Okay.
That was the first time that I ever played Fable.
Wow. Great.
And it was really, really great. Really,
this is one
game.
of the sequels where I will say that the sequel actually does beat out the original, even though the original started it. Lionhead really, really stepped up the game in Fable 2. Like,
it had co-op in
like
it.
it's so damn good, man.
I might be complaining of 3. I thought 2 had co-op in it though.
No.
Okay,
no,
then I'm complaining it with 3. I'm
complaining you were talking about you guys switched off.
And I went. I played Fable 3 together with my wife, and then I went back and played Fable 2.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I did.
Yeah, Fable 2 is a goat. Yep.
That's why I wanted to make sure. That's why I could feel that I felt like I was conflating it because I was looking at it a little bit. So cool. That's what ended up happening. Because Fable 3 was the first one that I played. Because I played it together with my wife, and I never played Fable before that. If I had, I don't remember it. And then I went back and played Fable 2, and I was like, damn, this fucking game is really good. So yeah. And then she watched me play the entirety of Fable 2. OCD says, still, you too young to have an Xbox. I thought being 40 plus was a requirement. I was there with OG Xbox, man. I was there before Xbox Live became what it was. Xbox Connect. Live Raw and Uncut. Live Raw and Direct. Doing mods and everything and going crazy in Halo 2. Then in 2008, PC, PlayStation 2, and Xbox 360, you had Far Cry 2. That's another one. Far Cry 3.
Fantastic game.
Is the one that y'all recommended.
Yes.
I think that'll be another one that I'll add to my
Far Cry 3 absolutely needs to be played still.
I think I'll add that
just
to my CD
if you
keys.
can get into it. Yeah, just to see if you can get into it, because if you get into it, it's such a, again, the story in Vaz, you got to experience Vaz. It's just one of those games. Like, yeah, you should play it. You should try.
Absolutely. Then in 2008 on the Wii, you had Naruto Clash of Ninja Revolution 2.
Yes, South Mola malaria sequences. Okay. I like maybe it's rose tinted glasses for me for looking in the back. But Far Cry 2, I just remember having such a great time through the experience because they changed up from Far Cry 1. Now Mav loves Far Cry 1. I didn't like, I think, what is that, Primal Instincts? Or
Far Cry Primal?
No, Far Cry Primal was a different one.
Okay.
But whatever, I forget what the hell the first one was called. I didn't enjoy the first one, but Far Cry 2 is when I started enjoying it. And then obviously Far Cry 3 blew up the franchise like completely, like over the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Then in 2008, on the basically everything, you had Spider-Man Web of Shadows. This is the Spider-Man game that people are comparing Spider-Man to. I hate saying 2. It's fucking. This is the game that people are comparing the game to, though. Again, Web of Shadows, from what I hear from people, was a really special game at the time. I think I tried to go play it recently, and it's an older game, man. I mean, it shows. And again, it's impressive what Spider-Man is able to do today. So, yeah, at the fidelity it does at that. Then in 2008, on everything, you had The Legend of Spiral, Dawn of the Dragon. Shout
out to the Purple Dragon. Yep.
Still amazing. Still a really cool dude. And I could think he could make a comeback. Yeah, I mean, you gotta appeal
some people
to the kids.
Say he can't.
Fucking,
some people say it's time's past, but I
fucking Rayman has a show now where he's fucking mature as hell. And you know what? It actually makes sense. I can see Rayman being mature.
Okay.
Yeah, look up Rayman anime or Rayman show. I don't know if it's like, so I haven't looked any further into it. But I was scrolling, but it was something that I saw on TikTok actually. And I know it's an official thing. But yeah, he's cussing up a storm and all that kind of, he's like a fucking mature Rayman. Like he's
gritty and everything, and it works. It makes sense for some reason. Because Rayman is never like really given a persona, because you were like, you're supposed to be Rayman, right? The persona that they give him, however, works. I just wasn't expecting that. When I saw him talk, I was like, for whatever reason, like that makes sense.
Okay.
I don't know. But yeah, I would say look into it. I thought it was cool. If they bring Rayman back like that,
yeah,
I think it would be cool. A mature Rayman.
I don't know if they'd ever try that. Well, you never know. You never know. You never know.
You got to do something with it. I liked Rayman. Rayman was my guy when I was growing up. Him and Jumping Flash. Oh my God. All right. Then in 2012, 3DS, PlayStation 3, Wii, and Xbox 360 got Skylanders, which is now under Xbox.
First
If
party.
they ever decided to bring that back, that's a toy market they could get into. That's their amiibos right there if they wanted to.
Yep.
For sure. That'd be crazy if they bring that back out. My battery's done. Interesting. Then in 2014 on the PlayStation 3, 4, and Vita, you had Samurai Warriors 4.
Love my Musus, man. I'm actually missing them. I've looked at them. They just never go on big enough sale. Like I'm just like, ugh, they really still want to spend $40.
The most recent one that I was thinking about getting into was the One Piece one. Because it looked kind of cool. The abilities and stuff look kind of cool too.
That was on was that in Game Pass or did we get the demo? No, that was in Game Pass for a minute. It was because I played it. Yeah, I played it. Maybe it was a free to play weekend. 4? Yeah. It was in Game Pass. I played a bit of it. It is actually really cool. But I do like One Piece too. But it is really cool. The powers work out really well. It is really cool. But I love Samurai Warriors. Samurai Warriors will always be my favorite.
Yeah, I was more of a Dynasty Warriors guy. I don't think I ever like branched out so far, but they are kind of similar to each other.
They're similar. I just like the Samurai story better than I do the Dynasty Warriors story.
That's what I've heard. Yeah. They have a better.
I
think I would probably like that too. But then in 2019 on the Xbox One, you had WWE 2K20. Then in 2021 on the Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4, you had Blue Reflection Second Light. Then in 2021 on PC, well, literally everything, you had Disciples Liberation. Other than the
game I want to get to, Mav picked it up and said it's pretty decent. It's kind of an RTS style game, RPG, and he said he liked what he played, a little bit of it. It is co-op as well. I want to go back to that one. It's constantly on sale now. It never hit big, so Disciples Liberation for sure.
And then in 2021 on PC, you had Sword and Fairy Together Forever. I jumped into this. It didn't keep me.
Game Pass.
Other games, but it is in Game Pass. Yes,
it's in Game Pass. If you're looking for a JRPG from
it's good.
Chinese from the China side, it's a gorgeous game too. Still,
pretty polished.
Like it's not current. Like it's not blowing your mind current gen, but just the colors and the story, the aesthetic. The story is cool. The gameplay is really cool. Action based, not turn based. So pick up Sword and Fairy and Game Pass if you want to try something like that. It's really cool.
Then in 2022 on PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X, you got Gotham Knights. Got the Gotham Knights.
Oh yeah, I did fire that up on Game Pass on it.
I heard about that. You ended up liking it. You said you liked the intro.
Yeah, the intro actually grabbed me. Like again, as somebody who doesn't care about that, it did grab me. Like the whole scene with Batman and stuff, like that got me. I was like, okay, this is pretty damn cool. And my God, that game, like the 30 frames on console is awful. Okay, it's not a smooth 30. No. I can still play it because again, I don't mind 30 frames, but is it noticeable? Yes. And I want to try it out on PC to see the difference. But graphically on the console, Gotham Knights is a gorgeous game at points, man. It really, some of the lighting and stuff, photo mode in that game is spectacular. Like they did a lot of work on the photo mode. Really love the photo mode, but Gotham Knights got potential. I'm going to definitely be hopping back into it while it's on Game Pass for sure. Cause I like the combat. I really did.
Yeah, it was fun to play, especially in co-op. It was really cool. Yeah, Far Cry 3 is
our entire chat is talking about how old each other are.
Yeah, I seen that. They were trying to find out if everybody was over 40 in the chat. I'm not throwing my 92 in there.
Yeah.
Far
That's
Cry 3
crazy.
is $9.
There you go.
Ubisoft.
Yep.
I don't know if I want to get it. Well, if I get
Don't
Ubisoft Plus, I could play it regardless.
Yeah, I was gonna say you
Probably.
have Ubisoft Plus. I knew that, right? Yeah.
Well, I unsubscribed for.
Oh, you did
for a
unsubscribe.
while, but
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Yeah. Steel's only 30. He's out of our club. You're right.
Yes, I am.
He's not part of the cool.
I am
cool
31
old guys club.
I am 31. It's okay. I'll keep you guys young. That's what I'm here for. Sofa King 94. You're younger than me.
Whoa, yes.
Not Dip Down says 91. There you go. See, I got some people in here. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I got some fellow Power Rangers in here.
No, yep. Gen Xers. Gen Xers are the kings. So here we go.
Here you go.
Yep.
Here you go with those
Gen Xers rise up. Let's go. Best generation. Let's go.
About to rise up and hit the toilet.
No.
Oh shit, that's funny. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let's go ahead and wind things down before my earbud dies and I go completely deaf for whatever reason. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for coming out and checking out Living Split Screen on a Saturday morning, giving you another almost 5 hours of content, live, raw, and uncut. That's how we do things here, man. Can't help it. Is what it is. Definitely gonna have to get some things knocked out today, but that's fine. That's how things go. When you do something that you're passionate about, you got a hobby that you like, and you just enjoy talking with your brother from an individual who really brings a lot to the table and fleshes out your thoughts. It happens, man. So hopefully you enjoyed all the different angles we were able to approach the conversation today. And be on the lookout. Again, I am seriously considering doing some Castlevania streams. Again, it'll be my first time going through the games. So I'm actually in the process of purchasing them now. So for those who are interested in that, be on the lookout for that. I will put that on the Living Split Screen channel, if anything. So, and I don't know. I might some Diablo later too, so I might end up streaming that just in case y'all want to come hang out, see what we got going on, what we got rocking and rolling, and then go from there. But anyway, you can find me, Steel Rain. The T is a 7 everywhere. Google's probably the easiest place for you to type that in, so stay on the lookout for that. And you can find me here on Living Split Screen. Again, Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. And it's the home of that live, raw, and uncut content. So, Pong, brother from another, the fantastic gentleman himself, the uncanny man.
Yes, sir.
Get these beautiful people out of here, man. Let them know
Let's do this. Let's do this. Another great episode of Living Split Screen, episode number 123. That's right, 123. My, oh my, how time is flying by. We are in the golden age of gaming, full swing. Thank you all for joining us again. The chat was absolutely incredible, as always on Saturday mornings with us. Again, you guys drive the energy as much as Steel and I do. Thank you all for joining in. Again, if you're lurking, if you're working, whatever you're doing, or if you're active in the chat, love you all the same. You're all the reason why we do this, along with just Steel and I getting together and being able to talk about our favorite hobby, the passion that is the video game industry. So thank you for that. Listen, everybody, you guys know the drill. Pong Soul on X, formerly known as Twitter, Pong Soul on the Xbox tonight. Join PTK Blam, Fuzzy, myself, and the one and only Slow-Mo Backslap tonight over on the Shop Podcast. We're going to have some good conversations. Slow-Mo is always a good time, man. So join us. Best way to end your Saturday night. PTK Blam's channel, the Shop Podcast, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Be there. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Got to shout out the man because he does so much to promote everybody else. And he's doing it 5 days a week. So it's Double Barrel Gaming, the channel, Mr. Boomstick the man, all good things green, every Tuesday, Xbox Factor podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Always has a great panel, and he does all of his shows 5 days a week. Like Steel said, Steel's been doing X Vlog on Thursdays with him. Just always has the best people showing up and having great conversations. So join Double Barrel Gaming if you haven't already. And then, of course, Thursdays, it's Fun Speculation Network. It's PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM every Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Kind of same vibe here. Sometimes we have guests. We haven't had a guest in a while, but it's just me and Mav doing the same stuff, talking about what's going on, getting the chat involved. 3+ hours now pretty much is what we're at. But Thursday nights, got to be there, man. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time again. Fun Speculation Network. And then Fridays, Xbox Ultimate, back on the Fun Speculation Network, where the fam gets together. We always have a much bigger panel there, lots of different perspectives coming in, no matter who's there. And we just have a good time. We laugh a lot. It's after dark stuff. Sometimes we go way left, especially when Psycho gets on one of his roles. Mav will talk about food, and we'll start talking food for 30 minutes. But we do talk a lot of gaming as well and have a good time of doing it. 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, Fun Speculation Network. And then back here for episode 124, God willing, with my brother from another, Steel Rain, right here on Living Split Screen. Otherwise, golden age of gaming, folks. Enjoy every minute of this. Does it mean it's going to last forever? We won't know. But right now, something for everybody, man. No matter where you're playing, get out there, love it. Play what you love what you play. I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Steel, go ahead. Can't get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, again, I want to thank you for coming to join us right here on Living Split Screen. Check us next week on episode 124. I'll do some special things throughout this week, but we'll see you next time. Stay safe, get some gaming in, and much love. Peace.